Obviously, we're talking about Cobra Kai season.
That actually
6.
brought me to one of my least favorite moments in season 6. That last episode, I was like,
we gotta talk. Yeah. There's stuff to talk about on that final episode, but obviously, obviously, Dark's not here. He's not a huge Cobra Kai fan, so we're like, I'll bring in some stranger that I barely know. No, obviously, you're a big Cobra Kai fan. You reacted to I assume all 5 episodes, right, of this current season. Did you react to any of the past ones, or is it like this just this season?
No, this is my first time.
Hell yeah.
Because I think I can't remember when I started my YouTube channel.
Hey, LBM.
I sucked at editing. So I think like season, it might have been 4 or 3. I think it was 4.
Yeah.
But around that time, I remember thinking about, and I did like a first, it was season 4. And I did like a couple episodes for season 4, and I was getting hit with like claims and stuff because I was trash at editing at that point. I was like, I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not doing it till I get better. And I told you before we went live, like season 5 was like my least favorite season. So I was going to do reactions for that, but then as I started watching, I was like, I'm not feeling this.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, but someone said, like, I got a lot of people that came to my channel through the reaction. They were like, yo, you should rewatch the show on your channel. I'm like, I'll think about it. That's a lot.
Sure. It is a lot. 6 seasons now, which is crazy.
Insane.
Because like it's so weird because like that break in between seasons 2 and 3 was like forever, right? Because they went from YouTube TV, which is crazy, that show on YouTube TV, that's crazy, to Netflix. There was a good gap of 2, 3, 4 years or whatever without anything. And then once it came back, it was like, well, here's seasons 3, 4, and 5 every 6 months or whatever it was. Like it was they really just bammed us, which I wasn't complaining because this is personally one of my favorite shows. I actually think this might be like my biggest comfort show in terms of I don't know if the show can do me wrong. Like I don't know if I can watch the show and be like, I hate this. Like I enjoy it whenever I put it on. It's so corny, it's so silly, but it's also like I don't know if a show can hype me up like this show can. Like we're dealing with like karate cults and like these weird high stake things that shouldn't be high stake, right? Karate should not be this high stakes, but somehow they've convinced me that it is, and it's a great journey. It really, really is.
Yeah. This show should not.
No, it doesn't. And
like the Karate Kid movies, as much as I love them, They're really cheap. Like not cheap. They're like cheesy and kind of what's the word I'm trying? Not redundant, but you know what to expect from them. Like Daniel's gonna win, and you know. So I remember going into the series, I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna like this because I thought that like with Daniel training Robbie, I thought he was gonna win. So I was like, oh, we doing the same thing, and then he lose. Obviously, he got hurt and everything too. So I'm like, oh, so they repeating literally the same thing, and it's like, no, he lost, and it's like a deeper story there, and it's just like this show shouldn't have worked, but it did. I think it's one of those things where like they took a legacy thing and paid respect to it, but also ushered in a new generation. It was like, we know the movies are kind of surface level. We're going to develop these characters and introduce new characters and develop them, and it really works. Like this show shouldn't have worked, but it does.
I think it does it's so weird because like now when I think of Karate Kid, I don't think of the Karate Kid. I think of Cobra Kai.
I think of Cobra Kai too.
And I can't think of another franchise that's ever done that. Like I love Creed. I think Creed's amazing. I love the one Ghostbusters that they recently did. I love like there's good like legacy sequels. But this has like defined itself as like just as important, I think, as that original first movie. It's obviously the first movie is amazing. But when I think of Daniel LaRusso, I think of old Daniel LaRusso. I don't think of little kid Daniel LaRusso. Same with Johnny. Yeah. Like the way that they've done that, and also it helps that there were 6 seasons, what we're probably coming close to 60, 70 episodes of the show. Like it
because the first two were 10. So that's 20. And I think once it went to Netflix, I think seasons 3 and 4 were like
10 episodes each.
I think they might be 13. I don't know. I got to check.
I think gearing up to 100 episodes. That'd be crazy.
That'd be so cool.
All right, I'm gonna answer some of this chat while you look that up. Team Forward said Tori was the MVP of this part of the season.
Love
do you have
her.
an MVP? Do you have an MVP for this kind of first act?
It might be Tori.
Yeah.
I just love her growth as a character. I remember when she first got introduced, I was like, there's more to her. She's not just angry.
Yeah.
And once we started like finding out more and more, I was like, yeah. But like she killed it this first part. Like I don't think there was a weak performance or anything.
No.
But that last episode separated her character from the rest of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, it would probably be Tori for the first half. Now
Tori's up there. I really enjoyed Kreese this act. Just because I feel like he was finally able. Spoilers, obviously, we're going to be diving into spoilers for this act. So if you have not seen it, but like I really enjoyed for the first time in a couple seasons, it's Kreese being able to be unapologetically evil again. Because I feel like, I guess he was that in what, season 4? No, because like even then I feel like it's him trying to redeem himself in Johnny's eyes. Like it's him trying to even though he's doing these bad things, he's trying to redeem himself in some sort of sequence where here it's literally him being like, you know what, no, I have no chance of that, screw it, I'm just going to be this evil dictator who's training these kids in a ninja forest. Like
right.
He's lost it all at this point, and like I think that's really fun to watch that fight scene with where like he's fighting like his imaginary Johnny, and he murders Johnny in the little cave.
He snaps his neck. I was like, what the fuck?
Like, holy shit, this is great. Like they get to kill Johnny Lawrence in this episode, and this is crazy.
I mean, he almost did it twice already now. So
yeah.
And I just counted. So at the end of season 6, it'll be 65 episodes. So each season was 10.
That's a great run. That's a phenomenal.
It is,
especially for something that started on like YouTube TV. Who ever watched a YouTube TV show? I haven't.
That was the only one I was watching. Like I got YouTube Red specifically for that show. I wasn't paying for nothing else.
That's it. Oh my god.
Yeah, I wasn't paying for nothing else. Mm-hmm. My dad was like, "What you want me to get this for you for?" I was like, "Listen, I'm watching this Cobra Kai show. It's good." Like he watched the Karate Kid movies, but I don't think they affected him as much as me. Like I grew up around martial arts stuff. I watched Power Rangers, Ninja Turtles, Jackie Chan movies, Bruce Lee movies. I love it all. So it's a little touching for me. Mm-hmm. But this show was great. I love it.
It's great. Yeah, like that original like Karate Kid movie, still one of my favorite films. Like it's one of those films that like my mom like growing up, and she showed to me at a pretty young age, like that and Rocky and like Back to the Future were those 3 of the biggest ones where it's like these are something from my childhood. I'm giving it to you, and I think I ended up liking it more than she did because I love that first Karate Kid movie.
Yeah,
like the next 2 they're fun.
I was about to say a hot take. I was like, hot take. They could have not done any sequels.
Like
that first one, I love Chosen.
Yeah,
and I like that second movie.
Yeah,
and I think I more so like the characters that they introduced more than the overall story. And the same thing with the third one. I love like Terry Silver and Mike Barnes being introduced more so than like the story itself. But storyline wise, they could have stopped after the first one. They could have been like one off it and then.
But that's also the thing is like that makes Cobra Kai so special is I think it improves those movies. Like it makes I think 100%. It retroactively makes 2 and especially 3 because 3 let's be honest, 3 is not good. 3 is like it's a fun movie. It's not a good movie. And like I love that they like retroactively like he was on cocaine. That's why he was so like insane.
Oh, I could tell crazy. Even as a kid. I was like, this dude is on some type of drug. Terry Silver was out of control. I might have to argue that Mike Barnes might have been on something too, because he was crazy too.
Oh, I mean, he's still crazy this season. It's crazy.
I get why he was though. That's the one thing I did like, because I was like, what is going on with him? And I know we'll get into it, but I was like, he pissing me off.
Yeah.
Like, what is he doing?
LBM asked, do you think any big character will die this season?
That's weird. This show hasn't been that type of show.
No.
So I can't really see that happening. Maybe the old dude?
yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I looked it up because I was like, he was old in the flashbacks. How old is this guy?
Yeah.
I looked up, he's 110. He's 110 years old. This guy needs to die.
I thought that was like prosthetics.
No.
It's really that
the character is 110. I'm not sure about the actor.
I thought you meant the actor.
No, the actual character. That'd be crazy
Lord.
if the actor was. The character.
Ooh. Okay, we good now.
Can you imagine?
I was like, dude, he looked good for 110. I was like, what
the character itself, I looked it up as 110. I don't know how the actor. That'd be crazy though.
Oh yeah, at that point I'd have been like, yo, God, what you doing?
And I thought like there was a line where that like Kreese comes back and be like, you have to take out your enemy, and I was like, oh, he's gonna kill this guy. He's gonna like knock him over and kill him. I was like, oh
yeah,
no.
But like just
to
answer that, like it's weird. I can't see nobody dying. Like,
yeah,
that's dark for what this show is. This show isn't like a dark show.
Yeah,
like I just
maybe
and we just had a death.
Yeah. Spoilers.
Like spoilers. Sorry, y'all, but like Tori's mom, you know.
Yeah, maybe Kreese. Maybe I could see him.
I'd be fine with that. Like if he make things right with Johnny or something like that, and then pass on.
Yeah. It's gonna be.
I mean, he got bit by a cobra. He should be dead. Like what the? I said that in my reaction. I was like, shouldn't he be dead?
He got the power of karate on his side. He's fine.
I think I made a joke. I was like, Kreese is immortal, and then when the old guy showed up, I was like, he's immortal too. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
So funny. But LBM said, to be honest, I've never seen the Karate Kid movies, but I think that goes to show how well the show is made for people who haven't seen it. I agree. I think you can watch the show, like obviously you're gonna be missing things, but they give you enough of the context to be like, yeah, this is what happened.
Yeah. And they give you important flashbacks.
Yes, they do. And that's the thing, this show goes into every character.
Yeah.
Like there's only one major character up in this one that they haven't gone into, and that's the girl from the fourth movie. I don't remember her name. I haven't seen that movie in ages. But like Juliana or something, Julie something.
I just call her Hillary Swank because that's Hillary Swank.
Sure. Yeah.
I can't remember her name, but I want her to pop up so bad. I don't think that movie's bad.
No,
I
it's
think
not.
They were trying to reboot. I think it's better than 3, but
yeah.
I want to see her back. She got asked about it. I think she pulling the Andrew Garfield.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting her to show up. Maybe not in part 2, but maybe part 3 if they finish the Saikai Taikai in part 2. We'll have to wait, I guess.
Yeah, I'm wondering because like this, you know, as we kind of dive into some of the plot lines of this season, we're diving into like the history of Mr. Miyagi in a way that I honestly didn't know we would quite ever do. Like for like many years now, I've heard people be like, you should do like a Mr. Miyagi movie. And I was like, I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want that or whatever. But we're diving into his younger years. We're diving into some of the things have come to Daniel's attention and he's not quite buying all of it. And apparently he was in like the Saikai Taikai. And this would be a good opportunity to ask someone that maybe also knew the Mr. Miyagi at a certain point. So this would be a very good opportunity to bring her in if you wanted to. Someone who also knew him and trained him, being like, "Do you know a side of him I didn't? Like, you know, like, did he ever tell you anything that maybe?"
And he actually lived with her too.
Yeah.
Like that's maybe the old dude do him. Like maybe they fought.
That's what I've seen go around. Is that like they were in like one of the early tournaments or whatever, and that's why he's so against tournaments. That's why he's so against fighting, because he's been there and maybe he's hurt somebody or whatever, and he's been trying to redeem himself since or whatever. Like that'd be kind of fun.
I like the Mr. Miyagi stuff. I just feel like it's too late. Like why y'all wait till the last season to do this? Y'all should have did this like season 4 and 5.
Yeah.
Unless this gives Daniel some type of development, which he needs, because I'm getting pissed. Like this like he like I'm gonna just get it off my chest now. I'm not gonna go into detail, but what they've done with him this season, I'm just like, dude, y'all just undid the development he went through season 4 and 5. Like y'all pissing me off. Johnny too. I'm like, what are we doing, y'all? Like,
yeah,
like do y'all need this for drama? No one's here for it anymore. Like it was interesting early on because it was like they're fresh, they're new. This is their first time they're running into each other in like 20 years or something. Cool. but that them like bickering and going at it is a waste. Same thing with Robbie and Miguel in that 5th episode. I was like, why are we doing this? People don't even like this no more. Like, people are past it. People are complaining about it. Like, we don't need this. It's just so, like, why? I'm pretty sure it's a reason, but I just no.
Yeah, I'd say, and that's what kind of goes to reason. One of the things that I haven't loved about the season is they definitely feel like they are recycling storylines, recycling things that we've already gone through. We're restarting characters' arcs to where they were in those early seasons.
Right.
Johnny's been really frustrating to me because he's always a little dumb. Like, Johnny is always like, he's not the smartest coconut in the show, right?
Yeah.
But you've seen him go through the journey of, you know, realizing how to better himself, how to be a better person, and I feel like he's just really dumb this batch of episodes. He's making really, really dumb decisions. There's that episode 2, which probably it was episode 2, or maybe it's episode 3, I don't know.
Which
episode
one?
2, where they have the sleepover, and he's like, "Oh,
I thought that was hilarious."
Like, he's like, "Oh, the perfect way to get them to be friends is to make them be enemies," and I was just like, "All right."
That part was dumb.
Like, you have him on the like Luigi board. He's like, "Who? What's this? Oh, bitch! Oh, how dare she say that?" I was like, "Do you think this would work, Johnny?" Like, it's a funny bit. Like I think bit-wise, yes, it's funny. But it's like, do you actually think that this plan of yours would work?
That's true. And that's what Devin kept saying, like, the whole time she was talking to him. She was just like, what are you doing? Like, this stuff isn't going to work.
Yeah.
Especially the 2 phones thing. I was like, Johnny, it was funny, but when I went back and rewatched it, I was like, you're an idiot. Because why would they think that would work? That's so out of character for both of the boys. Like, what are you doing?
And there's a way, and you know what? There's a way that plan could work. But he's doing it in the most dumbest way possible. It's like if you have one be like, "Hey, have you noticed anything different about Tori?" or something like that, and be like, "Oh, what's this mean? Do you think there's anything wrong with me?" Like, there's ways that plan could have worked, but he does it in the most like, "Hey, girl, what's up? You want to fuck?" Like, it's such a weird the way he did it.
The first one could have worked when he used Robbie's phone to call Sam. I was like, that part was actually clever.
Just call it,
just call it.
Like,
but the text to Tori blew his cover because that's nothing that Miguel was said. I laughed at it, but I went back and read everything he said, and I was like, Miguel don't even talk like this, Johnny. This sounds like someone from the 80s would say this, and we know it's not Daniel. So what are you doing?
So silly. Yeah, Johnny was a bit frustrating, and the drama between Johnny and
Daniel.
Johnny and Daniel. It was like the season 5. No, because I'd say the season 5 arc was better. Like, you had like the season 4 arc is them trying to work together, and they keep just running. And
they actually
they grew. They became an actual team. They went through this arc. They were fully good.
Like, they were kind of buddies. Like, they were hanging out with him, and Daniel and his wife took Johnny and Carmen out when they found out they was expecting, and took them out. Like, they was actually genuinely like buddies for them to undo it and have them going through the same thing again. I'm just like, it's repetitive. We don't need it. No one is asking for it. Everybody, the fact that everybody's complaining about it should tell y'all something. Cobra Kai writers, we didn't need it.
Yeah, and you know, there's a big argument for many people. Are like, well, maybe we didn't even need a season 6. And like, I'm glad I do want it, because I do think there are some pieces that I would like, because especially with the Sam and Tori stuff, which we can talk about in a second. Like, there are pieces that I think, okay, it's nice to have one final thing, just say goodbye to all these characters, cross off all of these final moments that we're going to want, have one final big tournament just to have fun. But it does feel like in the writers' room, they're like, but what do we do with Daniel and Johnny? Like, now that they're friends,
and they could have left them alone.
What are they going to do? Yeah. And I think the kids this season are much more fascinating. I think what they got going on is really interesting.
Because they've actually shown growth, and they're all getting along, or at least trying.
Yeah, and actually that's the thing that almost makes me the highlight of my season, I would say, is like having everyone under one roof finally is so refreshing. It's been 5 seasons getting here. To have Tori, Sam, Miguel, Johnny, Kenny, Hawk, like, they're all under one team finally, and even when they do have their kind of conflicts, they feel like they're mature enough to deal with those things. Like,
they're more mature than the adults, and that is insane to me.
I really, really loved the Sam and Tori stuff, because I actually think that was written very well. because obviously like they are trying to move forward. Like Tori is like in the Miyagi-Do, she's trying to do better, and Sam's like, okay, you're here, let's try to make this work. And there's that bit of like they can't fight each other because there's still such an awkwardness. Like they haven't talked about it. And like the like maturity of them, like Daniel, he did get that fight started with them. He did get that going, and Sam's like her maturity to be like, you are right, I fucked up, and putting all their baggage on the table is the most mature I think any of these guys have been for the last 6 seasons.
Yeah.
Like that's such a good measure to their character, and I think was so needed going into. Well, I was going to say going into this tournament, but I feel like we might be digging up some of that again. I'm not sure.
I don't like that decision. But I also think that did a really good job with Robbie and Miguel last season. Like, Johnny made them fight. But once he realized it was going too far, he was like, y'all need to stop fighting now. But it came down to them actually. Robbie actually stopped. Yeah. And he was waiting for Miguel to kick him over the thing. And then Miguel stopped, and then they came to that thing like, I don't even want to fight you, dude. Like, their beef is because of Daniel and Johnny. Like, it's the adults' fault. Like, y'all put this on these kids.
Oh yeah, they gave them so much trauma.
So a lot of them fighting, they're fighting each other for no reason. There's no way not Daniel, but Miguel and Robbie shouldn't have been friends by like season 3 or something. Yeah. Like, it's no reason why.
And yeah, I actually really liked the Miguel and Robbie stuff this season because like obviously they do really make them. They put them in a situation where they do have to fight, but it feels like a really real scenario where it's like I have never won. I've always been in second place, and that self need to be like, I need this for myself, and then like the other side of it, like, hey, I need this for college. Like this is something that would look really, really good on my whatever. And I think it comes from a place, and I was really nervous at the end of the fight. I was like, Miguel, please don't roll this back up. And he's like, yeah, good. We're all good, man. I was like, thank God. Like that's. I do think he'll still
feel some type of way about it.
Sure.
But Miguel, you didn't need to be captain. You're going to the Saikai Taikai.
That's what I said.
You're going to be shown just as much as Robbie. Why the hell did you need to be captain? Like that decision, I hated that.
Yes.
I was like, why did they connect that to him going to college? Like that was whack. He got waitlisted essentially. Like him going there and being televised is enough. They would see that and be like, "Oh, this dude is extraordinary. You don't have to be captain. What the like? Don't need it."
That's exactly what I was thinking. Like imagine going to like the Olympics. Like that's the biggest thing in the world. Like that's the height of your career.
They're in Barcelona.
Like, yeah, no, absolutely. He is fine after this tournament is done. Even if they don't win, they don't have to win this thing. But especially if they win. But even if they don't win, he can get into colleges. He can get like a scholarship, I think. They got some street fighters on the other side of them. Quan looked like a beast. I've been seeing some debate about that on like TikTok. I've like scrolled past a few like lives, and people have been like debating fighters, and people are getting mad at people actually like praising Quan for being a good fighter. They're like, oh, we only saw him in one episode, but I'm like, dude, they've been training since they were young. Like, yes,
these guys only been training for a couple years. Like, I think y'all need to realize like there's a difference. Like, just because we don't see them on the show doesn't invalidate them as a fighter. Like, it's clear that they've been trained. He was doing stuff I ain't never seen nobody else do on this show.
Yeah,
maybe Robbie with some of the like flip kicks he do. Yeah, but like even then, like no, that dude. He was a street fighter plucked from a video game onto the screen. And I was like, they're going to lose. I can't see nobody beating him.
Yeah, I think
someone is going to beat him because of plot armor. But, you know.
Yeah, I think some of our team, as much as actually, and, you know, we can get into, like, our little tournament stuff and who's on which team in a minute. But, like, I think some of our team is done. Like, I think Devin, as much as I love Devin, I really like her character. I think she's going to get destroyed against these.
She's out in the first round, and I think she's progressed a lot. Actually, no, I think she lasts longer than Dimitri. I love Dimitri, but Dimitri shouldn't have been on that list.
Yeah, I think he's okay. Like over Tori, no. Like I think Tori, the fact that he's on the team and not Tori, And like the fact he almost went and not Hawk is insane. Which obviously they did. Like the fact that Hawk almost didn't go to this thing is the most like. If I was Daniel, I would have been like, no, this is stupid. Let's get him in here. He's one of our best players. Even like easily. I also really like. I get why we didn't because he's not one of the main. But Kenny, I think, should also have been outed out for.
He was part of like my because I was trying to debate who would be the 6. The 4 was easy to debate. It may be 5, but it was that 6th spot that I was like, I don't know who should go. What's up, Jose? I was torn because I'm like, damn, Dimitri been here since season 1, but I was like, Kenny and Devin in like 2 seasons have surpassed anything that he's done.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Kenny's one of the best fighters on the show, I think. Like, I mean, he beat Hawk, right? So like,
yeah, but he did beat Hawk.
Yeah. And especially if you can add some of the like Miyagi-Do calmness to him, like if you can like channel that anger in a different way, I think he's one of the top fighters. I guess the only reason against him would be like, well, he's a little bit too headstrong still. Like he's still very like condescending. He's still like, I'm the best player here and no one else can kind of deal with it. But I thought like narratively that kind of felt like where it was going. Like him bringing like Robbie coming to him and being like, hey, you have a spot here. Like with us, you won this fair and square. You deserve to go to this thing. I was almost thinking like, well, Robbie give his spot for Kenny just because that's kind of like narratively where I thought the story might be going. Off. It would have, but it kind of felt like maybe, I don't know. So, and I he's one of the big players where I'm like, what do we do with him in this backup? Are we done with Kenny? Because it feels like there's more.
I don't think we see anyone. I don't think we see anyone that's staying back in like California. Like I don't think.
Oh really?
It's like what do we do with him? Like well, we might see Carmen because she's pregnant.
Yeah.
So depending on how far along that is,
I would assume we go back to California for the final episode just to kind of like, that's kind of where we end it all. We'll see.
Or maybe like at the end of the last episode, like that 5th episode, maybe they go back. Because the Saikai Taikai is probably going to be the whole 5 episodes.
Yeah. But there's 10 more, right? So there's like 10 more episodes. So that's what I'm wondering.
As a whole, as a whole, it's part 2 and then part 3 is rumored to come out in like February. Yeah. Which that'd be nice for me. Nice birthday gift. I get that and Captain America. I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense in terms of, like, so the next 5 is, like, the, like, Saikai Taikai, we do the tournament, and then the final 5, I assume, is, like, we're going to go full-on, like, superhero and have Master Kim be, like, the giant big bad or whatever.
I'll be okay with that. Go ahead.
We all have to team up to take him down or whatever.
Just do it. I don't even care. Put them in Secret Wars while you're at it. Do it. Just go ahead and do it.
Secret Wars is our new Kang.
Just Cobra Kai kids just showing up beating half the adults. I'd be like, okay,
hell yeah.
You know what? It would be believable because at these points, these kids are ridiculous.
No, like, and there was a point, I think it was the episode 2 where like Kreese is like in the jungle in the cave, and I was like, I feel like this is almost the most like fantasy that the show has done so far. Like it feels like one of those old kung fu magic movies where like, oh, they're getting a scroll from like deep within the cave, and there's these magic ninja warriors that he's like it has got so silly. But I do think that they ride that line of like just silly, like it is so silly, but it takes it so seriously that
it doesn't go over the line.
Yes, there is that line that I feel like we almost crossed, but we're like, nope, we're gonna stay over here.
Yeah, they reeled it back. They reeled it back, and I was like, woo, because I was like, what are we doing with this? To the conclusion, I was like, okay, but I still need answers because did y'all give him medicine or some type of thing? There's no way he survived. Okay, like is he dying and just taking it and like, Daniel, I sense that this is your swan song, so I'm going out too. Like I don't know, like it's weird.
But Daniel has a whole other movie. Which is really funny.
I'm confused.
Like when he's like, "This is my karate song." I was like, "Bullshit." No, it's not. You have a whole.
I think I told Lance this last week when we talked about Cobra Kai because I went on a rant. I was like yelling and everything. I was pissed. But I think I said that Ralph might play himself in that movie.
He's playing like.
I think he might play himself. Yeah, like I think he might play himself. Like. He might just be Ralph Macchio in that because how do you have the Jackie Chan character in there? Like they,
I think it's all canon.
I mean that'd be cool, but like it's weird. Yeah, see, you can't do a movie because then people would be like, "What are Cobra Kai characters at?"
Yeah,
because you still got some young characters that can be the next Karate Kid.
I think it takes place in Japan, so maybe it's just Daniel going to Japan, and that's why
the Mr. Miyagi stuff leads into that. Yeah, maybe that's what happens.
That'd be cool. That'd be a nice little transition if
actually that's what might happen. Yeah,
I mean, they've these writers are somewhat involved in the movie now. Like they've looked at
they are. Yeah.
So it seems like I'd be okay with that because I feel like what needs to be done is Johnny's story because this is Johnny's show. At the end of the day, Johnny and Kreese are the two storylines that need to be completed. Right?
Yeah.
This was never Daniel's show. It became almost Daniel's show. Like it became a half and half at some point. But originally, this was about Daniel finishing up his story. And to be fair, he's done it. Like he's been redeemed, or he was redeemed. You know, he has his kid, he has his son. His story is done. There's no really more growth that needed post season 5. End of season 5, he had no more growth that he needed to be. Like he had that moment at the end of season 5, and even I have one of my favorite lines in this episode or this season where it's like one of my students took out 5 a year. It was like, yeah, that's how good Johnny is. Like he's at his almost peak at this point. Now that he's embraced some of that Miyagi-Do, he has his pure power that he's been trained with Kreese, and now he's able to control it a little bit better. But yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. Cameron Walker asks, I wonder if Jaden is coming back to the movie. I don't think so.
I doubt it.
Maybe in a sequel, because I when I hear that they're doing
maybe a cameo.
Imagine, yeah,
I don't know.
He's going to get referenced.
Yeah, I don't think he would come back and do any karate because he broke his leg doing that one he did. So, doing the splits. He actually was doing a lot of his own stuff, but he actually broke his leg doing it.
Yeah.
So
I would have loved some kind of Cobra Kai cameo with him, but I was like, I don't think he'd ever do it. I don't know if he would. Definitely not karate. Maybe he is in the audience or whatever, and one of the.
Or maybe he wanted the judges or something.
That'd be fun. Oh, that'd be really cool. Yeah, because he'd be a full-on adult at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he'd be way
how old is he?
Jaden, just in general.
Yeah, Jaden Smith.
He's 20.
Jaden Smith.
He might be 23, 24, something like that.
He is 26, so yeah, he could be a judge.
Christ, okay.
I know. That's crazy.
I thought he was a little younger than that. All right. Damn, 26.
It's crazy. So I'd say if I was the bet, I'd say no, but I also wouldn't put it out of the possibilities. And maybe it's a sequel thing. When I hear that they're doing a movie, I'm like, all right, they're probably setting up a new trilogy, a new The Karate Kid or whatever to do whatever you want with it. So we'll see. So yeah, anything. I mean, yeah. Let's talk about the Tori stuff a little bit because I think again, you said she was one of your highlights. I agree. I think she's been really, really good this little batch of episodes. It's been really fun to fully have her as part of our group. She was kind of part of our group last season, but there was still every episode her being like, yeah, I can't trust you guys. I can't be part of Miyagi-Do. I'm just here. I think just join the crew, guys. Just join the crew already. It's just do it. And she's finally part of the official crew now, and that's been really fun. I've liked her dynamic with Sam a lot. We already talked about that a little bit, and just them airing out their grievances. And what was your thoughts on her kind of and I guess we can also kind of talk about the ending while we're here as well, because it's been a weird one for Tori. I think it's been a weird little. I don't quite know. Out of all the things they did in this arc, that how they ended this was the one I was like, huh.
Yeah.
That's a choice. So how are you feeling on Tori this season?
I loved her up until that final moment. I was like, what are we doing? But then I kept getting more comments, and I've seen other reactions and stuff and reviews, and it kind of would be a default for her to go back to Kreese because he's been someone that she could depend on, helping with money and stuff like that with her parents. And now it's she has no one. Her and Amanda started to have that bond, but it wasn't with Kreese because he's been there longer. He's been in her corner since season 2 when she was introduced. They have seasons of build up versus Amanda, which was season 4, I think.
Yeah, it's season 3, 4. Yeah, it's been
4, but yeah, I don't know. But also, we're missing something too, because I thought it was very weird that we like went from them getting the captain bands and then immediately jumping.
Yeah, I didn't think we were gonna jump this season, but we did. I was like, oh, okay.
I was just like, why do we jump? Because there's still some in between stuff that I want to know. Like, it was out of character for Robbie to not go after her or Amanda. Like,
yeah, they were just like, well, it's Sam's title now, and I was like, wait, that's not fair. Like, why don't we go talk to her, give her a day to cool off, but then be like,
and then come back to it. Yeah. I said that too in my reaction at the end. I was like, they probably was going to do that, and she just like ran off or whatever, but it didn't help because it was like, Johnny, like, what are you doing? Like, Johnny didn't back him up or nothing. And I get what he meant, but I'm like, Daniel also lost his dad at like 8, so he knows what it's like to lose a parent. Like, you just can't have her lashing off. Listen, for the people who said they could have kept fighting, listen, did you see the look in Sam's eyes? She saw something was off with Tori, and Tori was about to take her damn head off. She looked scared of Tori in that moment. She was hinged in that moment. She was not stable.
Sure.
Like, physically and mentally, emotionally. Like, she was all over the place. So yeah. But like I said, that's one of the writing moments. I was like, what the hell are we doing?
Sure.
We didn't need that Cobra Kai.
Yeah, it's a huge jump. Like, I can kind of see a world where it could happen. Like, she is someone that Tori is at a place where she doesn't feel like she has a safety net. Like, she just lost her mom, and she went to like her crew that she's built up until this point to like, that was her comfort. Like, karate was her comfort, and then in her eyes, they're like, well, no, you can't have this comfort. Like, you can't do this. And I think it was in her head what Chris had told her earlier, that they're always going to choose Sam over her, which is untrue at this point because we already saw how Daniel was treating Robbie, right? And all that situation. Like, he would have let her be the captain if she would have won fair and square. And it was just, I think it was a room of like desperation, because at that point she probably just felt like, well, I lost everything. Like, I don't have anybody. I don't have a corner. Oh, but this guy will be my corner. I think she knows it's the wrong choice. We saw her face when she went in the room. She was like, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done this. Like, this was the wrong. She feels guilty about what she's doing. But it's I do think it is such a jump. Like, after all we've done with her, I feel like it is such a large leap for her to be like, yeah, I'm gonna go and do this tournament with the enemy, someone I know is a bad person, someone who's supposed to be in prison. I also thought it was weird Tori didn't call the cops on the prison. Like, that's kind of insane to me. Like, I get it's like a father figure to her, but also, like, he's a known criminal. You should have called the police. Robbie, like, I thought that was kind of weird.
Well, he did say to her, like, hey, we should call someone. She was like, no, don't worry about it. Like, I told him, leave me alone. I don't want nobody to think I'm still in contact with him. Cool, just leave it be. Which, I'm happy they ain't say nothing else to nobody, because if they would have said that and then that happened at the end, they would have been looking at her like, you just lied to us and said like, yo, you ain't in contact with this dude.
Yeah.
Then now you're back, and it's just like we need to be filled in. I'm pretty sure they might have filmed something to like bridge in that gap.
Sure.
Like, I'm hoping that like Robbie and Amanda went to go like to her house or something and try to talk to her. Maybe she wasn't there or something. Like, they need to fill in some stuff because it feels rushed. It felt abrupt too. I didn't like that.
Yeah, and like you said, I do imagine there was probably at least a couple weeks in between them leaving for the tournament, like Tori storming off and them getting to the tournament. Like, there are a good little bit of time in between those two things, which I get why we fast forwarded it for like the dramatic effect or whatever. But I don't know. It's
when we didn't need it.
No, I think it ultimately decreases Tori's arc to such a degree, and then I'm just like, so where do we take this now? Like, where do we take Tori's character now? Because it feels like, again, we redeemed her so much. Same thing that we've kind of done with Johnny and Daniel, where it's like, well, we're back to kind of where we started with her. And I don't know.
They almost did it with Miguel and Robbie. Like, taking them back to that, like, rivalry. And I'm just like, they've had so much growth, especially Robbie. Like, do not do this. This is stupid.
And it's also so disappointing, I think, to, like, we almost had our main four on the same team for the first time in the whole show. That would have been really, really cool. They would have been a really strong team. Like, you add Hawk to that group as well, and then Dimitri,
It
I
should have
guess.
been Kenny. It should have been Kenny.
Kenny. Oh yeah, I mean, screw it.
It
Add
should have
Kenny to
been
that
Kenny.
list, and that's a very powerful team. That's a really powerful team. And I don't know.
That's
I have
the
a
team
feeling
that could possibly win.
I have a feeling maybe at some point, maybe she switches sides. Are you allowed to switch sides mid competition? I don't know.
I don't think so.
Like
not
maybe
in something like this. Like they said specifically like 6. So I think whatever that 6 is.
Yeah, but I'm like, maybe Devin gets hurt and maybe she's a shoo-in, but then it's like, well, what about Cobra Kai? Like, can you just switch in a team mid? That doesn't seem like it should be fair. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's I do think it's a little bit of a frustrating decision. But I get they needed like an extra like dramatic effect. Like I was fully expecting, like maybe somehow Kenny's there. Like maybe Kreese got to Kenny. Like maybe Kenny came to Kreese after he found out they cheated and got him out or whatever. Like,
well, he was more so connected to Terry.
Yeah.
So because when Robbie brought him in,
100%. Yeah.
It was more so Terry kind of grooming him. So if it was Terry Silver, I would be with you. I'd be like, yeah, like he could probably get to it. But I also think his brother kind of was like,
I
that ponytail dude leave. Like no, like.
Hopefully Kenny got away from the karate stuff because it's too much drama. Way too much drama than any karate.
I think it was good for him in the beginning, and then Terry got into his head. And then it was like, okay, Robbie, you might have you didn't do it on purpose, but you might have unleashed the demon.
Yes, 100%.
Like he might be a little you right now, and not in a good way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been weird, and I really enjoyed the little bit of Kenny we got. Because actually, I really enjoyed. I will actually say I thought for a second that they were going to put Anthony on the team.
That would have pissed me off.
God, as much as he's grown, please do not do that. If we waste one of our 6 spots on Anthony, I would have been so pissed.
Oh, I wouldn't be reacting to part 2. I'd be like, no, because I'd have had an issue the whole time. That'd have been my whole reaction. Me complaining. Every 5 seconds. Why is Anthony here?
It's so he does not. There's no world where he deserves to be Oh, I was so mad at Daniel being like, oh, my 5th is Anthony. I was like, what in the bias is that? Like that is such a bias that which I get into Sun, but still, like, do you truly believe?
Right. Like when Johnny said Lee, when he was talking about Devin and Daniel was like, well, we need to be unbiased. I was like, you know what? At least with her, she's actually good and progressed. We got her and Kenny in season 4, and they've progressed further than most of your students at Miyagi-Do. I would believe that more so than Anthony showing up. Like, at least they have a case. Anthony has no case. I'm not picking him over Dimitri.
No.
I might not pick him over Chris and I'm not gonna say the dude name, but P Mouth.
Muscles,
yeah, Muscles. That's what
Muscles
they call him.
now,
But yeah, Muscles. Like, I'm not picking him over them. Like, no, there's no way in the world.
Yeah, he is still, I'd argue, out of the actually characters we've seen. Like, there's background characters we don't really know about, but like, out of the main faces, he's probably the weakest at karate. Which is why maybe I thought they were going to do it for a second, just like underdog story like Daniel was, but I'm so glad they didn't. I'm so glad they didn't. It would have been so, And, I am glad that Hawk is there, because again, we talked a little bit earlier. I was really afraid Hawk wasn't going to be there. I thought maybe he'd be on the sidelines or whatever. I was like, he deserves to be there. He's earned his spot. And Dimitri too, as well. I think it's good that he's there because it feels like he's earned. I do think he's earned his place in some way, shape, or form. Like, yes, he's not as good as like the main 5. I'd say like he's not better than Tori or whatever, but he's still good. And he helped in one of the tournaments that we did. Season 4? Like I think he took someone. Yeah, he beat Hawk, right? 4. Didn't he beat Hawk at one point or no?
He got some hits on Hawk. I don't think he beat him.
Okay, yeah. And he's grown a lot.
I get why they probably did it though. Like Tori, they wanted to have all their like
the main staples,
their OGs from season 1 because it's the last season, and also Tori's been a big part since she joined in season 2. So it's kind of like I get why they did it.
Yeah,
but at the same time, Devin, no.
And then Devin is also just like a new face. Like it's someone just to have like a fresh breath of air. Just to be like, it's someone fresh, it's someone new, just to balance.
I think it's her so they can mix it up, so it's not just a whole bunch of dudes.
And also it's like you have 3 boys and 3 girls. Like she's the only. There's only 3 girls in the cast, so it's like you kind of knew what girls were going and what boys were going. or at least what girls are going. Then it's like, then there's like 10 dudes that could go. Like we don't know.
There could have been more girls. Like I thought, based off of like season 1 and stuff, I thought eventually like Hawk was gonna get mooned into karate, or she was gonna join on her own or something. Because it seemed like she would get into it. Maybe not Cobra Kai, but maybe Miyagi though. Like I just felt like maybe she would join in some way. Then like we get more like females on the cast. It didn't happen. I would have loved it, but
that would have been cool.
Where is she this season? Her and Hawk are still together. Like we haven't seen her. We saw Dimitri girlfriend from one episode. Which
she showed up, and I was like, oh yeah,
I was like, I was happy to see her. I'm more so a fan of the actress, so it was just like seeing her in this. But she been busy. She been booked. So I've been enjoying stuff that she been in. But like she popped up, I was like, yes, I've been waiting for you to show up. And the question of all questions that I still have is, how did Dimitri do it? Like I'm still perplexed. I don't understand.
I mean, the nerdy type is a thing,
probably.
I mean, and you have all just like the jerk, like karate people, and it's just like, this one seems nice. Which, I mean, speaking of him being a jerk, I feel like that's been another kind of story bit of the season. It's been like Eli and him trying to get into like MIT, which I actually did really enjoy the little bit of the one bully being like, I'm in MIT, and they're like, how do you get in MIT? Oh, it's machine wash or whatever. So I thought that little tiny thing was a little fun arc. I don't know how I've been feeling about their little conflict.
Like I get it, but it's like, why are you like after? Because y'all didn't have any other options. Y'all was just like solely set on MIT. So when they went to the school, it opened Hawk's eyes a little bit. Like, no, like there's more out there. Like I can still go to a great school, but that opened my eyes. Like him not saying nothing to Dimitri, I didn't like that. But also I understand why he didn't say anything. Like because he's been so gung ho about it, you don't want to bring down his high. But I do think they should have had a conversation. Not on the day of all of this extra stuff going on, because then they was in the mix of all of that. Emotions was running high. It was a lot.
It was.
Episode 4 was a lot.
Yeah, I think it's another kind of example where it's like, well, it's final season. What little arc do we want to give these guys? And it's like, make them fight again. And it's just like, all right, you know, they've had their highs. Like they started as friends, and then they're enemies, and they're friends again, and they're enemies again. And I think it's a very silly thing to get mad. Like it's a trope in TV shows. Like you're going to a different school. Oh my gosh! And I think Dimitri just takes it out of hand, and he becomes such a because he used to be at one point in time. I actually would have said he was one of my favorite characters because I loved his journey from just like this little skinny nobody to someone that can stand up for himself, who learns karate, who like I thought his little arc for a while was really good, and I found him to be so annoying this season.
Once they added like newer characters, like from season 3 onwards, like after they introduced Tori, they developed Robbie, Miguel, they brought in like Devin and Kenny in season 4 and stuff like that. Like once they started introducing different and like better dynamics, he didn't go with the times. Like everybody else was more like interesting to him, I guess.
Sure.
Or was a character that people look at more. Like Robbie's badass, Miguel's badass.
I think,
oh my gosh, look at Tori. Sam is a beast. Like it's
You know what I think happened is I think once we got Hawk back on our side, he became obsolete. Like because his arc is like, he was my best friend and I want to be able to stand up against him. Teach me how to do that. Like teach me how to stand on my own. Like, teach me how to do this. And their friendship backwards was really, really fun. And I enjoyed whenever they're on screen, they're on the same team again. But it's just like, but what do we do with them? Like, what do we do? That's the thing with the show, is they've developed them so much. And it's this season they're realizing they can't go any higher. We can't develop them anymore because we've already done that. And which is why I understand the argument of like, maybe it should have ended last season. Like, I can kind of understand that. But yeah, I'm curious because I think Dimitri and Hawk are going to carry that drama into the competition, unfortunately. I think our team is at a very, like, they're all at a very vulnerable, I think, state. And they're not at their full confidence level, which is a bit concerning. Like, they got their drama. Sam's going to be worried about Tori this entire time. I think Miguel and Robbie might butt heads again about who should be the leader type of thing. Hopefully they don't, but I imagine that may be something they bring in. Devin's going to be feeling guilty about her being at the competition even though she cheated. Like, I feel like they all kind of have some baggage that they're dealing with.
But that plot for Devin, at least I understand that one. Like,
yeah,
that was something new. She just got introduced season 4, so she hasn't got like a super amount.
Exactly.
We actually got a lot of her this season, which I actually wasn't expecting. Like, she was actually outside of like the main guys. Like, I'd argue we might have saw her more than like Dimitri and Hawk almost, or just as much as them. Outside like episode 2. Like, episode 2 was just solely them, which that might be my favorite episode.
Yeah, this might be one of those like scenarios where, like, if it wasn't the final season and they just wanted to keep the show going, you'd probably just like do like a next gen cast kind of thing where it's like, oh yeah, we're introducing Kenny and Devin, and you could do like your penis breath, or like whatever you want.
Anthony.
Yes, Anthony. Yes, you have this like Cobra Kai next gen, and these are new characters because we've already done so much with our the cast we've had for 5 seasons or whatever. So,
hey man, it's still time though. They could do a next generation. Johnny about to have a daughter. She got 2 brothers who, like, that's actually
Cobra Kai.
That's actually interesting though. Like, imagine Robbie and Miguel training her. She would not lose.
No,
I mean, a beast.
They've been wanting to do a spinoff for a while, and pre-season 6 I was like, yes, I'd love that. Now I'm looking at all the characters. I'm like, I don't know which character I would want. Like a college.
It depends on the setting.
Like the college Cobra Kai thing is fun, but do we have enough for like Miguel and Robbie and Tori and Sam to hold their own show for another 3-4 seasons or whatever? I don't know.
It would work.
It could work.
It just, they would have to introduce other characters, and they would have to be as good.
I think, but then it's like a new place in their life.
Yeah, like a new place. But then it's like, damn, I want to see more of Kenny because we still got him.
Oh,
I don't like what Devin did. I don't like what Devin did, but I would love to still see her going into the thing because I do think
honestly, Kenny series, I'd kind of watch that. Like maybe he moves to like a new town. He moves to a new town or whatever, and a new karate dojo.
Maybe they moved to Germany.
Hell yeah, honestly.
Where's his dad at? Him and Sean? Like,
yeah, I could watch that. I'd be down for that.
Actually, I think people would watch it as long as the other characters pop up. Robbie not going to college. Have Robbie pop up. And Tori not either. Have Tori pop up.
Silver comes back as the villain. I'm back. You're like, no.
I mean, they could have the guys like some type of like, I guess, branch off group of the people from the next Karate Kid from Hilary Swank movie.
Sure.
Like that little elite group or whatever the hell they was called. I don't even remember their names.
Yeah.
I always call that the main guy knockoff priest. But that's what he gave me. He just gave me like poor man's Kreese. Like, it didn't work with him. The other characters were interesting, but him, I was like, nah. He just looked bitter.
Cameron Walker says, I hope that Aisha comes back to the show.
I know that actress is probably pissed. Like, the show took off after she was gone.
Yeah, from my understanding, she left due to medical reasons and just a medical thing. And, they were able to give her that cameo. I think it was season 5 they gave her that cameo, which was a very nice scene of her just being like, yeah, that karate drama was stupid. Like, I got out. I'm so happy that I got out. So I ended her kind of character with a nice little send-off. Like, I thought it was nice. But if they wanted to give her like another little cameo in like the final episode or something, I'd also be okay with that.
Fly out, come see her friends, and
come to the tournament. Yeah,
that'd
be cool.
Like, I'm pretty sure they could have. That's why I don't understand why the other, like, even though the other characters, they're not in the Saikai Taikai, why aren't they going there to like just?
Who's
the majority of the characters are rich, like. Yeah. Dimitri's, like, even if he didn't get in, Dimitri's rich. Hawk is rich. Sam is rich. Kenny's dad is in the army, so he got money. He can get him out there. Devin's family got that big house. They're rich. Like, like the majority of these kids are rich. It's kind of weird how rich a lot of the kids are. Like, someone can give someone a ticket. Like, Daniel has money to do it. Like,
that's what I was wondering. Was like, is Daniel paying for this trip for everybody, or is it like?
Well, I think the 6
car wash.
I think the 6 and like the senseis, they get paid for to go out.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
I think that's what it is. I could be wrong, but
it'd be really funny if they have to like go to their parents and be like, "Listen, Mom, I've been part of this karate thing for the last 5 years, and it's been a thing. Can I go to Spain?"
Some of the thing that was on the news. You part of this cult too? Like, what?
Your soul is destroyed. I'm not letting you do this.
Like,
It was crazy, by the way. I love that school fight scene.
I will say, I do wish I was young enough back when the show first came out. I was in my early 20s when it first came out, but I do wish I would have been young enough to audition, because I would have. Because a lot of the stuff that they did, and I wish my cousin was here, but we would see some on like Ninja Turtles or Power Rangers, and I would self-teach myself how to do it.
Oh, hell yeah.
So like that flip that Robbie does in episode 5, I used to be able to do it. Now I ain't in shape no more, and I haven't practiced, so I can't do it now. And I probably break an ankle or something doing it now. But like a lot of the kicks and stuff I can still do. I'm just like, at that point, I was still doing a lot of that stuff. I was like, man, I wish I'd have gotten to it. Got into acting a little early. I'd have did it. I would still do it. I'm like, y'all need an old man series? I come there. I got it.
Hell yeah.
I'm not even old, but I'll still do it. I got a little grays now. I could pull it off. Need me to play an old sensei? I'll do it. I'll be Kenny Mentor. Anyone?
Hell yeah. Kenny spinoff. Let's do it.
I would love it. Now that you bring that up, that could actually work.
It could. Yeah. He's like have him be like your next karate. Like, you have a new Karate Kid, but like he kind of like other Karate Kid, if you will, in another part of the world or whatever.
Especially in Germany, like that would be an interesting storyline.
Or even like throw Devin in there too. Like, I don't know where they're going, but like those two, I'd be okay with that. Yeah.
Speaking of Kenny, good Lord, that actor hit puberty like hard. Like,
he did. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Like he's like 6 foot, deep voice. I'm like, what in the hell? He's only like 17. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
I will say, I do think that goes a little bit of his advantage, because I do think what brought him, I think, above everyone else was his size. Like, he is so quick and he is so small, and he like his punches, the way he would do his punches because of his height, I think really like that's why he destroyed Hawk, not Hulk. Hawk is because like Hawk is huge, he's small, and he's able to get those like downward punches on him. But no, and also I just want to give a shout out because I think this arc has had some really, really good fight scenes. I think there's been some really, really good ones. I loved the like baseball area fight scene. Miguel just coming in and punching the baseball with his fist. I
actually didn't like that fight that much.
Oh really? Okay.
I thought it was kind of. I get what they were doing, like it was defensive, so I wasn't like too hard on it once I realized what they were doing. But I will say, in that moment, I was kind of like,
I will say, I think our team was so unbelievably in the wrong in that entire situation.
Yes.
Like his brother was like, hey, let's like leave him be, stay aside. And Robbie's like, no, I think I'm going to go talk to him. You need to talk to him. I was like, no, he said back off. And he's like, yeah, if you don't let's talk, we're going to fight you. And it's just like, what are you doing? Like, you weren't the bad guys here.
Past Robbie wouldn't have done that.
No.
So it was really weird that they had him do it this season. I was just like, if Kenny was by himself, I would have given him a little bit more of a pass. Like, he's trying to talk to him. I was like, dude, don't let him walk away. Go talk to him. But his brother stepped in. I was like, Sean here. He 7 foot. If you don't go walk off somewhere, Robbie, they both taller than you now. Like
that's like he could call the police on them, being like, yo, they're following us. They won't leave us alone. Like, what are you doing? It was so weird. And like them kind of jumping in and jumping them and being like, yeah, now it's 3 against 1. Deal with
his heart was in the right place. I will say that. Like Robbie's heart was in the right place. But once they started trying to once Sean initiated the fight, I was like, Sean, this ain't the right thing to do. And I'm tired of them. Cobra Kai writers, stop nerfing Robbie. Y'all pissing me off. Him and Miguel, to me, I know people will say Miguel's the better fighter. I don't think so. I think they both have strengths and weaknesses, but I also think they have things individually that cancel each other out. They're both equal. Can we stop nerfing Robbie?
Yeah.
He would have easily, at that point, took out Sean and Kenny and been like, yo, y'all need to chill out. Like,
and, in fairness, they weren't trying to, fight them.
They're just deflecting.
Yes. They were clearly just trying to be like, which was very cool. Yeah.
But you can argue that outside of Sam, Robbie is the most trained defensive fighter in the show. Like, it's no reason why Sean should have been just pushing him. I get he like 6'8" or something. Like, that dude tall. But like, still, like, no. Like,
but also, I think that scene also shows how good Kenny is, because he was going against both Tori and Sam and holding his own against both of them, and also Robbie for a little bit. You know, again, they weren't fully giving it their all, but still, he was doing very well in that fight. And you know, calls for a nice scene for his brother to be like, "Oh, you've grown a lot since I've last been here. They've taught you a lot in this joint." So
I actually went back and rewatched that scene because I didn't catch it at first, but like when he got his hand stuck in the net, I was so wrapped up in him like punching the hole through the freaking net. I was like, "What the hell? You know how much strength you gotta have to actually do that? And like, it's not easy." But like, he was looking. He looked back a little bit and noticed that Robbie and Miguel was just sitting there, and then he looked at Sam and Tori, and they was just like deflecting. They were just blocking. They wasn't trying to they were trying to keep him out the situation. And I think that's when it clicked to him, like, oh, no, they really care. They're actually just trying to like talk. And I might have went a little too far. Jumped the gun. I get what Robbie was trying to do now. He still should have listened to him. Yeah. But like, it's like, okay, I get what they're trying to do. That's why I'm happy they had that moment in the backyard.
I think that's one of my favorite moments of this first kind of act. Like, I think it was a really nice moment of being like, well, you know, obviously you got out of that situation, but maybe their situation could be better, right. Which he was wrong. It still caused him a little bit of pain. Yeah. So silly that
they did him so dirty. When it happened.
So dirty?
Oh God. When it happened, I was like, did Anthony do this? And that's what I thought the whole time.
Yeah.
I was just like, because at first I was like, before, like when it first, no, hold on, what happened?
It was Devin.
So I thought it was a real like interesting thing that Mike was like, you know, stretch, go to the bathroom, call your moms, which I was like, call your moms? What the hell does that do? I was like, what was that for? I was so confused. Right, I was so confused. But then I was like, but how? Like, and then like they closed in on him drinking the water bottle and certain things, and so like that second when I like, because like as a reactor, you don't get to just sit. You're just like reactionary, so you're reacting to the stuff. It's very weird. Yeah. But like once you actually get to sit and rewatch, you're like, oh, you pick up on a lot that you don't catch the first time. And I caught that. I was like, oh, that's actually, they kind of teased it. Because when he was drinking the bottle, Devin was like looking at it. Like, I didn't expect you to drink the bottle, or I didn't expect you to drink that much. He drowned that thing.
It kicked in really, really fast. Like, I feel like
it wouldn't have kicked in that.
It takes, I mean, someone who used to do that kind of stuff, like
I had to listen. Ain't nothing to be ashamed about. Listen,
it takes usually it takes like a day, and that's why you do it every day.
But also, he wasn't constipated, so it might have just went through. it was just like, oh, what's not wrong with you? I'm gonna just go out now. Like, he wasn't built out, so there was just they didn't have to do that. That was a little.
And I think it showed why Anthony 100% did not deserve to go, because not only is he not a good fighter, as the other ones are, he's also still a piece of shit. Like, he was still like, he did it, blah, blah, blah. And it was just like, dude, shut up. Like, you're going exactly against what your father is trying to teach, and that's like respect and balance, and like, I don't know, like, you still have not learned. Like, you're still this is why you were getting bullied for all those years, because you were being
he was the bully.
Yeah, he was. That's why Kenny is the way he is. Like, this is your fault, bro.
It's your fault. Y'all were bullying this dude.
Yeah. Crazy. Right. I also really enjoyed the Mike Barnes and Johnny fight and the little canal, which was really funny.
Mike should have won, and I hate that they had him lose. Yeah. Because he's way more trained than Johnny. No offense. But he should have waxed Johnny.
Sure. I mean, Johnny I feel like Johnny. I actually do think the show hypes up Johnny a lot sometimes, where I was like, oh, I did not think you were that. Like, again, there's that scene from last season where he's taking out 5 of like Silver's like top highest ninjas or whatever.
Yeah, like he shouldn't have.
Kim's, and it was just like you like it's weird because like sometimes he's like the weakest character and sometimes he's like the karate master. You know what I mean?
They do it with all the credit. They do it with Miguel a lot too, and I be hating that, which is why his fanboys, I can't talk to them. They be pissing me off. A few came to my comments and I had to like delete them because I was just like, I'm not dealing with this. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, but no, that was a great fight. There was a moment where I would have been like, all right, there's blades involved. Maybe we need to readjust. Like, I get you want to fight, but also...
That was goofy.
Are we wanting to commit murder in this fight here? Like what's the plan? Like, I wanted them to be like, all right, time out. We can fight, but let's turn the blade off, and then let's cover them up, and then let's go outside or whatever.
Right, like, we went from Cobra Kai to Daredevil season 2 in like 30 seconds. It was weird. But yeah, just speaking on like the Corey, what? Cobra Kai is an embarrassing show.
All right, man.
Okay,
enjoy.
You can think that. Well, we enjoy it, so
it's fun. Yeah.
All right.
I'm glad you.
But the choreography. Did you have Did you have a favorite fight this season? Because I know for me, before episode 5, it was the frat party fight. Because I just thought that it wasn't really fun. It wasn't technically like great, but the music combined with them just beating up a whole bunch of frat boys. The cinematography with the camera movements was really good. But that fight between Miguel and Robbie at the end of the season was like so good.
Yeah. I think,
and the actors was actually doing a lot of that stuff, which just shows how far they've come. Because I was like, that's really them doing it.
Yeah, I think those final fights were really good. Obviously, like the Tori and Sam one, what we got of it was really good. But that's also just kind of combined with the emotion of that scene and what Tori was going through at the moment, and her like my mother died situation I thought was like really powerful. But besides, I actually really liked the baseball one. I did think just in terms of like,
you did
like I'm a big fan of like fight scenes in places that aren't supposed to be fights are always so funny to me. Like okay. I love a good church fight scene. I loved the pool fight scene. I think it was last season, the giant pool fight scenes with like the pool noodles and stuff like that. Like
was that last? Yeah, it was last.
It was last season because it was Tori's whole thing. I was like, "Hey, I'm not on either side. Like leave me out of it." But you can't be doing that. Like I don't know. Like I'm a huge fan of like the like Shang-Chi train fight scene is always on. Like I love in like places that aren't just like arenas. It's just like these fun. Oh, we're here and we're fighting or whatever.
Them fighting at prom.
The school fight scene, bro, is so cool.
I still think that's like top 3 of the entire show. Like that whole thing was great.
The house party one, I think it was at season 4 or whatever. Like that was nuts.
When they broke into the house.
Yeah, it was that they're all just drunk and they're just like
that was
bottles.
Season 3.
Was it season 3? Okay.
Yeah. Because I think that was when Robbie. It was after his jail arc, and he was out, and he was staying with like Kreese in the dojo and stuff. So yeah, that was season 3.
Okay. It was great though. Yeah, there's some really fun.
My boy Robbie had an Oliver Queen arc, literally. Like,
yeah, he did.
I would argue he probably had it before Oliver had his storyline. I got to look at when those 2 seasons came out, because now I'm kind of curious of which one came first.
What was that, season 3?
I think so.
I think Arrow season 7 would have been first. I think.
Okay.
Because it dropped 2020? I think that season came out 2019. It's 2020.
2020.
Yeah, because I think it was COVID when the first 2 kind of came on Netflix.
Yeah. So Arrow definitely came first.
Yeah, which shows you how fast they put this show out.
Like,
it's been like there were some seasons where it was like 8 months in. I was like, oh, here's another season. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then this last break was forever. It was like a year and a half, but still, it's like they get these out pretty quickly.
If they really traveled to Barcelona, I get it.
Also, the strikes, right?
Yeah, the strikes.
But also, once they started filming right after the strikes ended, which was what?
Yeah, they were going
7 months, like 6 months. I don't know how long it's been since those strikes ended.
It was like late September, early October, somewhere around that time.
Yeah, they filmed the show quick. Like,
yeah, they was.
But which makes sense comparatively to every other Netflix show. Like I feel like ones like Cobra Kai, like there's not like the huge special effects. There's not the cast cast is relatively like there's some big actors now, like Peyton now, and all these now, but like
because Peyton and Tanner have been in a lot since. I mean, Sholo is Blue Beetle, so.
What up, Jedi? How's it going?
What's going on?
But yeah, I feel like we've touched on most of this season, kind of our thoughts on everything. I mean, we have 10 more episodes of the show, which is sad because I'm like, I think it's time to end. Like, I do think this is the good amount to end on, but it's sad. It's one of my comfort shows. It'll be sad.
Losing another show.
I know so many shows are ending, which
made
me happy. Which I know a lot of people don't like the split that they're doing, but I personally like it just in terms of like I get time to say goodbye.
I think Netflix needs to do this from now on. I get that people being like, "Oh my gosh, I need part 2 now," goes to show that it's good and people are like hyped for the next part. Mm-hmm. But I think they need to follow this model going forward because pumping out all your stuff, like this is a good test to see what people are watching on your platform, because they like to pump something out and then it get canceled, and then you're alienating people who just finding it. Like, you're not promoting a lot of this stuff. It's like, well, if you do it in parts, people will see it, promote it, and keep it going like that. So I don't know. I think it's good, but I hope Stranger Things do it for that last season.
They're not. They've already said that they're not, unfortunately. And like I think this one works better because of it being 5. Like, I think doing drops less than 5 are a little tough. Yeah, like Bridgerton did like their 4-episode drop and another 4, and like and also I think some shows are better as a binge. I think Bridgerton's one of those shows where it's like
because the episodes are so long and they all connected. You kind of need to.
Yeah, like Bridgerton is like kind of one story. It's like a movie, so it's not like it doesn't work as well in that aspect. But I think Cobra Kai does work, like especially like start making them in batches where like, okay, this section of the story and this kind of one story, one section.
It's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah. There's some shows. Some shows I think would fit very well.
The Flash tried to do it. It didn't work.
I think I've said this on here. I've said this on the channel so many times. I think Netflix would be literally the best in the game if they did weekly drops. I think they would dominate.
Yes, like why not? They do it with. I think Pokemon. They do it with. Yeah. They do it with a lot of their animation stuff.
Sure.
And it's weird. I'm like, can you do that with your shows? Like, it's cool to do the first season as a binge just to kind of see who's interested. Mm-hmm. If it get renewed, do weekly. Yeah. Because people are looking forward to the next season and they're talking about it. It's online engagement. Do it like that.
Yeah.
I think that's what hurts sex education too.
Mm-hmm. It's such a weird, because like their strategy is like greenlight literally whatever you want, and if it's a hit, we'll do more. If it's not, but like if they just focused on like 10 shows a year, right? They have some of the best TV on television, like Stranger Things and Your Brother Academy and Cobra Kai and Avatar and One Piece. Like even if you don't like those shows, they are some of the biggest shows that come out. Like Netflix puts out some of the biggest stuff they do. So if they focus less on some of their like smaller stuff and just focus on like 10 or 12 like really high budget shows, do that weekly, because the reason they do so much is like, well, we drop it all at once, so we need new stuff every week. And it was like, well, don't do that. Right. Just have one show and that ends, and then air another show and then another. Like you save so much money, and I think you get more engagement. I don't understand. Yeah. I don't know. It's weird.
It worked when they were the only competition, but now you got too much competition to the point where it's like, y'all need to change with the times. Like Outer Banks, I watched that. Their new season, they're doing it in parts. And I'm like, that worked. I'm okay with that. They're doing the first 5, and then because they usually got like 10 to 13 episodes, so they're doing the first 5 and then the last 5. I'm like, cool. Like that. It's actually easier for me to do reactions and for people to actually sit with the episodes and have time to actually watch them.
And stuff like that works better. And then like, and some binge stuff is okay. Like they have like that 90s show. I saw they split up into 2 parts. And I was like, that's a sitcom. You should probably do that all at once. Or
because it's a sitcom.
Because like, okay, I won't get on a side tangent, but also I don't know if like sitcoms work on streaming, because you need that like weekly live thing. Because like I think like what
sitcoms work.
Is that like a full-on sitcom though? Like I feel like that's more of like a drama. I don't know, maybe. But also that was
I think it's like a mixture.
Yeah.
I think it's a mixture.
Because like a big part of like sitcoms is like, or at least what it used to be, was like they'd air them live. They'd write or whatever the first 5 or 10 episodes, and then people would be like, "Hey, this isn't working." They'd be like, "Okay, we're gonna change this, or we're gonna move the direction with this," and then they could, by the end, they're like, "Oh yeah," like that's why so much of those first seasons that comes aren't as good as like 2, 3, 4, and 5 or like whatever, because it's like they were still finding their balance and they were listening to how they needed to pivot the characters and the writing and the comedy or whatever. But no, yeah, Cobra Kai. Do you have any predictions? Do you have a wish list? Do you have anything you kind of want to see in the next kind of 5 to 10 episodes?
I actually just want to see them having fun around Barcelona. Like, go to some clubs.
Yeah.
Go hang out. Like, it don't have to only be about the tournament. Like, go work out with each other. Go spend time. And I saw a little bit behind the scenes stuff. I don't know if they're gonna release it yet, but like I saw like Robbie, Miguel, and like Sam with who was it? I think it was Johnny, but like they had like running gear on. It looked like they was like running upstairs or something like that. Then I saw like Peyton List behind the scenes. She was like running around like a track. And it's a little teaser thing of them like at some club or something. Because it showed like Robbie and Tori, so I'm guessing they're gonna have some angst. You know how relationships go in TV shows. Yeah. But like I'm like, yes, do that. Like have them go out. This is probably the only time some of them will get to do this. Do it. Like
we've never,
please.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be really refreshing because we've never been out of California, right? It's been the same setting for now 6 seasons. This gets them to have I mean, we have tournament stuff, which was always exciting, but like you get to have
like always at the school.
It gives off a little bit like Karate Kid 2 vibes when Daniel gets to go to like the Okinawa and stuff like that. Yeah.
Like just do that. Just let them be teenagers. They about to graduate and go to college. They're about to hit adulthood. This is it. Like let them do it. And I always call shows like when it's a younger cast, I'd be like my kids, but I can't call them my kids because the majority of them only a couple years younger than me.
Some of the cast is almost like Sam's actress is like 28. She's almost 28. 30. She's almost a 30-year-old woman. And yeah, like there's a really weird scene. There's that scene when like Sam and Tori and like they're talking about colleges. And I was like, Sam, you're not talking about college. You're almost a 30-year-old. Like
same thing with Peyton List. Like
it's
she's
not
like 26,
convincing.
27.
It's not convincing whatsoever. And again, when they started the show, most of them were what 22, 23, 24, 25. But now
except the boys, all of the boys were teenagers.
Mm-hmm.
Like none of them are over like 21. Yeah. They were all kids, but the girls are so much older. It's like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
I don't know. It was like that with Teen Wolf. I don't know if you watched Teen Wolf, but
a little bit of it, yeah.
It was like that with the main cast. Like all the guy actors were like really young, and then like all the girls were like 30 by like the 3rd season. I was like, what the hell was this?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I want. Like I hope Johnny and Daniel mend whatever the hell is going on with them. Like I know the writers probably did it for a reason, but
nip it in the bud. Yeah,
nip it in the bud early. We don't have
we're like after this we're done. And I'm just like, come the fuck on.
Yeah, like that was unnecessary. We didn't need that. Like
no.
And Johnny, you kind of asked for it because why would you bring out Mr. Miyagi like that in that way, knowing how he feels about me? You wanted him to hit you. That's what you wanted it out. That's what happened.
I did kind of like to see, and I think he's wrong here. Like he's in the wrong when he says this, but like I did really like the line where he's like, when my mother died, I could have used that, and it could have helped her too. Like I thought that was a cool line, just him putting himself in her shoes and being like, no, if a fight I ran after my mom died would have helped me,
right?
You know, get some of the anger, but also it's like, yeah, but Sam could have died.
But also with Tori's track record, something worse could have happened.
Yes.
So Johnny, you wasn't doing that yet.
You take her to like a boxing, like you take her in like to like one of those like a boxing thing, like let her get out the anger, or you fight her, like not actually fight her, but like let her fight you. Yes, like getting that anger out, yes, is important, but not on other people. Let's not.
She had Sam yoked up and was like about to take her face off. I was like, dude, like they had to stop that. It wasn't even about protecting Sam. It was about stopping Tori from doing something that might be worse. Like, chill out. But yeah, I like that scene too because it was like we got more. I wonder if we'll see his dad again, his stepdad, like before the end. Yeah,
sure.
Because we haven't seen him since like season 2.
Doesn't Tori have a brother? Wasn't that established?
She does. And
she's leaving her brother when her mom died?
When her mom died. she was on the phone and he's staying the night at someone's house, but he was staying for like the whole like week or whatever.
Sure.
So it was something like that.
I still feel like maybe that's who you go to after something like this happens. Like, I get she's grieving, she's not in the right headspace. Like,
but we still haven't seen him, so
yeah.
They might not.
I feel like
cast.
It's tough not to go back to the Tori stuff, but it is tough because it's like, why are you doing this? You're making dumb things, but it's like also you're grieving. That's the point. Like, you're going to be making dumb decisions. Like, I feel like I can't criticize Tori for doing this dumb stuff when it's probably valid and within her character. Like, we've seen her go through this similar stuff. So,
and she hasn't been out of Cobra Kai that long. Like, it's only been this season.
No, I mean, it was last season too, but she was on the mend. Like, this was her first season under
She
Miyagi-Do.
was still there, but she was kind of checked out because she was trying to figure out what was going on.
I think maybe she was at the start, but like most of the season was her being like, no, I'm not on either side of this karate war. I'm just out. And then her, like, kind of aligning herself more with Miyagi-Do because of the people that were there. Because like last season, they kind of found themselves in like a situation where it's like, oh, all the characters we love are on one side. Now, what are we going to do for Cobra? You know what I mean? Like, it was only Kenny at one point, and it was just like, well, we don't really care about them anymore.
Yeah, because
what's story left? Yeah,
but she had left, and she like broke her hand or something because she punched that thing, which is crazy. Like, she broke fucking metal. I was like, Jesus Christ, how strong is she?
Yeah,
I mean, you better not do. You better. She come home from work from a long day. You let her go to sleep. You do the dishes.
Yeah. In terms of things I want to see in this final couple arcs, you know, it's tough because I don't know. I don't know where we end some of these characters. Like, I'm curious where we end. I think Kreese is the one I'm most curious about. Like, where do we leave Kreese after Cobra Kai? Does he go back to jail? Does he die? Does he be like,
he turn himself in?
Maybe.
He might turn himself back in.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Kreese and Terry and
Yeah. Ooh, Comic Nation Gaming says, do you guys believe that in the TikTok theories that Kreese had something to do with Tori's mom's death to purge her weakness and have her join the side of the super soap opera, but kind of interesting? I
will say this, Comic Nation Gaming, I actually said that in my reaction, and some people said that Kreese don't give off that vibe, but I'm like, he tried to kill Johnny like
doesn't
twice.
He? Doesn't
he? Almost killed him twice. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, that seemed like something he would have done.
Like,
I don't think he killed her, but maybe he like switched meds or did something, and it happened. I don't know, but I said that in my reaction, and then I started seeing TikTok said.
That's, I mean,
and I'm not the only person. Like, it's a lot of reactors saying that.
I think that's 100% increases. Like, I think maybe like season 3 Kreese probably wouldn't have done that, right? But I think he's at a
now.
Point, he's at a point where like his entire one life goal was to get a championship, right? Was to get his students to win a championship, and he's been holding on to that thing for so long. And now that he's let go of all his responsibilities, he's let go of any chance of getting, you know, Johnny to like forgive him or whatever. Any limits I think he had is gone. Like, he's literally like he escaped from prison. Like, what else can we do to him outside of like kill him? Like, he has nothing holding him back at this point to get what he wants. So yeah, I think he's probably just up there with what Silver was willing to do, if not worse at this point. So yeah, I that's a very solid theory, and I think maybe that could lead to her trying to switch sides at the end or whatever. I don't know if she can join the other team because, again, I think that'd be cheating, but maybe.
Also, I just saw on Twitter. I just randomly got on here and just saw it. But how the hell did Kreese get to Barcelona if he wanted, though? He wouldn't get arrested.
That's what I said. Once you sign your name on that paper, they're going to put it into record and be like, wait a minute. I think I saw this somewhere. Maybe he walked. He's walked to Barcelona.
Like, did he go? Like, did he hide out in baggage claim or something? Like, what?
Yeah.
Now I'm actually. Or maybe they had their own private jet. Maybe Kim.
Yeah, they're
but
rich
even
enough.
then, they still got to go through like customs and stuff. So listen, I don't need one question now.
And even him being at the tournament, I thought was a little sus because I was like,
because he would be on TV.
I was like, oh, there's no sus. They're going to find you. Like, I thought they were going to use the other woman to like be his puppet, kind of like she's going to be
Kim.
the sensei, even though he's making all the calls and stuff like that. But probably traveled illegally, probably but
did. But that's why I'm like,
but again, like once he's there, then be like, hey, there's a known criminal at this karate tournament. Don't you want to get him?
I don't even know. You know what? It's best not to question it, because I think if we overthink it,
just let it happen. Yeah.
It's riding, like you said earlier, it's riding that line. They haven't crossed it, but it's like close. Like his foot is like at the beginning of the line. Like it's a little goofy. I'm like, wait, time out. I don't. Now that people got me thinking about it, I'm just like, nah. I don't know how he got there. I don't know.
So yeah, I think that's
been arrested. Like he should have gotten arrested. Like at the damn when he went to go see Tori. Hospitals have cameras in the parking lots. I would say, never mind. Let me not.
Yeah, because like at the start of the episode, I was like, "Is this a dream? Like he's not really there." Oh no, he's just there. He just came all the way back here to get Tori. Which I actually really do love their bond. Like I actually thought it was kind of sweet that he wanted her on the team that bad.
Because I actually do think it's genuine. Like it do feel like
that's like a daughter to him. Yeah, that's the closest. Right. Like I don't know. Like I guess like child figure next to Johnny. Right, and now Johnny's gone. I was like, well,
do you think they'll reveal something? Like maybe he knows her dad, and that's why he's been like looking out for her. Because we've never got any. I think they've questioned it, like what's going on with Kreese and Tori, but I don't think they've ever like confirmed anything.
Hasn't it been a theory for years that like it's his grandfather or whatever? I was like, I don't know. I mean, that was a Johnny theory, right? That was like a Johnny theory that like Robbie is like. Kreese is Robbie's father or something. I was like, I don't know. I think that's a little comic booky. If they went that route.
Much. But even if he just like knew her dad and was just like, you know what? Maybe he trained him.
Yeah.
Like maybe he trained him and realized like he died and found out he had a daughter and her mom and stuff was sick and stuff like. Oh no, let me look out for them. I'm not gonna tell him who I am, but I will look out and keep an eye on them. But yeah.
Combination says maybe after the tournament he'll be okay with getting arrested again. Maybe he just wants the victory and that's it. Maybe
if he don't die from the Cobra venom.
Yeah, but they're not going to wait until the tournament's over. They're going to be like, yeah, let's go. They're not going to be like, well, we'll let you do this tournament and then we'll take you back to jail.
I don't know, because maybe the tournament lasts more than those 5 episodes. Like maybe we go into part 2. Still doing at least the end of the tournament and then they go back home.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I need a trailer. I need a trailer by like when that come out? November? I need a trailer by like late August, early September.
We have 100 and like I think it's 108 days or 109 days until the next drop. I was like, oh,
I don't want to think about
it. But you know, I think it'll be a good break because we got a lot of stuff coming at the end of the year and going into next year. So it'll be a fun time. This is a show I could talk about for hours. Like I have talked about it for hours. Like I watch it with my mom, like, you know, that's who I watch it with. And it's just like, each time we're talking about it for like an hour after each episode, I was like, how did this happen? Like a spell gets taken over me. And we just, somehow it's such an easy show to talk about. I don't know. Like, I think that's just like the comfortness about it. It's just like this, it's so silly at times, but it leads to so many fun conversations on what characters are going to do and their arcs is so much fun. But yeah, speaking of things that are about over, we have the final season of Cobra Kai. We had Cobra Kai Season 6, Part 2. Me and Taj previously talked about the first part of Cobra Kai, Part 1. And I'm very excited to talk Part 2 with you because I feel like Part 2 is a lot crazier than Part 1 was. Like, I feel like Part 1 was kind of tame comparatively to what we're used to with Cobra Kai. And the second part was like, hold on, just wait for the second part because we have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It is a lot. Like now that I'm sitting here thinking about it, like I had time to sit with the episodes now and rewatch them and watch like other people's reactions and stuff. And like,
yeah,
Part 2 was crazy.
Part 2 is crazy,
especially those last 2 episodes.
Yeah, no, you know, we'll get into it and, you know, we'll dive into spoiler stuff in a second here, but, like, I don't know if I've ever been so conflicted about a season of TV, at least not for a long time, because I feel like...
I agree.
I loved it, and I also hated it, somehow in one giant rolled up like bunch. It's like, how do you do that? Like, and it's not even like, okay, this episode is good, this one's bad. It's like within the same episode, every single episode had bits of like, this, I can't believe they did this, I'm so pissed, to like, this is my favorite show on TV. Like, it's
I agree 100%.
But yeah, we're gonna be getting into spoilers here in just a second. The other boys will be joining us later on in the episode to talk Superman and Lois. We're going to kind of doing like a 2-in-1 stream here. Cobra Kai with Taj, and then Superman and Lois with Darth and Taz when that time approaches. I'll try and keep an eye on the time because I don't want it to be like 10 p.m. We're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I got
you. We're like, no. But yeah, let's dive into some spoilers for Cobra Kai. So obviously, if you've not seen this season of Cobra Kai, or I guess part 2 of this act of Cobra Kai, leave, get out of here, go, because we are talking spoilers. Man, just general thoughts, Taj. What was your opinion on this 5-episode drop of Cobra Kai?
I'm conflicted. And you know, I was ranting in the group chats and stuff on Twitter. And so going into part 2, I was extremely excited because one of the showrunners confirmed that like it's gonna be really like Robbie focused. And for a lot of people on my channel, they know Robbie's my favorite character.
Yeah.
I feel like in terms of the show, just in general, he hasn't gotten his just due as a character. It just feels like he goes from one bad situation to another. So hearing that, I was hyped. So going into part 2 and seeing the trailer, I was like, yes, my boy gets some shine. And what we got, I ain't like it. I was like, no, what is this? It was so, oh my gosh, it was so bad. I did not like his story arc. Like, you can show him struggling as a leader a different way. I don't know why they chose to do this storyline, like him just being like lovesick over Tori. And I get it for like episode 6. It was fine because they didn't know she was going to show up at the Sakai Takai. Like, she just walked out there with Cobra Kai and they were like, what the hell? And so when Sam leaned over and was like, you know, did you know about this? He was like, not at all. Like, what the hell? No. So I get it for that episode. But episode 7 is where, after that episode, I had to go for a walk. I was so pissed. I was like, bro, I'm never watching this. And that's the prime example of what you were saying. Like, you love some things in the episode, but then you hate some things. There were moments in that episode I was like, yeah, I like this. I like that Miguel was going off. He was doing his thing, even though people think I hate Miguel for some reason.
Yeah.
I have my issues with how they put him on a certain pedestal. I know he's a fan favorite, so I get it. He's probably the writer's favorite too. I get it. Every show, the creators and stuff have their favorite. But I was just like, dude, my boy gotta get that dirty. Like they have this thing where they don't know how to have them be badass at the same time. I don't know what it is. It's like, I don't know why they're struggling with that. It's really ridiculous. But I didn't like that storyline. And by the time we get to episode 9, I get what they were going for, but I was just like, I don't like it. And just him as a character, I'm scared for his ending. Like, I have no hope. Like, we'll talk about it because we'll go more in depth. But like, just the Johnny stuff. That episode 8, that scene pissed me off. We'll get into it.
Yeah, no, I feel like, and you know, I feel like a lot of the things we're talking about in part 1 are definitely, I feel like while we're distracted by all the sick things they're doing this season, are still there, right? Like, my main criticism of the first part was I felt like we really regressed a lot of these characters up to a point. We spent 5 seasons building them to a point. Their story arcs to me felt completed, and then we went into this season are like, oh, what do we do interesting with these characters? Well, let's regress pretty much all of them outside of like Miguel, I guess, is the only one I feel like didn't regress as a character. Sam, I guess, also didn't regress as a character. We'll talk about her later.
I don't know what they're doing with Sam.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell.
And I agree with your frustration with Robbie. Look, I don't even love Robbie as much as you do. Robbie's your favorite. I do probably prefer Miguel, but like also it's like they definitely write him very, I don't want to say stupid. Stupid's not the word I want to use.
That's not the word, but
it's like
I get what you're trying to say though. It's like
I guess weak. I guess they just write him as a weak character. Like
it's weird. Like they do this to him every tournament. Like he was hurt in season 1. I was like, okay, I get that. But then season 4, which by the way, I just found out he was originally supposed to win the All Valley in season 4.
Oh wow.
He was supposed to win, and then they changed it to Hawk winning. Which I'm like, why did y'all do that? Like that would have added to Robbie's storyline. Like,
yeah.
I was like, so listen. I've come to the conclusion, and people could call me a glazer all they want. I don't care at this point. The writers don't like Robbie as a character. They don't.
Yeah.
This man can't win in life. He got to play third fiddle to his own dad. Like the fact that Devin has a closer relationship to Johnny than his own son is beyond sad. And I tweeted a tweet, I think last week. I was like, Johnny, hello. I said Johnny's character would never be fully redeemed, because he's still a deadbeat to his son. And I'm just like, it's not changing. I will get into spoilers, but this is just how I feel about part 3. It's not really a prediction, but it's what I personally want for Robbie. Get the hell away from Johnny. Get away from Johnny and get away from the Diaz's. Not saying that they did anything to him, but he's never going to be prioritized. Let him go with his mom. Like, she got herself together. She went through rehab and all of that. And I'm mad that we've barely been seeing her. I'm like, that should be his freaking support. Like, why is he living with Johnny and the Diaz's? Like, he has a mom. Like, let him go live with her. If you can help Tori and her brother, take them with you. Like, get away from Johnny and them. You can still come see your sister. You can still come see Miguel every once in a while, but get away from them. That's not a good situation for him to be in. Just go away. And like, I don't know. I saw a theory. Somebody was like, what if he go to Okinawa with Chosen? And I was like, I would not hate that. I would not hate that. Get him away. Let him. Maybe he need a fresh start. Get him out of LA, United States, whatever. But yeah,
it kind of reminds me of like the Irish Joe thing on The Flash, where it's like it's not that they don't have a relationship, we just don't see it. Like they just refuse to show it. They half-ass it. Yeah, they
gave everything to like Barry and Joe, so it's like when it comes to Iris, she gets scenes here and there, but it's always like in a group setting, or like Barry's always there. It's never like one-on-one. That's the same thing with Robbie. Unless it has something to do with Miguel or something like that, it's like him and Johnny's relationship is just like non-existent, and it frustrates me, because then it's like, why introduce him as his son? Like he could have just been a regular character for all of that. Like it's annoying. Yeah,
and like it is tough, because like the season 1 duo was supposed to be like Miguel and Johnny. Like that was the thing they built up from season 1. You know, as the main dynamic. So it's like, oh no, now he has 2 sons again. How do we balance between the 2 of them? And they don't. It's either one or the other, right?
Right.
They don't.
And it's always Miguel. No offense, but like it's always Miguel. And I think that sucks. Like we meet Robbie in episode 2 of season 1. It's not like he got introduced like super late, and then it's like he's a big part of Johnny's story too. Right. And it's just like they don't prioritize that.
And you're right. Like, even Miguel, I feel like they don't even get as much as they used to. It does all go to Devin. These past 2 seasons have been Johnny and Devin, and then Johnny and Daniel, right? It's like that dynamic on screen. It's like, which I like both those things. I don't have a problem with either of those things, but I definitely agree. Robbie gets the short end of the stick a lot of the time. Yeah, and a lot. Like, listen, like, we'll talk about Tori in a minute, because I do have things to say about Tori, but like, I don't like, and I get like maybe the first fight or whatever being like, oh no, Tori's over there, but like time and time again him just being like, oh look, it's Tori over there. Like it's every
pissed
time
me off. I'm like, Cobra Kai, can we show him struggling a different way, please? It got tired after like the first episode. Like, what are we doing? Like, why are y'all doing it? And like I said, it goes back to them not knowing how to show Miguel and him like good at the same time. It's like they have this unwritten rule that one can't be badass while the other's being badass. It's like, dude, like, imagine if the arc was different. Like, forget the Tori stuff. That could have been the episode 6 like thing. Like, he get distracted and they lose that first thing. But imagine if they like button heads instead of that, because Miguel's bitter he didn't get captaincy because he lost. Like, imagine if Robbie's like, oh, like he's being a leader. He's like, oh, I want Hawk to lead this one, or Devin, you start off this match, and then such and such come in after him, and then you got like Miguel over here, like, oh no, like I want to do this, trying to like overcompensate, and they button heads. And then we get that moment in episode 9 where he's like, dude, you're a leader. I was being an asshole, stuff like that. I think that would have been the way better way to go instead of whatever the hell they was doing. Like, that pissed me off.
Yeah, Robbie never really leads at all. Like there wasn't a clear leadership within their group at all. It's just like, all right, we're going to be fighting and we're going to do that. And I guess that kind of went to the senseis a little bit. But like
it went to Johnny mostly.
Yeah. But, like, what's the point of a team leader if you're not going to lead your team? You're not going to be... I guess we kind of got that in episode, 9 and 10. But, like...
And why was Sam a captain? She did nothing as a leader. I'm sorry. Like, she did nothing. Like, what was the point of two captains? Like,
I guess there needs to be... I actually don't know why there needs to be 2 captains. That's
really what I was saying. I was like, why do you need a female and a male? Like,
I guess really just because of the competitions itself. Like, I feel like just because you need... I don't know. That's kind of weird.
It was weird. It was like, what was the purpose of this? Because I'm like, why is Robbie getting the blunt of this? I'm like, Sam's a leader too. She ain't saying shit. Like, she ain't say a damn thing. All she did was call out Devin, which that scene, when she was like, why are you even here? Like, how did you even make the team? And Devin just sat down. I was like, she got a point. She ain't lying.
Cameron comments, what if Axel breaks Miguel in part 3? I think Axel's breaking everybody.
I can't say... because I don't want to spoil you, but there's leaks going around, and so far the leaks have been right. I didn't see the leaks for part 2. I didn't know about them until after I did the reactions or whatever. But I did see a few of them for part 3. I didn't like look at them directly. They was like floating on Twitter or something. So be careful if you're on Twitter. But based on that, I have no hopes for. I'm going to be disappointed as a Robbie fan. I'm going to be disappointed if it's true. That's all I have to say. I'm gonna be pissed because I'm like, well, once again, here we go. He's taking the backseat. But realistically, I said this in my reaction. There needs to be a 2v1 situation. Neither one of them can beat him 1-on-1. Like Axel, Robbie's defense, once he switched to defensive, Axel couldn't really get through, and then he got frustrated and grabbed him up. But when he was fighting Miguel, he was punching and ragdolling Miguel around. I'm like,
right.
Nobody. Quan was trying to throw everything at him. I'm like, dude, what are we doing? I get they trying to parallel Rocky, but I'm like, no. Sometimes it's okay for the actual best fighters to win, because I'm still trying to figure out how Sam or Tori is going to beat Zara. Zara's a fucking monster too. I'm like, what are you doing against her? I don't know. Like Axel to me is like, he's like a robot. Like he doesn't feel he's a Terminator. Real.
Yeah, he feels like, and like when they did the whole juicing thing, like the other team got out, was like, oh yeah, it's clearly gone. Oh no, okay, it's not them. They're I don't know. Like I have a hard time believing there's nothing artificial about this man. He's a robot or juicing or I don't know. Maybe he's Kryptonian. I don't know what's going on there, but
and you can tell if somebody juicing, like their attitude would change and stuff like that. So it made sense. It was kind of like a stereotype to put on Russians, because it makes it seem like, that's been a thing in like martial arts and Rocky. I'm like, that's a little fucked up. But like he just seemed normal. Like he's very like hesitant to talk to Sam and stuff. So I was like, even when that came up, I was like, oh, it's not him. He's just naturally big. Like I have people in my family that are naturally like that big, and I'm just like, dude, where did you come from? Like, I'm tall, but then there's certain people in my family, I'm like, how? Like, go MMA training or something. I don't know. Like,
what I will say is I did really appreciate some of the new characters we got this season. Like, I did really appreciate the actual Zara and Quan. I think mainly because I think that's what I would have focused on a little bit more than the like interpersonal drama. Like that was refreshing, where it's like, obviously the whole show it's been kids versus like our kids versus their kids kind of thing, like,
versus each other. Like they're all fighting each other.
Yes, and now that we're all under one roof, it's like, okay, now we're facing these other characters, and it's cool to see characters from these other teams outside of just like Cobra Kai, Miyagi-Do kind of thing. It's like, no, there are these other like killer teams out there that we're having to face off against and learn who they are. And I feel like all 3 of those main ones kind of had their own personalities. I was like, okay, cool, I like this. Where it's like, I don't necessarily feel like okay, let's talk about Tori, because that was my big thing in part 1 that I complained about. I think we both complained about it.
Yeah, actually. About her going back to Cobra Kai.
Yes,
I didn't like that. And now I'm even more confused. I'm like, what the fuck do you do with her in part 3? I was about to say season 3. Jesus, like what do you do with her? Like, I'm confused now. She should have just stayed at Miyagi though. Like, I'm really lost. Like, what was the decision behind that? I'm starting to see why Peyton List is kind of done with Cobra Kai, because she was asked about like potentially returning to like the future. She was like, I'm done. So I'm like, oh, so I'm guessing, but I kind of get it now. Like, when you look at the story of her character, it's like she don't get wins either. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they asked Tanner and Tanner be like, yeah, I'm good, but he was already established prior to Cobra Kai. So was Peyton too. So I'm like, they wouldn't get typecast, but you know.
I'm mixed on it now, because like I 100% get why they did it. Like, clearly they're like, okay, we need someone else on Team Cobra Kai besides just Axel and whatever. Like they need
Yoon. Yoon and, like, what's his name? Yoon and Kwon. Yeah.
Right. Like,
they were the only males, so
like from a writing perspective, I get why they wanted someone else over there. But I do feel like it's a slight sacrifice to Tori's character and where she's gone, because I do feel like she did deserve that win. I do think she deserves some kind of gratification, because she technically won the last one, but that wasn't her, right? And that wasn't like that. Like, Silver bought that win.
Oh yeah, so Silver. Like, Silver paid. Yeah.
Like, I wanted a moment where it's like, no, that was actually me. Like, I did that. I was able to do that. No, I do feel like I feel like they tried to justify it the best they possibly could. Like, I feel like what they ended up finally going in was like that was, like we said last season, I was like, that's so stupid, she would never do that. I almost think that maybe was the point, though, where it's like, clearly the wrong mistake, clearly the wrong move, and that's why, like that's her safety net. Like, that's her, like, no, like no one cares about me, I can't do this. Like, everyone looking at her and being like, why would you do this? She also doesn't know why she did that. I think that's kind of the motivation, where it's like, mentally she's grieving and she's kind of in a really rough state. She's not thinking things through, and she's going back to what she thinks is safe, or she thinks that no. She's a very, like, what's the word? Like, self-conscious character, I guess, and she just can't think past the bad, like, no, they would want me, or no, that could be good for me. You know what I mean? Right. And like, I actually really enjoyed her thing at the very end, where it's like, what is the point of winning? Or like, ultimately,
her talk with Kim.
Yeah, like, I think,
she was like, is it worth it?
Yes. Yeah. That's kind of what I was asking her all season. I was like, ultimately, what does winning what does being team captain actually get you? Because it's like, you were already in the Saikai Takai. Like, going to Cobra Kai didn't change that. You were there no matter what, right? Even if Sam was captain.
Yeah, because she had a place regardless, because she was with.
She had a spot. Yeah.
Her and Kenny.
Yeah. So, like, even if she didn't get team captain, why is that so important to you? Like, why do you need to be team captain? You know what I mean?
Right.
And I think that was her journey this season, realizing, oh, I didn't actually. Like, it was okay to be.
But I wish they would have focused on that.
Yeah.
Like, I wish they would have showed that up until then, because we don't get that conversation till literally the last episode of part 2. And it's like, that's why I was like, I get what they were going for with certain storylines. The execution was just not good.
No, I
also shout out to Maria. She was a character too. She was part of the other team that started helping Dimitri and Hawk. She was the girl that he danced with at the thing, and she's actually a real martial artist in real life and stuff too. And she's married to the guy who was on her team with they call him like the Spanish Hawk. He had like the orange hair and stuff. They're married in real life, so I thought that was cool. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, yeah, shout out to her too. Like, she was good at her role too. But that's what I agree with you. Like, it was nice that they had foes that had names.
Yeah.
Instead of them like let's be honest. In the season 4 All Valley, we were all like, okay, it's either gonna be Robbie fighting Miguel or Robbie fighting Hawk. It's gonna be Tori and Sam fighting. These other noobs ain't,
right.
They know names. But in this, it's like, oh no. Axel is a threat. Zara is a threat. Like, we got names to faces, Kwon and Yoon and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, yeah, this is what I needed right here.
Yeah. Speaking of Dimitri, you just brought him up a couple minutes ago. That goddamn son of a bitch.
First of all, I would have to say he's been the most disliked character this season. Like, he's annoying this season. This MIT shit, I'm so happy. Like, Hawk kept saying, "Shut the fuck up about MIT." It's like the meme of this season. He was specifically this part. And then when Kenny got there, he's talking about, oh, he might betray us and stuff. I'm like, hold on, time out. He was only in Cobra Kai because his brother told him to go to Robbie. At that point in time, it was just Kreese, and Silva didn't go crazy. Because I think a lot of the reason why Silva ended up going over that he made that turn, that switch, was because Kreese was bringing up the past and like torturing him a little bit. Because when Silva first came back, he was actually like trying to help the kids. I'm like, okay, I like this different version. And then Kreese being Kreese, you brought out the worst in him and made him go crazy. Yeah, you made him hit the switch. And I was just like, but Kenny was never like a betrayer or anything. It's like, what the hell? And once they realized Silva wasn't crap, they all left Cobra Kai. So I'm like, first of all, Dimitri, you shouldn't have been there. Like, Kenny should have had that spot regardless. I will pick Devin over you. You suck.
I defended him last arc. Last time we did this, I defended him a little bit. I was like, no, he has his moments to shine. I was like, oh, like, let's see him out. And to be fair, he has some good moments. Like there are some times where I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you did that. Yeah, like
that was moments. Dope.
But how do you cheat on your girlfriend the way you what the fuck is wrong? I actually, like, at one point in time I would have called him one of my favorite characters. Like back in season 3, 4, I loved him. I thought he was a great character. Like his arc in the early seasons were great. Yeah. He went from one of my favorites to like he has to be the weakest character at this point, I feel like. He is so bad at this point.
And it's weird that like characters like Devin and Kenny came in like pretty much almost at the end of the show and are way better like developed than he is.
Yeah, he just
like first of all, that whole situation was so weird because he was like, we both have girlfriends, we love our girlfriends, think with your head. And then the minute she's like, how about you, tall guy? He's like, I thought you never asked. I was like, first of all, the man in me, I'm not gonna lie. The man in me, I was like, I probably would have folded too. But I don't have a girlfriend. So me folded is different. He had a girlfriend, and once Hawk called Moon, I was like, oh no. He on the phone with her. I was like, what if Yaz is there? And it happened as soon as he turned the screen. I was like, shit.
And his reaction in the hallway with Hawk when he's like, yo, you're selfish. How could you do this to me? I was like, you cheated on your girlfriend. You have zero rights to be mad at anything at this point. Like you, and they kind of brush past it. Like the ending thing where they redeem him is like, oh, I'm sorry about MIT. I was like, that's not what I care about. I couldn't give it less of a shit. You cheated on your girlfriend. That's what I'm mad about.
Yeah.
Like, who gives a shit about the other stuff? And
it's so weird because I'm like, Dimitri, you fell upwards in terms of this girl. I'm gonna be completely honest. You lucked up. Her getting not bullied, but her getting that wedgie in season 1 led to her kind of getting humbled a little bit as she stopped being as rude to people and she saw how like bullying affected people. And so her, dating you, she actually really liked you. Like, she actually really liked Dimitri. And it's just like, that's crazy. Cameron, I hope we do see Hilary Swank. If we do not see Julie, I'm going to be pissed. Like, at this point, fans have been asking for her since like Silver showed up in season 4. Like, come on now.
She's the
only character we have not had.
Last major character. And I mean, I said that last season, and even this season, they brought in one of what's his face's like friends from the third movie.
I was so confused.
How could more people they keep bringing back people that I don't even know about?
When it was like, you met such and such before, I'm looking like, what are we talking about? Who is this guy? Yeah. And then they showed the flashback. He just wanted the random dudes.
Yeah, he's just in the back. Yeah.
I was like, who would have remembered this guy?
That's when they do the flashbacks. I mean, I respect that so much. I really do. Just it was cool. The commitment. Same actor too. Like they could have recast it and it would have been no big deal. Like no one would have even known. But no, they got back that exact actor, which I think is cool. All right,
the best thing about the season, it was definitely the fighting though. I know you about to go into something. I just want to get that off. The fighting was
Some of the best
was not
of the
a
whole show.
weak fight. I think the last 2 episodes were arguably, all those fights were arguably the best in the show.
Yeah, I think that tag team with everybody, like that to me,
that's probably my favorite one.
Yeah, that is probably like that feels like the final fight of the show. I don't know how they're gonna possibly top that fight. Like, it feels like everybody working in unison kind of feels like what we've been building to for the entire show.
Why didn't they save that?
Yeah.
Now that I'm thinking about it, either that or they're going to bring it back. And that's how Robbie and Miguel beat Axel. They tag team like that. Like, yeah. Like, I don't, now I'm kind of, damn. It was cool, but now I'm like, damn, they could have saved it, but I like what we got.
Yeah.
All right, what was you about to go into? Because I know
I was about to go into a whole thing, but honestly, I kind of want to go into the ending just for I make sure we have time to talk about the ending for a bit, because I think that's a craziest moment in Cobra Kai history without even like a doubt. Like, it's just like, did you get spoiled for it at all?
No. Okay. No. Like, everybody in my comments was like, dude, wait till you get to episode 10. Episode 10. I'm like, all right, cool. Because when I got to episode 9, they were like, oh man, like the fighting in this was good. And when I came out of episode 9, I was like, yes, this is what I was talking about. We should have had this all part 2. And they was like, you're not ready for episode 10. And I got into episode 10, and I'm like, up until like Robbie had to fight Axel, I'm like, it was pretty tame. Like, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
And then the brawl kicked out. I was like, holy shit. And I called it. I was like, wait, are they about to brawl? And then it kicked off, and the dude punched the announcer, and he just dropped, and they were like, yeah, let's go. I was like, what the fuck?
You would think they would have security at like a martial arts like competition.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened to security. No police, no nothing.
There's no police in this whole universe though at this point. Like, every once in a while there'll be someone. The whole how the whole school fight scene even happened all those years ago is crazy to me, because it's like no security at all anywhere near a school. Like, there's nothing. Okay.
I'm still mad Robbie and Tori, the only kids that got hit with freaking, like, they got charges pressed against them doing that. Like, I get what they did was a little, even though Robbie didn't mean to kick Miguel over the thing. But I'm like, Miguel started that fight, but not only that, but all the kids were fighting. Why was it only them two why you gotta pick the kids that got the messed up backgrounds to get charged, man? That's messed up. But no, they topped the school scene. As soon as, like, halfway through that, I was like, oh, they topped the school fight. Like,
has to be the longest fight in the show history, right? Like, it's like
the last like 15 minutes of the episode, because I was like, we still got a lot of time left. And that's when it broke out, and the moments gave me goosebumps, because like Axel punching Miguel into Robbie, and they go back to back, and they just give each other that head nod and start beating everybody. I was like, oh, this is cool. And then Robbie getting double teamed by somebody, and he get out of it. He kicked the dude in his chest, and he fall, and then roped the other dude by his arm, and then Sam come and grab him and flip him over. I was like, yo, this is so dope.
Yeah, between like that fight scene and the episode 9 fight scene, I was like, how could anything in part 3 even come close to topping these? Like, I don't even know. Like, I feel like we've done everything in this show. Like, it's like to this point. Like, I don't know what they could possibly do to top it.
I don't think so. I think the fight's not going to be as. I think the fights will still be good. Yeah, I saw a little bit of part 3. It's someone in my comments told me to look at Inside the Dojo on Netflix. Like, when you get a chance, like, go check it out. They got a little bit of footage in it, but it showed like Robbie kicking Axel in the face, which I'm like, shit, well, let's go. But it showed, it's a weird, I'm actually really looking forward to this. It showed Daniel where his old apartment was when Mr. Miyagi saved him from Johnny and them, and they had the skull outfits. He's fighting people that's in like the same skull outfit. So it might be a dream sequence or something. But I'm like, even if it is, I'm like looking forward to that. That looks fucking cool. Like, I can't wait to see that. But yeah, Quan freaking died.
Killed himself. I mean,
this is all Kreese's fault.
Yeah.
Second of all, how did he get a knife? Like, it's some stuff in the show. I get it. It's not realistic.
Well, that was Kreese's knife, right?
Yeah. I'm like, how did you get that on the plane? How did you get that past security in the airport? I'm like, first of all, how did he get past the security in the first place? He's wanted. Like, I'm like, it's certain things with Kreese.
Apparently, they dropped the charges, which I thought was dumb as hell.
They dropped it for Silver.
No, for Kreese too.
No, Kreese snuck out of jail.
No, they said in episode 1.
I thought.
Or
no,
episode.
He was saying when he was talking to Johnny, he was like, what did Johnny say? He said, "I'll just call the police and tell them you're a wanted fugitive," and he was like, "I'll just claim like I'm a former military, like who had like PTSD and stuff like that, and they'll believe him." Like he was still wanted. The Silver they dropped the charges for, but Kreese he's still wanted, and I'm like, I don't understand. Like Kreese has overstayed his welcome. I get it's the last season they wanted to bring him back, but I think Terry should have been the villain from when he came in to now, because I feel like it was a passing of the torch. But this his fault. He bought the knife. And he was an idiot for taking it out of his shirt. Like, what the fuck? You were still gonna have to. It actually would have been better if you kept it in your shirt. Like, why didn't you take it out?
Yeah.
So stupid.
Yeah. No. It was. I kind of knew. I had heard someone died like the first day they dropped the episode. I saw on Twitter they were like they killed someone on Cobra Kai, and then all the thumbnails that just saw Quan. I was like, does Quan die? I have a feeling Quan dies. So I did know about that.
See, but the thing that I do is when shows come out and we all watch them or whatever, when I do my reactions, I'll hit the share thing so it goes right to my my what's happening thing. So I'm posting, so I'll post my reaction link and stuff. I immediately like hit upload and then I'm done. Like I get off of Twitter. I don't like outside of talking to y'all in group chat. I'm not on Twitter. I'm like, oh no, I'm staying off. Instagram is fine because I got a personal Instagram. I got a personal Twitter too, but I don't really get on that. But yeah, I did not want to get spoiled. That was, and the second attack is done. Like a kid died on national TV. Like
not even this particular tournament. I think they're done forever. Like I don't see a world where they can continue. No,
the tournament still continues.
Does it?
In the inside the dojo thing, it showed Robbie and actual fighting like in their actual like outfits. It's new footage. It's like so apparently it looks like it had all Valley stuff in the background. So I'm guessing they go back to the US and continue it there. Sure. Which I'm like, if they do that, I still find it weird because it happened on national TV. It's not like they wouldn't know it's them anyway. So I'm kind of confused about it. I think they should have just dropped it. And maybe the kids just get into like a street fight or something, and that's how I don't know. It's a lot they have to wrap up. Unfortunately, with the Sakai Takai going into part 3, I'm like, how you gonna finish that? Then we gotta wrap up all the characters and give them actual satisfying endings. Like I don't think we have enough time. The one thing I did hear is that the first 3 episodes, what is it, 11, 12, and 13 are all like 30 something minutes, but the last 2 are both like 40 something minute episodes. So I'm like, okay, it's a little longer, but I don't know how they're gonna wrap up all this stuff.
Yeah, I feel like we need to make karate illegal at this point.
Oh yeah, like Amanda, Daniel, like it's a good thing that movie takes place 3 years after Cobra Kai, because Amanda's probably done. She like, a kid died on TV.
Oh yeah,
I don't want to hear karate ever again in this fucking household. Daniel, you need to take a break. We need to go on a retreat somewhere. Anthony, Sam. Well, Sam grown now, so she can do what she wants. But Anthony, you're not allowed to do karate. We're done. We're done with we're done with this. I bet I see it. They're gonna ban it in the valley. It's over.
100. They should. They absolutely.
I think they should. Yeah.
These kids are now human weapons. This has brought nothing but pain and death and bullying. So I don't know if any of these. I mean, maybe some have improved in certain areas for sure. I don't think enough though that like can justify what has happened, or that they couldn't have found elsewhere. Where like, yes, it helped Kenny, but so could like, I don't know, meditation. You know what I mean? Like there's other ways I think it could have helped. Cock got more confidence, but probably still could like basketball or something. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
And it's just like at this point, it's like this all happened because Daniel and Johnny and even Kreese could not let go of a fucking tournament from the 80s. It's like y'all literally put y'all trauma, especially Kreese. you put y'all trauma onto these kids, and they're paying the price because of it. Like Kreese, I don't want Kreese near kids ever again after this. Like jail him, like make sure he's in jail or kill him off. Like get him out of here. At least Silver was actually genuinely trying to help kids when they brought him back. Like it's Kreese manipulation and stuff. And my TV is bright. They keep showing me all bright and stuff.
Yeah, you're a bit fuzzy actually.
It's because my TV is like big as hell.
Gotcha.
So it's like really bright and it's pissing me off. But yeah, like Kreese, get him away from kids.
I do wonder if they're gonna try and give Kreese like a redemption arc, and obviously he can at this point.
I'm gonna be pissed.
But like the look on his face when Quan died, like there was like, oh shit, this was all me. This I brought him in. That was my knife. I brought him into this world. I brought back Cobra Kai to the way it was. This is a him 100%. So I wonder if he's gonna be like, well, maybe they're right. Like maybe this has got out of hand. Maybe I need to step back. Maybe he turns himself back into prison. Maybe he's like, you know what, guys?
I actually would like that.
Yeah.
If he did that, I'd actually be all right. Because Kim was actually doing a good job of like containing Quan before Kreese showed up. And when he showed up, he started getting into Quan's head, and it was just like, dude, yeah, he's a little cocky, sure. Yeah. But when a kid wants to prove they're the best, of course they're gonna be a little cocky. I was cocky on the basketball court. Yeah. But I ain't go out terrorizing people. Like, what the hell? Kreese just he need therapy. He need what Terry Silver got. He need therapy. He need clarity.
Yeah.
he need to go off somewhere. Like, please get him out of here.
It has crossed my mind because very early on in the show, and I hadn't thought about this in a couple of seasons, but early on, my thing was like, okay, maybe instead of trying to beat Cobra Kai, we change it or we fix it, right? Like that kind of being an idea. I wonder if maybe that's where we're going, because Kim has kind of had her bit of like a redemption arc this season. Like she's kind of seen, oh, this has gone too far. I'm wondering if like Daniel kind of steps away from karate, and then maybe we just fix Cobra Kai. Maybe we have Johnny and Kim run Cobra Kai, but the right way. Try and implement some of the lessons that he's learned from Daniel, and they implement it that way. So it's like we can't kill the snake, but maybe we can
go together.
Help.
I'd actually prefer instead of Johnny. Johnny, you got a family. like go be a dad, and
perhaps
he got an actual job now working under Daniel, but it's like, take that job seriously, please. Like
I just don't think he's happy. Like I think karate is just that man's whole life. At this point. Like,
I'm not saying he can't be involved, but like let them do the senseiing, please, because I feel like when Chosen teaches the kids in season 5, it's probably one of my favorite like episodes, because it's like
Chosen's great. Yeah,
he has that seriousness to him, but also he know that they're kids too, so he goof around with them. And
Chosen's the best sensei.
Johnny and Daniel don't have that. It's like if you're not badass to Johnny, you're being a pussy, and if you're not doing things the Miyagi way, it's like you're doing it the wrong way. And it's just like, I feel like Chosen is the perfect balance.
He's the balance, which is what we've been trying to get through these guys' thick skull since like season 3, where it's like, no, have a mix of both ways of martial arts, like combine them both, and they still have not done that. Like
they haven't.
This whole tournament has been like, oh, either use Miyagi-Do or use Cobra Kai, and that seems so stressful. It's like, no, making new brand of karate where you implement both. Like, make lesson plans that implement both, and they can use them both in battle. And they haven't done that. It's like, no, do mine. No, do mine. No, do mine. No, do mine. And it's like, that throws you off mid-tournament 100% when they're selling, do karate, or you like, do Cobra Kai, or whatever. You know what I mean?
I ain't gonna lie, you gotta be thinking. You like, think about how they did that and created, like, if they combined the best parts of Cobra Kai without the No Mercy, and then added the best of Miyagi-Do into like one new form, and then taught the kids like, wow.
Yeah.
Darren, putting you in the writer's room. Because I know they got, I think they said they got spin-offs planned. And the one that I'm hearing the most about is like Miyagi, which
Mr. Miyagi.
I'm not mad about. If only if, I don't want to see him in the Sakai Taikai. I don't need that. If it's him and Sato training, I'm here for it. Like them back in like Okinawa training under his dad or whatever. I'm for that. And maybe we get like a young Chosen, because Chosen is like way older than Daniel. like I would watch the hell out that show. I think that show would do good.
Yeah. I've actually really enjoyed the, like, I know we joke about the whole glazing thing with Daniel and stuff, but like I really enjoyed the Mr. Miyagi stuff.
Oh, the Miyagi stuff in this part was good. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't love the like AI recreation of him. I'm never a huge fan of that, but like that scene itself I thought was really good when he's like,
I'm not gonna
like,
lie.
no, Daniel.
Okay, when you go back, okay, so like outside of the moment, like when I went back and rewatched the scene on like YouTube, like the scene popped up, I was like, it didn't hit me as hard. But I rewatched my reaction and saw my reaction to it. I got goosebumps again because I didn't expect it. It got blurred and then it popped up. And yeah, I knew it was like AI or CGI or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like just seeing him again threw me off. I was like, what the fuck?
It's crazy.
The young actor did a really good job though. I don't know if he's related. That's what I'm saying. Like, what if this was like a test? Like he kind of looked like a young Pat, and I don't know if they used Pat's voice, but he sounded like him when he was talking to him before the whole CGI thing.
It was definitely his voice when he got old, and he's like, "No, Daniel," or whatever, and punches him. It
was so good.
I don't know if we talked about, we're in the final 15-20 minutes or so here.
The show keep making Johnny dumber? I just saw that on Reddit earlier. And I ain't think about it until I actually went back and watched like some episodes, just like because I think people said like once he joined with Miyagi though, he started getting a little dumber. So I went back and like just watched random episodes of like season 4 or 5 and then 6, and I was like, yeah, Johnny's an idiot. The scene that I was like, Johnny, you can't be this dumb. When they were on the damn airplane and he was like, can you tell the pilot to drive straight? I was like,
that was bad.
I was like, Johnny, you cannot be this dumb, dude.
Yeah.
I
mean, we talked about this in part 1 with like the sleepover. He's like, oh, I'm gonna text the kids and I'm gonna pretend to be them. It was like, no, you're stupid. Yeah.
Like Miyagi though, after dark, I'm like, Johnny, this is creepy.
Yeah.
But also season 4, I think season 4 has some of his worst creepiness. Like, I know he's not like doing it on purpose or doing it to be a perv, but like that scene where he's trying to recruit a female fighter because he started Eagle Fang or whatever for the All Valley, and they go to the gym and Moon's ex is there, and the guy was like, my daughter's doing great. He was like, which one's yours? He was like, I don't know, that one looks good to me. I was like, Johnny, oh my gosh, jail. It's so bad.
Yeah. I mean, let's just kind of talk about the Daniel Johnny stuff for a minute, because
it's so tiring.
Like both have good moments this season, and it's just like it reminds me. I don't know how much of you've seen it, but it really reminds me of the Ben 10 situation that fans hate over there, where it's like every 2 episodes we we take these characters back to where they were in the beginning. Like they just keep learning the same lessons over and over and over, and like these scenes are good when like it's very nice when it's like he's on the phone and saying, hey man, I'm sorry, but they need you, and I also like those scenes are great. The thing on the beach with like Miguel is great, but it's like we've seen it again and again and again and again. How long until they better not argue one bit in part 3. They better be the bestest of friends.
Oh yeah, like if not, I'm gonna be pissed. Like I'm gonna be like Cobra Kai. You ticking this box fans have been asking for y'all to dead this since like season 4. Like it's no reason why we're still doing it.
Yeah, because they end season 3 with them like joining the dojos. We're like, oh my god, it's finally happening.
Right.
And 3 seasons later, they're still doing
it. The fact that they managed to wrap up Miguel and Robbie's like rivalry, and they're like really close now. I'm like, how did y'all manage to do that? And you wrapped up Sam and Tori's. But Daniel and and when they have disagreements, it's more understandable because you can see where the kids are coming from.
Yeah.
With their frustrations. But Daniel and Johnny, y'all like 45. If y'all don't get y'all shit together, bro, like, I'm so over this.
And I feel like they need to learn the difference between hatred and bickering, because I think bickering is fine. Having a back and forth dynamic is fine.
Yeah, like the banter.
yeah, banter is completely fine. Honestly, it's what makes their friendship so much fun.
Yeah.
But to have the same, like, no, we're done. I can't believe this. Can't believe you do every episode. It's exhausting.
Yeah, it really is.
It's tarnishing their character a little bit. Like, we are, Daniel and Johnny should be the best characters on the show. They've been here for 30 years. They should have perfected them at this point. But right now, they're some of the weakest characters. Like, I prefer Tori and Sam and, Miguel and Robbie and Hawk.
The legacy characters are the most well done, which is freaking weird to me because they're new. They should be the most flawed. The fact that they're not the most flawed and they're more mature than the adults they're more mature than Chris and Terry. Like,
oh, by far.
How the hell is that possible? Like, Miguel was being a dad all part 2 when it came to Johnny and Daniel in that last episode. I'm like, why is he having y'all sit on the beach like y'all 2 kids fighting over like a sandcastle? Like, you cannot be serious right now. Mm-hmm. That scene was good, by the way. I felt bad for Johnny though, because Johnny, like, in that moment, he was just like, Daniel just found out his teacher isn't who he thought he was, and I know who my teacher is, and I can't get rid of him. And I just felt so bad for him. I'm like, yes, Kreese won't leave him alone. Like, go away.
Yeah.
A lot of his problems come from Kreese. I feel like if Kreese would have left a while ago, like, he would have been way off, like way better off. Yeah. Just Jesus Christ. Just.
I'm trying to think any other characters we haven't mentioned.
Sam.
Sam is a big one. I don't know if you feel differently. I really like Sam this season. I actually think
I've never been a person that I don't understand why she gets so much hate. Like, I get it in certain moments, especially early on. Like, the first 2 seasons, I get it, but like from season 3 onwards, I don't get the hate as much. Like, she's annoying in a couple scenes here and there, but.
I hated the rivalry between Sam and Tori. Like, that got so old to me so fast.
It did. Really.
And I think that blended into it a little bit. But I think this has been her best. I think first half and back half. This has probably been my favorite season with her. Mm-hmm. And what I really liked about this arc is I feel like Sam has embodied Miyagi-Do and the lessons of Mr. Miyagi better than Daniel ever has. Like, he's incorporated... Like, her going on the beach and talking to Axel and being like, hey, I know we're, like, competitors, but are you okay? Can I help you? How do we solve this with self-defense and stuff like that? Like, she's Mr. Miyagi would have loved Sam. Like, they would have been, like...
Well, he was around for her, with her for a little while, so... I mean, maybe she picked up... I don't remember when they said, like, how old she was when he passed.
I think he died when she was young, like... I think it was like 3.
Yeah. It was young, but he said that she was like learning some stuff from Miyagi. So I'm like, okay, that's dope.
Starting young, yeah.
But yeah, like that moment when she was like, there's other ways to learn and stuff, and you can kind of see Axel like break down his walls a little bit and actually like talk to her and stuff like that. And I was like, that's actually good. Like, I like what they did. It's just weird because Sam don't really have a story. That's my only thing. Like, they don't know what they're doing with her. But I like what we got, though.
I also really liked her line episode 6, where it's like, we will meet on the mat, and when we do, I will not hold back. And I love that scene because it's not only she's grown confidence in herself, she also has confidence in Tori. She also knows how good Tori is, and she will also be there right with her. I was like, that's like season 2 Sam would never. She would absolutely not.
Oh no. She would be looking for revenge.
Absolutely. My friend Noah in the chat says my 2 favorite shows, and I haven't watched the newest seasons of them.
Golly. At this point, just wait till part 3.
Yeah, we have 5 more.
It's in February. It's February, so just wait. Another thing I wanted to bring up, and it kind of drives home my point about the show neglects the Johnny and Robbie thing. That scene on the plane was so heartbreaking because, like, while I enjoyed the stuff with him and Miguel, I was like, we're never getting this with him and Robbie. And that part when he was like, I didn't think you needed my support as much as Robbie. And in my reaction, I was like, what support were you giving him?
Yeah.
I was like, you haven't talked to your son since the first 2 episodes of season 5, and y'all only went down to Mexico to get Miguel. Like, I'm like,
that
made me that's when I was like, I'm not gonna get what I want. I was like, y'all don't care. That's why I keep telling you, I'm like, what was the point of introducing him as Johnny's son?
Yeah.
If that was gonna be the case, I was just like, y'all could have made him Daniel's nephew or something, or Daniel something. I don't know. Like a cousin. He could have been Amanda's like cousin or something like that, like younger cousin that was like, you know, he needed you fresh prince him. You send him with the rich uncles and he get a better life because he come from a shitty life. Like they could have did something else with him at this point. Like at this point, I'm kind of like, what was the purpose? Yeah. But I definitely enjoyed this part more than part one, though. I don't hate part one, but it just felt like filler until we get to the Sekai Attack guy.
Yeah, I liked elements of part one for sure, and it was definitely it was building up the drama, which is what I'm not liking in this season.
Yeah,
so
I hope it's done. Like I hope I don't get no more drama. Like I don't need no more bickering between none of the characters. I'm happy that locker room scene happened. I'm happy the scene with Miguel and Robbie happened. Sam and Tori, like just knock it out, get it out y'all system. We don't need it. It didn't last super long, which I was happy about. But I'm like, just we don't need to revisit this. Leave it be, please. Like. It's the last 5 episodes. I don't need this.
Yeah, I hope it's a 5 episodes of reflection for these characters, like rebuilding the bonds that we've been, tearing apart this season, rebuilding the bonds, reflecting on these 6
we'll
seasons.
See Johnny's stepdad. No, the actor, I believe Cameron, the actor that played his stepdad, I believe he passed away like a few seasons ago. I think that actor passed away. Mm-hmm. I can't remember what season it was. I think it was season 4. It's season 4 or 5.
That's like Carl from Up, right? I think he died.
So. I think so. I think he passed away
like a year ago. Yeah. I don't need him back though. I don't know.
Yeah, I did hear Cobra Kai season 6 is a 3-part installment, and that's super lame. It's 15 episodes. They could have split it a different way. Like they could have gave us what's half of 15. It's uneven, so I don't know. They could have gave us like
7.
Like 7, and then gave us like 8 for the last part, and then You
know what though? Like, I actually kind of like it. I don't know. Like, I feel like
I think the breaks were too long.
I might
because with Outer Banks, like their season that just passed when I did it, like they dropped the first part on what was it, October 14th or something like that, and it was only like a 3-week break, and then it came back like the first week of November.
Yeah.
So I was like, they should have did that.
I just think they need better promotion. Like they just did not promote part 2 at all, and that hurts the show. Although it's still trending on net, like it's still like their number 1 show at the moment. So I guess they're fine. But I mean,
they dropped like pictures and stuff. Like people started talking about it. Then they dropped the part 2 trailer. But I'm like, y'all dropped it like a few weeks before it's coming back. Like, why y'all wait so long?
I just appreciate having 3 different times we can talk about it. Like we can, like again, we talked about it last time. We do it now, and then we could do it again in 3 or 4 months at this point. So I don't hate it, to be honest.
Well, I mean, it's about to be December, so we got like 2 months.
2, December, January.
Not even fully 2 months because they come out the 13th.
And then 3 months after part 3, we get Karate Kid.
We get the Karate Kid
so it's
movie,
like pretty consistent content for like a whole year and a half, which is kind of cool actually.
So like the Karate Kid universe, Yeah.
And then start filming Miyagi or whatever you want to do. Start doing.
Yeah, I think they might take a break. I know they're in talks right now, but like, do take a break, get fresh new ideas, bring some new writers in who might have like some interesting ideas. Just wait a little bit. Wait like a year or 2 before you start like casting. Let Cobra Kai and the new movie like chill for a little bit. Like let it
sure.
like let it sit and just let these characters let Daniel chill for a little while. Because he teased something. I forgot what him and Billy, they was on some talk show, and they asked him about the character. He was like, in terms of the Cobra Kai chapter, this plane is landing. He was like, he kind of confirmed without confirming, like it's other stuff coming, like the movie and stuff.
Which I'm happy about. I'm honestly completely fine exploring more in this world. Like I love this universe. I love the Karate Kid stuff, but I do think it's time to say goodbye to some of these characters. Like they've clearly reached their point where you have to let some of them go, at least for now. Like again, I'm down if in 5-6 years you want to bring some of them back, do something different with them if they're in a movie or something.
They set up
you
the
know
next
what I mean?
spinoff. They set it up already. Miguel and Robbie training their sister.
That'd be sick, actually. I mean, we pitched last time, and this episode or this season made me want it more than ever. I want that Kenny spinoff so bad because he might be the coolest gosh dang character in this show. He carried this season for me. Even the 2 episodes he was in, I was like, you are the most qualified to be here at this point. Like,
the moment he came in, it felt like the tone switched. It was like it was this synergy that he brought
so
to the
cool.
team. Yeah, like, and I think a lot of that comes from like his Robbie dynamic. And I was like, and they played up on it. Like when they went in slow-mo after Robbie tagged him in and he was just sitting there. And the crease thing came, I mean, not the crease, Silva, like what he said went into his head and it panned to Robbie and he's looking at Robbie and Robbie's like, you got this, you got this, you got this. Yeah. And then he get himself together and then go off. I was like, this is what I'm talking about.
Kenny's where he's doing the, like, I was like, yeah, that's really good. That's really fun.
That's funny. That flip, like that flip curl roll that he did and just, I was like, dude, what the fuck?
Yeah. Kenny was great.
He was so good. I do feel bad that Devin kind of had to take a back seat, but I just feel like Dimitri was only there because he's an OG, and like they had to get some time in with him and like Hawk and Miguel, which I get it. He could have still been there. Maybe he should have given up his spot. I don't know.
Yeah. Is there any part of the season that we haven't mentioned yet that you would like to talk about?
Oh my gosh, Chosen and Kim.
Oh yeah, that was crazy.
It was building up in that episode, but I was like, they're not gonna go that route, right? And then when they were fighting in the bar, and they started kissing, I was like, oh, we're going here, okay. And I'm strangely here for it. Like he brought out a different side to her, and I was like,
I didn't hate it.
Her
I could
hair
see
down is really nice.
I could see maybe them running like Cobra Kai together or something, like a rebranded Cobra Kai together. I wouldn't hate that actually. I'd be
fine with that. They need to do it.
Yeah,
I'd be fine with it. But I do think her like having a relationship with Chosen will like change her character too. Because that conversation with Tori was so good, and you could see that like she only told Tori like absolutely like it was worth it because she saw that Tori was doubting herself a little bit or like not fully in it. But like that whole conversation, the actor did a really good job. Like her face, you can tell like she was thinking about like Chosen and like things that she like missed out on life because of her just like being so karate orientated. And I was just like, yeah, like let Chosen have some happiness because he went to Kamiko house and some dude in the damn pink robe opened the door and he was so hurt.
That's 100% has to be some kind of misunderstanding though. Like it's probably like, I'm his brother or something. I don't know, something. I'm spending the week or whatever.
I think we're meant to believe that they like she like actually found somebody because I don't think they would have did this stuff with him and Kim if they were going to go that route.
That's a fair point.
Like that would just be waste.
Maybe it's a thing where like if she does come back in part 3 or whatever, maybe it's a story about like acceptance of being like, I know you have a thing for me, but like I've moved on. Like I this isn't meant to be, and it being like, okay, so I'm gonna start my new life here with Kim or whatever.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see her though. I do want to see her again.
I'd like that. Yeah,
I want to see. Forget her name. The girl from the third Karate Kid movie. They didn't make her his girlfriend, but like they still became like really good friends. And her and Amanda had that one episode together. I can't remember her name.
Yeah,
it's the lady with the orange hair.
I don't remember either.
I can't remember her name. But yeah, I would love to see her again too. Like just one more time. Jessica. That's her name. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Because I was like, what the hell is her name? I couldn't remember. Because out of all the girls, she's probably the least like memorable in terms of like his female counterparts in his movies.
Yeah, for sure. And just in terms of part 3, do you have any, I guess, theories, but also just like wish list you want to see in these final 5 episodes?
Well, we know like Miguel's going to college. They kind of tease with Sam. It seemed like they might have her go the route of before she go to college, let her travel, like explore, like get her life together first, and then like just take that gap year, and then for her to go to college or whatever. It looked like that's what they're setting up. But like I'm worried about characters like Robbie and Tori, like because they don't really have much. They both got put out of school, so they gotta finish their senior year and probably gotta repeat as well. But like, it's just I don't know. I just want good endings. Like, let it end on a good note, especially like we just saw somebody die. Like, please, like let's people get happy endings.
Yeah.
Johnny, if you go marry Carmen, do it. Like, marry her, get it over with, knock it out.
Yeah.
Amanda, you need to mind wipe and use the Men in Black thing on Daniel with karate. Just erase everything. Like,
honestly, I actually agree. I actually kind of hope that both Daniel and Johnny step away from karate, because I feel like both of them have defined their life to it so much. I think especially Johnny, like when he is like when he's given the pep talk, being, or you know, like when they lost, it'd be like, no, like you know, this is going to be a thing for the rest of your life, and blah, you're I mean, it's on TVs and blah blah. He's still mentally there. He's still mentally in that room where he lost that day, and I feel like he has to be a thing where like, no, I have found something even better than that. I have a family. I have kids. I have me
and my son are quote unquote on good terms. I'm gonna use that loosely because do I think Dimitri is becoming Cecile where like they get annoying? I think he's already there, unfortunately. We'll see what happens in part 3, but it's just,
I don't know.
Oh no, because they're going back home. So I'm pretty sure him and Yasmin might have some scenes where maybe he being like super selfish or something. I'm like, oh god.
I hope she doesn't take his ass back. I swear to God, don't.
I kinda, and it's weird for me to say it considering that she used to be a bully, but she got subtle development even though she wasn't the main character. I think she could do better at this point. Like, I was like,
yeah.
I hope we see Moon more though. Like, I love her and Hawk, and like we haven't really gotten a lot of them since like season 4, season 3, something like that.
Yeah. As we're kind of wrapping up,
I just want good endings, please to God.
Yeah. As we're wrapping up here, we have some people inside the waiting room, but I was very disappointed with Hawk this arc as well. I don't know. He was like he was good when the writers needed him to be good for a fight, but I felt like he was dropping the ball. He was egging on everybody, like in that scene where they're betting the room. I was like, Hawk,
I was like, you egged Robbie on a little bit too. I'm like, because Robbie it looked like he was gonna walk off, and then Hawk got in his ear. It was like, nah, you got this, bro. Go ahead, let's go. And that's what egged him on. But I will
Hawk probably would have won that. Hawk has great kicks.
him or Robbie. It was kind of unfair. I did go back and watch that scene because they posted on their Instagram. I'm like, Quan is the only person in like athletic gear. Robbie and them got on like jeans and stuff. I was like, that's unfair. Weirdly
enough, Dimitri maybe could, just because that's the one thing he has is his kick.
Legs,
like he's tall. He has, that's the one thing he could have won.
That's true. I thought about this the other day, and I definitely wanted to ask you this. Tess, I haven't talked to
How's it going?
Like
How's it going?
85 years, man.
He's been sitting back there. I'll bring him in.
I had a feeling somebody was back there, but
it's been a while.
It's been a while. Yeah, it's been months. But do you think that it might have been a year at this point?
I mean, I was on what was it? One of the earlier streams this year for Superman and Lois. Yeah,
we did.
Hey, you were there.
You were on a Party Nation.
Listen, we people at this point that it's like I can't remember who's there, but yeah, Darren, I wanted to ask you this because I thought about this the other day, and somebody posted it on Twitter, and I was like, I kind of agree, and I was like, a lot of the characters were at their best, like character-wise, when they were under Cobra Kai. And I was like, I think Robbie was at his most interesting. I think Hawk was at his most interesting. I think Tori might have been at her most interesting. I was just like, a lot of these characters were kind of like at their best while they were in Cobra Kai, and it's just, I'm just.
And I mean, Cobra Kai is inherently like cool, like Cobra Kai is inherently cooler than Miyagi-Do, and that's the point. Like they're supposed to be like the bad kid karate, right? Like that's the point.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, Tori was definitely cooler under Cobra Kai. Although we haven't seen her much in Miyagi-Do.
I think Robbie was too. Robbie in season 4 was ridiculous. I was like, man, he made me question some things.
I kind of liked Robbie season 1 and 2 though, just like him and Daniel by themselves to train. Like that was cool. Like him, Sam, and Daniel. Yeah. I
think Daniel as well as Johnny. I think they did their best teachings when it was like when they both had like 2 like lead characters that they were like training. Sure. Like when Daniel was training Sam and Robbie, and they were using a little technique, the wheel technique in a little pond. I was like, that's great.
Yeah, that's fun. There are just too many characters at this point.
It is.
As much as I love them all, there's like 45 characters. Like
by the time we get to season 4, we get like 3 or 4 characters, and it's like Kenny come in, Devin come in, Anthony is more a part of the show now. I'm just like, I still don't like Anthony, dude. Like I just
seems like a lot's going on.
I'm excited to hear
what was the last season you watched? Yeah, like what was the last season
I watched the previous season. So what are we on now?
Season 5?
It's 5. Yeah, so I watched 4.
So we're on 6 now. We're on 6 now.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So then I guess it was 5. So
yeah,
I just haven't watched this newest season because I know they're splitting it up into parts since it's the last season. So I'm just waiting for everything to be out there. I've seen some stuff.
That makes sense.
I clicked on a couple things over the last like week or two, and like all my For You pages are like filled with Cobra Kai stuff again.
Stay off of Twitter.
Like, it's giving me the itch. I'm like, I've been holding out, but like, there's 2 parts out now. Maybe do I go watch it? But
I will say, the week of the 13th, do it.
Okay.
So that way, by the time you get to the 13th, you'll be caught up, and it's like, all right, you can watch the last 5.
Coming out January or February?
February 13th.
February. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I was big into Cobra Kai for a while. That show, it's great. It's great. Like that is a show where when the seasons dropped, like I would stay up all night and binge the whole thing.
Yeah.
You
know? Like I was one of those people who was part of the viewership when it was on YouTube. Like
yeah, same.
This show hits so different for me. Yeah. Like
that's why I have YouTube Premium to this day.
That's what I'm saying. Well, I got rid of it once it went to Netflix. I was like, oh, I'm good.
I couldn't deal with ads afterwards. I was like, I've tasted YouTube without ads, and it's like, okay,
yeah, that's true. That makes sense. Yeah, because them first 2 because I think they gave you get like the first 2 episodes free for Cobra Kai season 1, and then you had to pay to watch the rest. I immediately was like,
that's
getting YouTube Red. I'm getting YouTube Red after this.
Yeah.
It was so good.
Yeah. And I feel like at least I want to say, and Taj, I think you probably agree with me. Like we've shit on the season a little bit. Like there's some things we didn't like, but there's still very few shows that I would rather be watching than Cobra Kai.
Oh yeah.
Like again, like I think that's the interesting thing about the show is like I'll go from being like, what are you doing, show? Like why are you doing this? 3 seconds later, I'm like, this is the coolest show I've ever watched. Like they're doing quite literally the most hyped I've ever been. Like, again, like when this show is at its hype, it's like, no, this is like the coolest thing on TV. I can't believe they're doing this thing right now. This is crazy.
Like if they stick to landing, this will be in my top 5 like shows all time.
Of all time, yeah.
Yeah, because the Karate Kid movies, like, you know how like you're a kid, somebody might put you on a Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter. Like I found this on my own, so like it has a different connection with me. Like I was home from school like sick one day, and I was watching like 3 Ninjas, and for some reason they was playing like a whole bunch of martial arts movies, like Bruce Lee movies came on too, but like Karate Kid came on, and I watched it and I was like, I love this. And so like I kept watching. Strangely enough, I saw the first one and the last one first. Like I saw it was like that one, and then the next Karate Kid played after that. I didn't see 2 and 3 till like a couple years later. I didn't even know they existed.
Yeah, I literally never watched 2, 3, any of the other ones. I just kept rewatching the first one, and I didn't really realize how important those were until we started seeing characters from those other movies pop up, and then I was like, oh, okay, now I got to go back and re-see all of that stuff. And I almost want to do just like a whole like Karate Kid universe, just little binge.
Yeah.
Before going
I'm thinking about doing
this
it.
final season.
Yeah. I did that a couple years ago, but I didn't rewatch the next Karate Kid and then the reboot. And I'm actually really excited to rewatch the reboot when the new one comes out, because it's finally going to be relevant. The movie's going
to tie into everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I think it's going to be really
how
interesting.
How does that work?
Like, I'm very curious watching it now, knowing it's canon. Like, now knowing that they exist within each other, just in different parts of the world. Like, that's going to be fun. Like, I was talking with my mom a couple, like, I think it was last week, where it's like, they got so lucky they didn't just call them Daniel and Mr. Miyagi. Like,
I was gonna say,
like, they got so gosh dang lucky.
Like, okay, the Karate Kid multiverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been, they would have put themselves.
Yeah.
I think they would have wasted Jackie Chan too if they'd have did that. Like, I'm happy he was a new character, and supposedly he knew Mr. Miyagi, so I'm like, that's the connection. I just hope it's not some foolery. Like, I hope they don't do nothing too crazy. Like, him accidentally killing somebody in a Sekai Taikai makes sense considering seeing what we saw.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't
know. No, I need to rewatch it. It's been I've seen it once.
Karate Kid.
I've seen it once, like 15 years ago at that point.
Yeah, I actually like the third one. I like this one more than the third one.
Okay. I mean, I think
Terry Silver, he's good, but it's like.
Yeah,
he's so over the top. He's so over the top. And then when they explained in season 4 that he was on like cocaine and stuff, I was like, it kind of makes sense now. Okay.
Yeah. Oh no, it does. Man lost his mind at Karate
Like it makes sense. Okay, that's why in Cobra Kai he a little bit more chill with his evilness. You know, so it makes sense. Is that Lance? Oh God!
Unfortunately,
it's almost time for me to leave anyway.
Taj, thank you so much for being here. This was fun talking about part 2. Anything you want to shout out and promo?
No, because I'm taking a break. It's the holidays.
Well, go check out all of his Cobra Kai season 6
please
reactions.
do. Please do.
I've been watching those. They've been very good.
Boy, I've been wilding out in these reactions.
I was finishing the episode. I was like, all right, let's go watch the Taj reactions, and then I'd comment down being
which
like,
one are you on?
Crazy.
You finished all of them, or
I finished all of them.
Okay, yeah,
finished all of them.
9 and 10. I think was probably the most hyped I was for this show in general. And I got asked too. Someone was like, "Hey, would you consider like rewatching?" Because this was a comfort show for me. I never even when I started YouTube, I did not plan on doing reactions for this. But once they came out, I was like, "It's the last season." I was like, "Nah, I gotta do it." But they asked me like, "Hey, would you consider rewatching the show?" And I was just like, I don't know. After part 2, I'm kind of leaning that way a little bit. I'm like, we'll see. If part 3 don't piss me off, I might do it. Like, it's a strong chance. But I want to do it with someone who's never like seen like the Karate Kid universe and stuff.
Oh, that'd be fun.
I think that would be more fun. Like if I did reactions with someone who's never like seen it and stuff like that. So
you have a question?
Lance, I gotta go because I gotta eat. and what beard product do I use? I mean, a part of this is natural too, so it's genetics as well. But I use I got 2 oils. It's peppermint oil. Forgot the other one. Shit. I forgot what the other one was. But it's you can look it up. Like, definitely look it up. Because you can find like oil beard kits and stuff like that. Don't know if it'll help you grow it out. You know, a part of that is genetics. As you can see, most of us up here got beards. And our people's probably got beards too. So it's like, I don't really, the casual flexor genetics. Listen, all the males on like me and my mom's side of the family, all of us have beards. Mm-hmm. It's just I didn't get the bald gene, which thank God I did not get. I couldn't do it. I can't have no hair on my head. I'd be cold for life.
You'd be the next Lex Luthor.
But I wouldn't even get on social media if that ever happened. Like if I was an actor and got cast, I'd be like, no, I'm not doing it. That's too much hate for me. I can't. I would crash out. I wouldn't let that stuff like get to me, but like just seeing everybody be negative, it would be like, dang man, just doing a job. That's why I'm praying. Star Wars, the Skeleton Crew come out this upcoming Monday. They're doing it like a day early.
Oh, really?
Yeah, pray for these kids, please, because I'm not ready for it. Like, they do not deserve the toxicity that's about to come. And
I
just hope that people understand that it's made for a specific audience. It's definitely skewed towards a much younger audience.
That's what I'm saying.
This is not kids. The kind of this is not the kind of show you would normally watch, just skip it. Like, you don't have to watch everything Star Wars that comes out. Like,
unfortunately, Darren's right. They won't do that. Unfortunately, the kids gonna be getting so much hate on and I know they get on TikTok and stuff. They're kids. Yeah. They're gonna see this, and I'm just like, dude, they're just hired to do their job. If you don't like the show, cool. But at this point, I'm starting to think that people don't actually hate the shows. They just doing it because it's the cool thing to do now. Like,
literally, Star Wars' worst enemy is Star Wars fans, and that's the whole basis of my entire argument. Like, you'll never find somebody who is more spiteful and hateful towards new Star Wars content than people who consider themselves Star Wars fans.
Yeah,
and if you're truly a fan of something, you could realize that, hey, this piece of the franchise that I love, it's not for me. It's for a specific audience. These people that they're, targeted to are welcome to enjoy it. I can sit in my little, section of the fandom and say, hey, I enjoy X, Y, and Z about Star Wars. These people can have X, Y, and Z, So
right. Yeah. I agree 100%.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, I think the whole Acolyte thing, like or dislike that show, I don't really care how you feel about the show. It almost made me want to turn off Star Wars completely, just because it's like,
oh yeah,
I heartbreaking how they treat the cast. Like, the creator just had a birthday the other day, and like, there was a post that's like, oh, happy birthday to the creator of the Acolyte. All the comments are just like, go to hell, kill yourself, blah 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 blah. I was like, how terrible of a person can you be? Like, how? Again, you don't like the show. I don't care if you like or dislike the show. I wasn't my favorite thing ever, but like, just
I think it had potential.
Watch it. Don't watch it.
I do too. I
don't get it.
I think
it had that. I think it had the same sort of charm as Gotham Knights in a lot of ways.
Oh, don't you dare! Don't you got that there? Okay, Acolyte is supreme viewing. Okay.
Yeah. No. That's what I'm saying. Is I love it.
Yeah, like coming from Taz, that's the highest thing you can say about a show.
Okay.
Like, it's kind of like it's like the little engine that could is like something that you didn't think was gonna be all that I actually went into without much expectation, and I actually came out of it really enjoying it. And my whole breakdown for that whole season was kind of like, in a lot of ways, not only just a love letter to the show, but kind of a social experiment too, because I was, I had a very, divisive title. I was like, The Acolyte is actually good. Star Wars fans are just mean. And then the comment section proved that. If you want a good laugh, go to the comments on that video and just see how much hate people just throw on the show just because in my title I said I liked the show, even though I broke down the elements that I loved and the things that I saw that, could obviously be, taken as negatives, and, gave it constructive criticism and, that type of thing.
But that's the thing.
People don't want to hear that.
Yeah, they don't allow you to criticize things. It's like you either have to hate it or you're a shill. And it's just like, dude, like this, like I was like, a lot of our favorite shows of all time, like The Office, Parks and Rec, stuff like that, would not exist in this era. Because a lot of them didn't have a lot of great first seasons. Yeah. And like the fact that they actually looked at it and was like, oh, these are the criticisms. Okay, we got to rework the show. All right, boom, boom, boom.
Shows don't
and now they're great. It's like this show actually had potential, like a lot of it. They introduced a lot of interesting things, and it's just the fan base is just. If I was Disney, I would just say F y'all. Like, if we see the potential in something, we just gonna do it. And I wish they had this mentality. I really do, because I think that's hurting them.
Yeah, they let the, vocal minority voice where their story was going to go. Is if you just, go ahead and do something and say, hey, I'm going to commit to this story that I have in mind. I have plans for these characters. I have plans for where it's going to go in the future. I'm going to stick to my guns and actually do that. I would much rather them die on that hill and see it, if it crashes and burns, sure, but at least they, stuck to their guns.
It's got to be a Disney thing, right? Because Marvel did the same thing.
Oh man, I was trying to trick him by going on CNN.
I think like I saw a tweet a couple months ago that I thought was very interesting, where like someone said like this next generation isn't going to have a complete collection of shows. It's just going to be a bunch of shows that only ran a couple seasons and then got canceled. Like they don't have an Office, they don't have a Game of Thrones, they don't have all these shows that have these long running seasons. And it's okay to have a short run of a show. If you have 3 to 4 season shows, that's completely fine. I have no problem with that. But they have shows that just aren't completed. They're just half shows. And that is sad. That is really, really sad. I do think, not to be this guy, but and as much as I love streaming, I do think streaming hurt a lot of things. I do think that era 100%. Has done a lot of damage.
I think it's going to die out. I think in a couple years it's going to go right back to TV.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's so many streaming services and they're getting bundled together. It's basically cable at this point.
Yeah, especially with Disney talking about they about to make a channel showing all old shows and stuff. I'm like, Disney, I'm about to slap the hell out y'all. Y'all have a damn channel on TV.
Yeah.
If you don't put some of that stuff on there or create a different channel like y'all did back in the day. Y'all did Disney XD from Disney Channel. Do that with your original content, like Disney like Plus Originals or something. I don't know, like just do something. Like it's so dumb, but also it sucks because streaming has ruined the industry for like young actors. Like say what you want about the CW, but the CW provided jobs for a lot of young actors, young adult actors to craft a name and go off and do movies and other things like that. It's no networks like that now. Freeform is gone, CW is gone. It's a couple of ABC Family and stuff like that is gone. It's like, what are you gonna do with the young adult people now?
Like, and now that all the projects are going to streaming services where the budgets are much higher, they're not going to be willing to take those risks on the, new actors or the no-name people.
Exactly.
And just, it's just going to be flooded with a bunch of big names, and we're going to not only, not get that opportunity to seed new people in the space, but it's also going to be kind of tough to sometimes separate like character from actor. It's like, okay, we've got the, fifth role of, X A-list actor that's, just playing a, TV role because TV is basically movies at this point, production value wise.
Right.
Yeah, no, like I feel like the like young adult space that used to be CW and Freeform or ABC Family and stuff like that, like that is now Netflix and Paramount, which it could be okay, but they don't let them live. Yeah. Like they get canceled instantly, so it's like, oh no, like what we
especially Netflix.
Yeah, Amazon, I guess, is kind of the best option at this point.
They're starting to, because I know after the popularity of the Somebody Turned Pretty, it's a couple things that they're working on. A show called like Cruel Intentions just came out. I heard it was really good. They got another book series that they're turning into a show as well. So I'm like, that's something. Like get the young actors, but like the old actors, like they're fading away. Like a lot of them are old now. Like, and even some that we got like 2015, 16. A lot of them, your Michael B. Jordans and stuff like that, they're getting up there too. Like they're not gonna be around much longer either. Like in terms of their popularity, they'll still be around. They're still fairly youngish, but like eventually you'll need new household names. Like you need.
Guess who that's going to be? That's going to be your like TikTokers. And
I was just about to say TikTokers.
Yeah, which it's so niche.
I certainly hope not.
That's the thing where it's like. They are so niche to their own like community. So like when they do grow up, you're like, who the hell are these people? I've never seen these people in your life because they're big in their niche. They have millions of people in your niche. The millions of people are going to see it, but the other million is like, I don't know who that is. I've never seen those. So
it's
tough.
But I'm gonna get out of here. I got my food.
Yeah, Taj, thank you so much for being here. Go subscribe to his channel.
I definitely gotta catch up on Superman and Lois. If I can catch up, I might ask to come in next week. Okay, I can catch up in time, so I can. Because I do want to. It's the last of like that old regime of DC shows. Yeah. It's over after this. Like
it's sad.
It's the end of an era. It's the end of an era, man. You gotta,
I definitely because after All American, I was done. I told Darren this. I was done with CW. I was like, y'all ruined one of my favorite shows. I was like, I'm good on this, and I didn't even finish their last couple seasons. Like, and the weird thing is, they got another season coming out, but I'm not watching it. I'm done. So when Superman and Lois was coming out, by that point, I deleted all my CW stuff. I was done. I was like, I'll wait till it go on Max and I'll finish it. But because it's the last episode, I'm gonna definitely try to catch up. So I could definitely celebrate.
It's been good this season.
I heard.
It's been really good.
I just want to watch it in its full.
Yeah, I get that. I think binging this season will be a great kind of rewatch or a first time viewing. I think a lot some of those like middle episodes, Darren and I and Darth, we all kind of were like, okay, we kind of feel, the lack of, budget this season, and just like they were trying to kind of, have a little lull in the middle. But if you were watching it kind of all, at once together, I think you might have a much better kind of viewing experience. Not that the viewing experience week to week was bad or anything like that, but I think a lot of these shows, I think it's just the nature of shows now, just in general. I think they're much better suited on a binge versus weekly.
Yeah. One more thing before I leave, though. Netflix updated Stranger Things. Like when you go to Stranger Things on Netflix, it says, what the hell it say? It said like the final season coming to Hawkins in 2025 or whatever. Oh. And it hit me. I was like, I'm losing all my shows like year after year. I'm like, oh my gosh.
We'll have to have you on next year when Stranger Things comes out.
Oh, best believe you know Lance likes Stranger Things too. So like,
we'll have to get the whole house.
Lance, clean your house. You got 85 kids. Get it together. I make that joke. I mess with him all the time. I told Darren, but my grandma's 70th surprise party. We just had it Saturday, and I had my goddaughter and all my little like cousins. When I tell you, I don't think I need kids. I was exhausted. But my goddaughter, every 5 seconds, hey, can you give me some chicken? Can you take me to get some juice? Then I had a game where I had to pick, like, they wanted me to keep picking them up and throwing them in there. I'm like, dude, can I sit down, please? I'm tired. And they all girls, of course, because that's all in my family. It's just girls. But yeah, man, that's just. But yeah, I definitely gotta catch up with y'all, man. Taz, it was nice talking to you. It's been a while.
It was nice.
I just see your post on Instagram. I just see your post on Instagram. I'll be like, this man is a walking super soldier, and I don't get it. Like,
I try.
I'm trying to get it. Darth,
now that the show is kind of wrapped up.
Okay. I'm sad, y'all. Cobra Kai's gone. I don't know how I'm gonna deal with it. I'm so used to this show being around, and now it's gone. How y'all feel in the comments? Like, because I'm devastated that Cobra Kai's over. Let me see. Try and look. Also, people were mad about Guy Gardner is older. I can understand that. Guy, I would have preferred someone younger to play Guy, in my opinion. That's just me. But I'm pretty sure Nathan Fillion will do good. But yeah, man, like we stepping into Cobra Kai content now. I'm sad to see it go. Hopefully we get some spinoffs. Not right now. We need some breathing room.
I agree.
Like, let me mourn it for a little bit, and then give me something.
Let those actors.
Let them go do something.
Yeah, let them go do stuff.
They're all in their early 20s to mid 20s. Yeah. Like, let them go act, and then once they get it out their system a little bit, like Peyton is everywhere right now. But she was already doing stuff prior to Cobra Kai, so I expected her to be big.
I think she's going to be. I think she's going to be a big star. I think she's going to be someone very big in Hollywood. I think her and Sholo are the two that are really going to. I mean, Sholo's already kind of blown up.
If they bring him back for Blue Beetle, hopefully, then yeah. Get the Cobra Kai kids to the DCU.
All right, who's your castings?
Listen, Sholo, you keep Miss Blue Beetle.
Yeah, Blue Beetle.
Tanner, that's Robin. I don't care which one. Just throw him in the suit. I want to see him get the respect he deserves, and give him, like, preferably Nightwing or Jason Todd. You could throw him in there.
Who's Peyton? Maybe like a a Batgirl or something, or like
she would probably be Batgirl or something, or Wonder Girl,
or Sophie. Sophia, what's her name?
What are you talking about?
She's in Gotham Knights. I always forget her name. The Sophie. Stephanie Brown.
Stephanie Brown. Yeah.
That's it. She'd be a good Stephanie Brown.
Yeah, she could. Yeah. I only think some of them could probably be in the DCU though, because I can't imagine any of them, like the rest of them, doing like anything. I just can't see what characters they would play. Like
honestly, I wouldn't do this, but Johnny would make a funny Booster Gold.
It would be hilarious because it would just be his Cobra Kai character and just in a suit, him just being an asshole. That would actually be a funny parody. They should do that. Like, just someone do like a little short fan film,
and then Sholo as Blabito. Yeah, it works out.
That would be funny. Yeah, that would be funny.
Yeah, no, I mean,
was she really? I didn't know that. She was the voice for Batgirl. I might have to go back and watch it because I couldn't. That's actually kind of cool.
That's wild. Good for her. But yeah, no, like I was really dreading the end of the show, and it really didn't hit me until a couple weeks ago, because like we had like 3 parts, so we had it forever, and we did part 1, it was great, and then we had part 2, it was great, and then it hit me a couple weeks before it started. It was the final part of like, oh, this is it. This is it. It's
It hit me during the trailer, like the trailer for part 3, and like they showed all the flashbacks, and I was like, oh, this is good to see. But the moment it went into like present time, and then the music, you could hear it in the background building up, and it was building. I started getting goosebumps. I was like, oh, what y'all doing? And then it hit me after the trailer ended, and it was just like the final like part. I was just like, no, why are you doing this to me? But if they're having a problem with Netflix, I mean, it's probably for the best. Like,
yeah, it's
if that's the case.
I mean, I'm glad. I think this is the perfect time to end it. Like, I've been seeing people like, do season 7. I was like, no, this is, I think, the perfect ending for the show. 6 seasons is a runtime most shows do not have the benefit of getting in this day and age. It just simply is the fact. And the fact that they never really, in my opinion, faltered. Like, yes, there's some issues here and there, but I think you had 6 good seasons of TV with a great cast. So successful. One of them is dating. One is engaged. One used to date.
Yes,
like those kids are going to remember this show for the rest of their life. A show that brought back one of the most iconic film franchises of all time, and I'd argue improves upon it. I think brings it back.
I agree.
In such a satisfying way. I'm definitely gonna miss it. I think Karate Kid Legends is gonna help like cushion the fall a little bit. Of like, okay, still got one more thing. Okay, it's okay. I mean,
also it'll give intrigue. It'll give intrigue too. It's like, cause maybe like we don't know much outside of that like teaser trailer, but maybe they mentioned like Cobra Kai stuff. Like maybe like, you know, because I do know that they like talk to like the creators of Cobra Kai and stuff to make sure they didn't like undo or overstep stuff, which I think is a good thing actually.
Yeah, like every statement Ralph Macchio's made, it's like, okay, this is 3 years after Cobra Kai. Right. He's in this place post Cobra Kai, and how Daniel ends, it actually makes a lot more sense how we see him in that trailer, right? We'll dive into that in a bit, but
because we thought before part 3, we was like a kid died. We thought he was gonna be done. Like part 3, I'm walking away from this, and then Jackie Chan bring him in. But it's like, nah, like he gets over it. That's an issue I have for part 3. And we'll get into that because that's a big issue in general, not just for Daniel, but
I agree.
That's a big issue.
I agree.
Like how they handled that.
I mean, let's just kind of dive into it then, because I mean, what would you say is your overall thoughts on these final 5 episodes of Cobra Kai?
I think they were good. Like the first episode was I was like, okay, we're back, you know. But episode 12. Like that episode, I didn't even care about the tournament at that point. Like that episode just felt like so like it was a character driven episode. The stuff with Chosen was like funny, with him and Jesse from Saved by the Bell.
Yeah.
Which that casting was ridiculous. Like Moon looks nothing like her. I'm sorry. That lady is Caucasian, and the actress that plays Moon, I'm pretty sure she is colored in some way. So I'm like, that wasn't good, Cobra Kai. I get what you were trying to do because she's a fan of Cobra Kai, so they wanted to bring her in, like she's a fan of the movies and stuff too. I get it, but like that was a little much. But it made me not want the tournament. I was like, I just wanted the episode, like seeing like Hawk and Dimitri and like Robbie and Miguel just hanging out at the dojo, like just sparring. Like I was just like, where was this all season? Like it's certain moments like that episode made me feel like I was like, we could have got stuff like this instead of like character regression. Like, and me and you talked about it for part 1. Like we both didn't care for like them ticking that Miguel and Robbie beefing box. We didn't like the Daniel and Johnny box. We were just like, all right, what are we doing? Hawk and Dimitri beefing again. It was just like Cobra Kai, no, like, and I've seen people say this, like they know how they wanted the show to end, but they just didn't know how to get there. And I'm starting to agree.
I agree with that.
I'm starting to agree.
Part 1 is still my least favorite for a lot of those things. And some of them I think improved once we saw the full journey. I think Tori's journey is a big one where now we've seen the whole picture. I'm like, I understand it completely now.
I'm more on board,
And then some
before
of it,
I was like, hell no. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah. No, 100%. And then some of it just like, I think we can just fully dive in at this point. I think the Daniel and Johnny thing is I think the worst examples of this, because by the end they are supposed to be almost brothers at this point. They are supposed to have gone through such a journey, and I love where we're at. I was like, this is great. I wanted to see a more build up getting there, right? Instead of having them fight again, have them work through how to be senseis together, because they never really got there. Like in no season where they ever like, we're great senseis together, they still feel like a mess. And by the end, Daniel was supposed to be the master at all of this, and it was like, we didn't see that. There's a huge jump from part 1 to part 3 that's just missing somewhere.
Like I agree, like every time they came together, like the beginning of season 4, they were good for like the first 4 episodes. After that they beefed when Terry Silver came back in the picture, and then was done. Season 5 they didn't get together until after Robbie and Miguel like reconciled, which I have issues about that, and I talked about that in my video. But what was that, like episode 6 when they like finally got everybody together, or like episode 6 or 7? Like it was all late, and then we get to this, and it's like the first couple of episodes they were cool, but then we get to episode 5, and it's like, oh my gosh, Cobra Kai, why are we still doing this? Like, stop.
Like, and again, like a lot of those ideas on paper are good. Like we talked about this in part 1. I really like in theory them kind of arguing in a certain way about like what to do with Tori. I thought that stuff was good. It was just executed very badly.
Yeah,
like, especially the stuff where Johnny had come from, of like, like my dad died then and I could have used it, and like she could have used it now. Good stuff. Don't make them split up again. Right? You can have character conflict and not have them like break up, right? And not have them split apart. Like, and
also the jealousy thing too. Like Johnny, you had a full day of training them, and then you get mad at Daniel when it's his day to train them. What is wrong? He did it in season 4 with Miguel. He was jealous of Daniel and Miguel, and I'm like, dude, you had his daughter. What are you complaining for? Like. It's certain things like this season don't flow well at all.
It doesn't. No,
it's pretty bad.
Like I think just me personally, I think the last couple of part 2 going into part 3 are some of my favorite episodes of the show. I think that part is so unbelievable hype. Getting there is some of my least favorite of the show, and it makes like
you know how I feel about part 2.
Yeah, it's really hard to rank it, where it's like this is some of the best and worst the show has ever been. And it's like, what a weird season. But yeah, no, I mean, I think part 3 is definitely them like flipping a coin on a lot of these characters and being like, okay, this is where their journeys are ending. This is where they're concluding. I'm actually just pull up a character list, and we're just gonna go through and talk about just some of these characters and where they ended and where we think they could have done better. You know what? Let's just start with Johnny. So Johnny is the main character of the show. And what I really liked about this final season is he became the main character. Or I guess the final 5, is they made Johnny the main character again, which is something I slightly had an issue with. I think at some point, Daniel also became the main character, sometimes even overshadowing Johnny. Yeah. Which I love Daniel. That's my boy. That's Yoji Karate Kid. But ultimately, it was still Johnny's show. Like, season 5 was a Daniel season. It just was. Yeah. So I think the way they remembered last minute, this is Johnny's story. Let's bring everything full circle. I liked a lot. I really appreciated that.
Yeah. I think his was done well. Mm-hmm. And I agree with you about it. Like, at certain points, it felt like Daniel's show, but that's unfortunately you kind of had to do that.
You had to, yeah. No,
I agree. All the iconic characters are connected to Daniel. Like, outside of Kreese, it was like you can bring Kreese in through Johnny. You can't get Terry Silver through Johnny. There's no connection there. Like, you have to do it through Daniel. Chosen, you have to do it through Daniel. Yes. Mike Barnes, you have to do it through Daniel. It's just like I get it. Like it like. But I do understand, like, like for like season 4, season 5-ish, like he wasn't like the main character anymore. The first 3, like season 4 and 5 and a little bit of 6, it was like a mix up between some of the kids or like Daniel or Terry. Yeah, like, definitely Terry. For like season 4, it was definitely Terry. Like, it was his season. It was his season.
Yeah, and I think. Because, okay, let's talk about like the big twist of the season. Because I know a lot of us already knew. Because I feel like we have to address it if we want to talk about Johnny's journey forward. They do fully come back into Cobra Kai at the end. Miguel and Tori leading the team with him as the sensei. Yeah. And this is, I don't know if we ever talked about this, but this is something I brought up back in like season 3, 4.
I think you might have talked
where
about
I had said, like, instead of beating Cobra Kai, can we rehabilitate Cobra Kai? Because just like the Johnny thing, there was a point where it's like the show's not really about Cobra Kai anymore. It's about Miyagi-Do, which I loved. It was great, but there's always that bit at the back of my mind that's like, well, it's not really Cobra Kai, you know? It's whatever. So I think it was really, really cool having a full circle moment. And I know I imagine have a little bit of issues about who's on the team and stuff like that. But
I didn't care about it was how we got there.
Sure.
I think I would have been more okay with him getting back Cobra Kai if it was set up. Like, it kind of just happened. Like, it was just random. Like, season 5, Terry Silver gets arrested at the end. I would have loved if, like, at the end of the season, Johnny's like, okay, Cobra Kai's like, it's no one here now. Like, him contemplate whether or not he's going to take it back and then lead into season 6 with him. That, like, that's his journey. Like, is he going to take back Cobra Kai?
Okay, sure.
Instead of the unnecessary stuff that we got, that could have been his arc. Like, okay, when I had Cobra Kai the first time, I turned him into a bunch of bullies. Then Kreese came in here, took over, and these kids got into a school fight war. Like, my new stepson got paralyzed. My actual son got put in juvie. Like, it was much. So, like, it's one of those things where I wish we would have saw that conflict. Like, okay. And then by the time we get to the Kreese moment, he's like, it's yours. I would have been like, okay.
Yeah.
I would have been like, all right, like, but it just happened so randomly. Like, I was just like,
like, that moment might be my favorite Cobra Kai moment of just
I got spoiled.
I
got spoiled.
I had
was
heard
so upset.
Something. I heard something about a year ago, and then that day it dropped. Everyone, like 5 in the morning, everyone's already posting spoilers. I was like, thanks, guys. But that moment, I was
spoiled a couple days beforehand. Like Monday, like I don't know if you were in the live yet on Tuesday when we were talking. Someone leaked episode 14, like the whole episode. Jesus. It was up, like, and it was screenshots and everything. Like, I got on Twitter, and that was the first thing I saw, and I was like, bro, we only have a couple days. It's no way I couldn't have waited like 3 days, bro. Like, come on, like that ruins your experience.
It does.
Like, I got spoiled on that. I got spoiled on, it was like a picture of them holding the trophy. and then I got spoiled on the Miguel and Axel fight. Which during my reaction, I had a couple convos with some unhappy Miguel fans who wasn't happy with me not being hyped during the fight. But I literally explained like like when that was happening, I was like, hey, I was spoiled on this, so this is why I wasn't like super hyped. It ruins your experience. I still got some shit. I was just like, okay, whatever. It's no appeasing.
The fandom wars is so fucking stupid.
Yeah, so, like I can't like anyone. I saw like it was a couple posts I saw on like TikTok. It was like a fan of Hawk. It was like a Hawk post. And they were like, man, I miss like when Hawk used to be like a pivotal character. And it was just like a tribute to Hawk.
Sure.
People in the comments, Miguel's better. Miguel's the GOAT. I'm like, dude, this TikTok is something. Sucks. I was like, this is what I will not miss about the fandom.
No,
and it's from all sides, but the Miguel fandom is like the biggest fandom, and it's so toxic from them. I'll be like, dude, can y'all chill? We can like other characters outside of Miguel. Thank you. Like, oh my gosh.
The like hate that the Sam actors has got over these, like, I know she's not everyone's favorite characters, but there's been so much like fat shaming and just like the most like disrespectful things I've seen.
Like they call her like Ham LaRusso.
I was like, shut the fuck up.
I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, she has diabetes. Why are you people insensitive?
Oh my gosh, it pisses like that makes me want to like Sam more than I already do, because like people are so shitty towards that actress. It pisses me
and off. I don't even think Sam was bad. Like the first couple of seasons, it was like she was a little rough. But once she went through like her PTSD arc, and see, that's what I'm saying. Like the leak stuff, like
I mean, we can jump to her really quickly. I think she was my favorite character in season 6. Like, she has my favorite. This is a hot take, I know. I think she has my favorite ending to any of the characters.
I agree. I agree with you. In terms of the team, I agree with you.
I think it, like, okay, because you were kind of shocked about, like, my take on I'm glad she didn't fight. But why I like that a lot, because to me, that feels like a 40-year journey in the making. Because my thing about the Karate Kid, I love Daniel. He's a great character. Daniel kind of sucks, right? Daniel's kind of a hypocrite, right? I love him.
He is.
He's kind of a hypocrite. He sits there and be like, no, it has to be the Miyagi-Do way. Miyagi wants this, Miyagi wants that. He's never truly embraced Miyagi-Do. He's never really done that. He's always been, like Silver said, he's always had a bit of that Cobra Kai in him, which is why the ending's so cool. But I think what I've loved about Sam this season is I think she's embraced Miyagi-Do better than Daniel has ever had.
Yeah.
And I think her dropping out of the fight, I think something snapped in Daniel. I think he finally, after 40 years, understood, oh, this is what Miyagi, like, this is what Mr. Miyagi meant. And just because I can't win doesn't mean this is not a victory for us.
Right.
You know? And I do just love it. And I guess it's more of an ending for Daniel than it is Sam, but I love what that kind of does.
It was kind of for both. It was kind of for both.
Yeah.
Like
and like I don't think Sam even had that much of a fight in her anymore, right? Like she started all this because of Tori, because of how much she hated Tori, right? She no longer hates Tori. You know what I mean? So I think she wanted like that almost makes that arc come full circle, because she, like, her forgiving Tori this season and being like that moment in episode 1 or in part 1 is one of my favorite parts, because it's like, no, actually you're right, I messed up, I was in the wrong, I'm sorry. That was such a good moment for her. That was almost the ending of her arc. Yeah, that
was my favorite reconciliation out of the teens, like when they were beefing. I felt like Dimitri forgave Hawk way too fast. I was like, dude broke your arm, and I get that, like, he was kind of conflicted, but I'm like, nah, because if my supposed best friend broke my arm, when it heals, and if you trying to apologize, you gonna run my ones. I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm gonna get my get back, and then we gonna be cool after this. Because there's no way you broke my arm and then just expected me to be cool. And it's the same thing with Miguel and Robbie. Like, I get, like, Robbie should have apologized first. Like, he kicked him over the thing. He could have paralyzed him for life. But what I don't like about their reconciliation is Miguel doesn't take accountability for his part in the rivalry. He starts the rivalry. Like, like, he don't mess with Miguel. Miguel antagonizes him at the beach during the All Valley of season 1. I'm like, there was no, like, and that's a nitpick I have with that whole thing. But yeah, that episode was good. like with them two reconciliate. I get what you mean. I did want her to get her closure.
That's fair.
But I do get what you're saying. Like, I'm not mad at it. I still think she had the best ending out of the teens. Like, I feel like she had the best outcome.
And we'll probably talk about spinoffs at the end. I do wonder if they want to do a Sam spinoff. Like, I have thought about it, just because
I don't think so.
it would.
I think the actress. I love Mary, but I feel like people either hate her character too much or they fat shame the actress too much, and I think she would come back. Because she's expressed it, like she would, come back and stuff. But like just the way that they treat the Sam character, I would rather not. Because I don't think it would do good. Either that or people would hate watch it. And I just don't want that. I don't want the actress to go through any more of that.
Yeah. I think it's a hard pitch. But I think it's the one I would want the most. Just because
that spinoff is low on the podium for me.
Oh really?
I don't think you could do much with it. Like, what would it be? Like a Phineas and Ferb thing where, like, she spends all her time,
I think it would be like a Okinawa spinoff. I would think it's her in college in Okinawa, visiting her grandpa's, like, origins, her meeting a whole new cast of characters there. And then it's very, like, reminiscent of Karate Kid 2, right? Like, it's a sequel to Cobra Kai, just like Karate Kid 2's, and all that jazz. And then you could technically bring in Sensei Wolf, right? Like Sensei Wolf could kind of be like the Axel as well. Like Axel kind of has completely unfinished.
I would save them for the Tori and Robbie one.
Sure. Tori and Robbie are also, I think, the next.
They're the highest for me. Yeah. Like they're like number 1 or 2. Like
I didn't like the idea at first because like in my head I was like, oh, it's gonna be like an influencer show. I don't want that. But I think which is like, okay, they're traveling the world, they're doing tournaments. Okay, that could be cool. And I think they are both the characters with the biggest potential in terms of their journey, especially Robbie. Robbie needs a lot more in terms of development, I think.
Yeah, they're the 2 characters where I feel like, and I think I said this in my episode 15 reaction, like they're the 2 characters where their story doesn't feel finished yet. It feels like this was like a stepping stone to like keep going. Where like Miguel and even Dimitri and Hawk to a certain extent, it feel like this is kind of the end. Like,
right.
Like you don't have to do anything with them again, at least not for a while.
Sure. Yeah. No. Like. Yeah. They're definitely 2. I think the most like badass like pairings of characters that where they ended off. Right. Yeah. Like Tori. Yeah. I think Tori's a huge draw if they want to like. And I mean.
Yeah. Like people love Tanner and Peyton. Like,
yeah. You're right.
Regardless of if they like the character or not, they love the actors. Like that's one thing I will say. Like they have big draws. Mm-hmm. So yeah, and you can get characters in that show. Like, what if they have a tournament that they compete in, and you can get Sam guest starring for a season for like 2 episodes. What's his name? Kenny's dad is in the army. What if he's stationed in Okinawa and Kenny go visit and we finally get some Robbie and Kenny moments because we didn't get it since like season 5. So they have, I think with their stories they have the most potential. I know we didn't go through each character yet, but like I feel like they have like the most potential.
Yeah, no, for sure. Let me just go through. I mean, we already kind of talked about Daniel. I feel like we don't need to. I mean, I can dive into it just a little bit more because I do feel like again his arc about like accepting the balance was so cool. Like him coming out in the Karate Kid gear and being able to give that pep talk to Johnny, being like,
I did not expect that when they called out Cobra Kai and it was him and Chosen. I was like, what the fuck?
Dude, I was like, where's Johnny? Too, like, and again, that's such a good full circle moment too, where it's like Miyagi-Do is all about balance. Daniel finally learned balance. The thing we've been trying to do since like season 2. He finally
got goddamn dream. With Mr. Miyagi. Like finally it took this. I was like, dude, first of all, that scene was good.
One of my favorite scenes in this part was and he's having this whole thing to Silver. He's like, haven't you heard? Cobra Kai never dies, and just
he shocked me when he said it. It didn't feel right coming out his mouth. I was just like, but I was like, it's kind of badass, and I kind of like it, so I was like, I'll give it a pass.
Full circle. It's a full circle arc.
Silver gets mad. First of all, Silver, how you gonna be mad when you literally said there's always been some Cobra Kai in him, and then when he actually like embraces it, you get mad and walk off. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like again, Miyagi is all about balance. It's all about forgiveness. It's all about letting the other. Like it's all about that stuff, and I think that puts him in such an interesting place.
Yeah.
Come Karate Kid Legends, because he's finally found peace. He's found balance, and I think he needed a moment like this because he's never been like a great teacher. Like he's been a good teacher, but he's never been like a great teacher. And I think in Legends he's going to enter his like Mr. Miyagi era of how he teaches.
He's finally going to enter and tap into that Mr. Miyagi where
he
can be hard on you, like, hey, you messing up, but also encourage you and
and like how the show ends, I think is so perfect. Like now we're on the Daniel Johnny thing. It's like I love that scene where it's like, hey, I think Anthony should enter as Cobra Kai. Yeah, I think Devin should go into Miyagi-Do.
Yeah,
perfect. That was good.
He was like, maybe Anthony could like benefit from a non-biased point of view, and he was like, yeah, Devin, and she, compete with you guys. She, her defense could be better or whatever. So it looks like they're gonna be like swapping students for like, which I think is such a cool idea.
No, that's incredibly cool. And again, what we've been wanting them to learn for like 5 seasons, and just like I love, we're like, okay, because Johnny comes full circle. He got the dojo of his dream, and he got to go up there and be like, yes, these things, like strike hard, strike, no mercy. Like those things they're not necessarily wrong, but I'm changing how I implement them. And these things are technically correct, but if you balance them with what Daniel's teaching across the street or whatever, you also have to understand those things. So him being like, oh, it's so good. It's such a good like ending for both of those characters. I can't believe it. Like it's so good. It felt like they planned it for 40 years and they didn't, which is crazy.
Like it felt right.
It did.
Like I couldn't imagine. I wouldn't say it was peak, but emotionally, I think they hit the emotional beats. Now, emotionally, I think it was peak. I think we had some of the best emotional like moments in this part, but in terms of it being peak, like in general, I don't. Fighting wise, you can argue it. I think season 4 had better choreography. That's just me personally.
Yeah, I think. I think it was really hard to beat part 2 in terms of the fight scenes. Which,
like I think we talked about it. Like the fighting peaked in part 2. Like it.
You weren't. Even... I mean, we had like a 20-minute fight scene at the end of the last season. Like you weren't.
Yeah, it was a fucking brawl. Like goddamn. Like
and then
it was like 20 minutes.
And then what? Like episode was it 9 when they're all like alternating with each other, and Robbie gets the final and he.
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
That's probably my favorite fight throughout the whole show, and it's not even because it was just like super well choreographed. It was really good choreographed, but just how creative it was, like a tag team like brawl, like kind of style. Like it was so dope. Just
it was really good.
Yeah, that was really good. Like I'm gonna be like going through each season and ranking, like doing tier list rankings for the fights. I can't wait to get to season 6 because like I have some part 3. People might be mad at me, but it is what it is. I can't help how I feel.
Okay, let's get through some of these other characters. Amanda, while not a big character, I also liked her mini arc of like like acceptance in Johnny's hobby. I thought was great. Where it's like, yep, this is it for me. It's like she's like, bullshit. No, it's not. Like you love this too much.
Right.
And I think she's been one of the best, like most consistent characters.
Oh, easily. Oh, like I love Amanda so bad. I will always say this, Daniel, you lucked out because there were so many times she could have left your ass and just took her kids like she should have. Like the time when she left, she should have actually left. I wouldn't have blamed if she like didn't get back.
No. I think she does a great service to the show because I think there needed to be a character that's like us being like, hey guys, this is stupid. Like, wild, don't do this. And then once her during 30 year, of like through a show being like, fuck it, this shit's hype as hell. Awesome. Like it's so good.
Like Amanda was literally us. Like, what episode was? I think episode 8, when Anthony has to apologize to Kitty, and they start fighting, and she on her phone, and she look up, she's like, "Fucking karate," and I was like, "Yes."
She's like, "This." Us. No, it's like, so like this shit's fucking stupid. Like, get your shit. Right. Someone is in a coma or whatever. Like, shut the fuck up. Just like get your shit.
Like, y'all out here fighting. Like, chill out. Like, which Anthony should have apologized, because it's like, yo, you were bullying this kid to the point where he literally went to the dark side with Robbie.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You should have been apologized to him. But then she had her full circle moment where in season 1 she was looking at that one karate mom all crazy, and then she became like the crazy karate like mom cheering on Robbie, which I loved, because he was part of that family for a while. Like that was pretty much a member. Like
they kind of will be, right? If Miguel and Sam ever get like married or whatever.
Oh yeah, it'll be their families. All the families will be intertwined.
Yeah.
It'll be so weird.
So Miguel, I mean, I think it's a great full circle moment, right? Like I think as much as I was with you, I wanted Robbie to have a win, which we will talk about Robbie in a second. Like I'm building up to it. I do think it needed to be Miguel there, right? I
agree.
It, as much as I love Robbie, and I think Robbie needed that win more, I think Miguel has always been kind of the poster child for Cobra Kai.
He's the Karate Kid of this generation.
Yes,
I didn't have an issue with him winning. It was how they went about it. That was my issue.
Sure. I mean, I think Miguel is also a very open-ended character. Like, he's not a character I felt like, oh, his story's done. It felt like, for now, this is where he's at, and then in a couple years, we can maybe pick him up in something else or whatever.
Right.
It's very open.
Miguel's Goku. But, like, his story is kind of straightforward. Like, it's not a lot of, like, super nuance there. But it's, like, enough that where you're, like, you root for this character and you want them to win.
Yeah, and it feels kind of slightly full circle where he couldn't go to the tournament again in season 4 because of his injury, right? So it's nice that he kind of got, like, he got to go back again and prove that he was one of the better fighters in the show. Yeah, that was nice.
That fight was pretty bad, though. I'm not gonna lie, I can't.
It was
a little one-sided. It was too one-sided for me. I was like, all right, that's kind of the issue I have with Miguel sometimes. I get that he's the fan favorite, but they gotta. The plot armor was plot armoring in that fight. I'm sorry, Axel was not fighting the way he was. In part 2, like at all. Like, I'm sorry, like no, they held him back a lot, and I get that he was going through stuff, but I'm just like, if y'all gonna have him beat the best, have the best fight at his best. Like, don't half-ass it.
Part 2, he was a clone, like he was an android. Robbie couldn't get a punch on him, right?
Neither could Miguel or Quan. He beat all of them in
the Robbie fight. Even in like the Robbie fight, I was like, he's doing way better than he did part 1 for some reason. You know, like it was like, but like again, I kind of went into the season with that same thing where it's like, realistically, they should all lose terribly, right? Like,
realistically, if this was like more grounded, Quan and Axel would have been the final. Like, they would have been the final. Like, none of the kids. I love our kids, and they have to win because they're our main characters. But in no way in hell were they. I can buy Robbie and Quan a little bit more because Quan was mostly doing kicks, and Robbie, I would say, is the best defensive teen fighter. Right. So like him adapting to like his kicks and stuff and like blocking them, his punches wasn't that good. So like once he like kind of got it, But any of them beating Axel, hell no. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, like Quan was interesting because he's like the embodiment of the bad of Cobra Kai, right? It's like rageful fighting without thinking, right? Which is why Robbie locked in, used both Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do.
Right?
Yeah. So that's why he won. But I agree, Axel's a little silly. And so is the Wolf versus Johnny thing.
I said that multiple times. I was like, dude, Johnny is a 50-year-old man who doesn't work out, has bad nutrition, drinks beer all the time, like doesn't work, like
doesn't really train.
Wolf's first punch should have disintegrated Johnny's chest. Like him kicking him like that, Johnny should have been done. Like realistically he should have been done.
Wolf's probably one of the strongest fighters we've seen in the show.
I would argue he probably is. Like, it's ridiculous.
As much as I adore that final fight, as much as I adore Johnny being back at the All Valley to get his redemption, perfect ending. Would do the exact same thing. That's perfect. Yeah. You do have to separate your disbelief a little bit, being like, just don't think about it. He won because he was too cocky, whatever, blah, 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 whatever. But yeah, I get you.
But it's that part where realism kick in and you're like, Johnny should have won this fight. Like, this fight should have been over, like, in, 30 seconds. Like, really, realistically, it should have been over. Like,
no, for sure.
But Billy, shouts out to Billy. He was doing a lot of his choreo. Like, especially, I noticed it, but when he did the kick up, I was like, oh, shit, that's actually him doing it. I was like, okay, let's go. Do your thing.
And again, that they both look great for their age. Like, it's crazy. All right, let's talk about Robbie. The one I was curious to talk about, because I do have, I think I agree with you for the most part, but I do want to add a perspective to how his story ended.
I might have a counter. Because I've been thinking about his ending, and my opinion has changed. Like, at first I liked it, but then I was like, it feels like a cop out. And then I had to do some research, like to see what the writers have been saying, because they did talk about like certain characters and like endings, and they did say that Robbie was like one of the harder ones to come up with the ending.
Yeah.
So like, I'm interested to see what you gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were in a very awkward spot, because I think they knew it had to be Miguel at the end there, right? And Robbie's in a very interesting spot because he lost the first time, he lost the second time. And going into the season, we did need Robbie to have a win. It was like, this is his time to finally come out with a win. And I think they were in somewhat a little bit of a hard place to put them.
They were cornered. They were in the corner.
Yeah. And while it does anger me he didn't get his ending, what's kind of helping a little bit, and this is me adding my own narrative to what they didn't tell us. There's a part of me that kind of likes the narrative that he was in a very similar spot to his father in the original Karate Kid movie.
Okay, right? I actually have a counter to this, so I actually want you. I've had this conversation with people, and they've said the same thing. So I do have a counter to that. So go ahead.
Okay, cool.
I'm actually interested.
Like because I do, like, again, he should have won. I think out of all the characters, he got the worst ending. I think he's very like his whole thing about getting the money and stuff like that. I was like, okay, cool, but it's actually Tori's ending that they just gave Robbie also.
Right, it feels like a cop out.
Yes, absolutely.
It feels like a cop out.
I couldn't agree more with you. I 100% agree. But there is a part of me that does, to at least help with the pain of him not winning. I kind of like that he's in the same exact spot his father was in the first movie, but what makes him different is that he has a support group. He's grown as a person. He's more mature than his father ever was. And he is taking that same defeat his father did, and he's going to actually make something of himself, turn himself into a better man than his father would be, kind of stopping this like cycle of misery that his father kind of put in motion, right? The issue is they don't tell you any of that. They don't show any of that. I have to give him that, right? Like they just kind of like leave him there, and it's like seeing him in crutches the whole season and seeing that defeat. It's frustrating, and I wish maybe we could have at least had a moment to Robbie at the end. We don't really, like, they just kind of sweep past it, which is a big problem for me. But also, it's like, I don't know what I would do differently, right? I don't know how I would fix it either. You know what I mean?
I already know what I would do. But,
okay, tell me that.
So I get what your point is. I've seen a lot of people actually talk about this, like whether it's on like Twitter or Reddit or whatever the case may be. The issue I do have with that, because that's been the theme of Robbie's character. I think they even like said it. Like, I think the showrunner said it like early on with Robbie. My issue with that is that they've already done it.
Sure.
Robbie's lost like a couple of times, and he's never let like tournament. Like, he's never let the loss get to him in a way where like he ends up like his dad going down the wrong path. Like, season 1, he was fine. Like, Daniel talked to him, and that moment where he does lose, he's like, he takes it in stride. Season 4, he does the same thing. He gets himself together. Like, Tori follows him in the back. He's like, I just need a minute. He comes out there, supports her for her match. The issue is they did it 3 times in a row already. That's the big issue. It's like, it's a repetitive thing, and I'm just like, this feels like a cop-out. Like, I get it. Miguel has to win this one. I'm all for it, and I do think Miguel should have won the final thing. It's Cobra Kai. I get it. That's never my issue. It's how they did it.
Sure.
Robbie was supposed to win that season 4 All Valley.
Yeah.
They changed it to Hawk winning. I still don't understand why, but I think they're probably kicking themselves in the back of the head now because they pissed off probably your second biggest fan base in terms of characters, like of the teams. Like you probably pissed them off. Like if you go to John's Instagram, it's so like people aren't being toxic, but they're being like critical. They're actually giving criticisms.
It seems like the actor's a little pissed. Like it seems like the actor's a little salty about it, which he should.
Tanner, he's been like, vocal about how he.
Yeah.
And even when he tries to like make himself feel good about it, you can kind of tell like he's not really feeling it. Like he's just like. Nah. Right. But like if you go on, what's the guy? Is John's? I don't know how to pronounce that last name. He's one of the showrunners. He has the picture of Robbie in the little goggles thing that he had on. And in the caption it's like Robbie wants you to watch part 3. And the comments is like people are pissed. They're like, dude, like why would we watch this? Like he didn't get a good ending. And it's people, and it's not like death threats or anything like that, like how it would usually be like on some crazy Twitter stuff. They're actually being critical, giving like good points in like I haven't looked at it in a minute, so it might have changed, but the ones that I did see, I was like, this is justified. But like I get what you mean. Like his ending, I did feel the same way. Like after I got done watching it, I was like happy. And then like after I edit and put it up and I rewatched it just to like sit in the moment and not like as a reactor, I was like, it feel like they tacked his like ending to Tori, and I don't like it. And I'm happy you said that too, because I was like, I can't be the only one feeling that way.
No.
And it just felt like a cop out. Like it was like, okay, we kind of backed ourselves into a corner with the Robbie thing. He should have won at some point in the show, and that's on us. And so here y'all go. But what y'all gave us is not satisfying though. And I do agree, like out of all the teams, he had the least satisfying ending.
Yeah.
Because I'm just like, I don't feel like it wasn't earned, and it just didn't. I don't know. Like it just didn't feel right with his character. Like I just felt cheated somehow. Like like the son of Johnny Lawrence. Like Robbie has never, and that's why I hate the Miyagi-Do thing. I've seen people come in my comments and say, but it's like the Miyagi thing. He's but I'm like Robbie's never been fully Miyagi-Do. He's been a good blend of both. He's been a good. Yeah. Like he's right. Cobra Kai by blood. Like that is his blood, right? That's Cobra Kai through and through. He already had the hot temper and stuff before meeting Daniel. Like he always had that aggressiveness to him. But then when he meet Daniel, he knows how to balance it. He's always been right. He's always been the perfect balance.
He's a great poster boy for what they're doing now, right?
Right.
Who has both.
And so I just feel like I don't think the Miyagi thing should have the Miyagi-Do thing. I think if you were going to apply it to someone, it should have been Sam. That makes the most sense. But to apply it to Robbie, it's like we already got this lesson. Like we know he's more mature than Johnny. He had to grow up fast. He became the man of the house because Johnny left. Like he's always been more mature. And that scene is as good as it was with him and Johnny in the locker room when there was just the two of them. I felt emotional mainly because of the actors. I felt the acting, and it was like it felt like Billy and Tanner were saying those things to each other versus the actual characters. But when I went back and watched that scene, I'm like, well, Karate shouldn't have had to give you your dad. Your dad should have been there. I get the girlfriend thing because he probably wouldn't have met Tori without, that. And but the friend thing, like, is Hawk and Dimitri really your friends? I mean, they only associate you because you're like in Miyagi-Do. Like we don't see them actually getting to know you. No, not like the friend thing is kind of like Sam. I can buy Miguel. I can buy. That's pretty much his stepbrother now. And I do think they have a good bond. And then like Kenny, that's it. Like I can't buy the friend thing. It threw me off. I was like, I get what they were going for. It don't work with Robbie because they didn't put in the effort. Like Johnny, they gave him an easy slap on the wrist. They were like, by season 4, Johnny don't even try. Like your son is in Cobra Kai with Kreese, and you don't try to get him out. But you see Devin in Cobra Kai season 5, and you were ready to rush your ass in there to get her out. Like it's like no, like they gave Johnny an easy way out when it comes to the Robbie thing, and I had to explain that in my episode 15 reaction because I was like, this is what I mean by when they do Robbie dirty in the show, and so I broke down like everything. And so like, yeah, I don't like it.
No, I think that's totally valid, and like, yeah, I still feel a lot of those feelings. Like, again, like someone who doesn't even have as much of an attachment. Like I like Miguel probably like slightly more just because season 1 stuff, but like,
right,
again, yeah, it is heartbreaking, and it's like,
yeah,
again, shortest end of the stick did him kind of dirty, which is why you're right. It's probably why he deserves a spin-off more than any other character.
Right.
Because he deserves to finally... It's kind of like that like Supergirl, Superman thing where it's like Superman was never going to be done justice on Supergirl because it wasn't his show.
Until we got his own. And then it's like, okay, yeah, now we can let him shine and be his own. Because I get it. Like, unfortunately, when there's a Karate Kid label on one of the characters, they get the extra buff. Yes, they get the extra buff, and it's like Miguel was going to get that because the show established that. Like Johnny's, like literally Cobra Kai is what if the Karate Kid movies focused on Mr. Miyagi instead of Daniel. Like Miguel was more a part of Johnny's arc than the opposite way. But he still gets his focus. Like that, he's still the Karate Kid of the show. So he's gonna win. Robbie is gonna lose because of plot. It is what it is. Like I don't, it's nothing we can really do about it. So I do feel like giving him his own show, it will give him a chance to do his own thing. Like he's out the shadow of his dad. He won't have to be a Miguel shadow. Like he can finally he out of Daniel's shadow. He can just do his own thing. Like just do his thing and just keep it moving. And I would love to see like Chosen come in and like give him some training. Cause that's one sensei he hasn't been with yet. He's been under his dad for a little bit. Daniel, Silver, and Kreese. Yeah. He's been under pretty much all of them. And so I would love to see like, it don't even have to be a long show. It could be like a 3-season thing. Where maybe in the last season, the last like tournament they do, at least for the show, where they want to end it, is in like Okinawa. And he needs certain training and they bring back Chosen and he needs one. But I watched this dude, his name is Chosen, the Chosen One. Definitely like check out his YouTube. Like he does a lot of good Cobra Kai content. But he brought up the Creed parallel. He was like, what if Robbie is like in the Creed position where like he goes through his arcs, but then he had like, because he fought like his Drago, it would be Axel. Axel broke his leg. So what if they redeem Axel by bringing him in, like they brought in the son of Drago to train Creed? Yeah. And they do that, and when he said that, I was like, "Dude, I need this show now!" Like, I was like, I need it.
Yeah, I think they very purposely left Axel, left Wolf, and left Zara open.
Yes,
they're wide open. They seem like they will be reoccurring either villains or just like supporting characters.
I think they redeem Axel. I don't think he's that evil. I don't think he's that evil to begin with.
No, but like
I think. They might have him redeem himself in a case where like he comes to terms with who he truly is and not
I think he has a full open story. Like,
I think that's potential.
We really know nothing about Axel outside of being trained by shitty people. That's it, right?
Yeah.
So, and again, that could be his Johnny, right? That could be his,
right.
The like new Daniel Johnny situation.
That would be so cool. I would watch that.
I'm done.
Like this, like what see, that's the thing. Like it's so many things that they skipped over. Like I alluded to it at the beginning. We have to talk about it. The fact that a kid died on TV and like none of the kids are affected. It's like, no. I'm sorry. But considering first of all, the school fight damaged all of the kids, not just physically but mentally. You're telling me a kid, a full fucking Karate Kid Mortal Kombat brawl drops out and a kid dies, and y'all telling me it don't affect no one but Daniel for a little bit? Like, no, I'm sorry. That's no.
It pissed me off,
And that would have explained why Robbie was a little scared to fight Axel. Like, if they would have played into that would have been a good arc. Like, what if that happens to me? Like, not even just for the knife, but what if I do a kick or something and he blocks it and I land wrong and something happens to me? Like, that could have been an arc. That like I said, I think they knew how they wanted it to end, but not how to get there. This just it sucks.
And they treat it as a joke too. Like we had a moment of silence, and I hated that so much. That was my least favorite.
I'm not gonna lie. I did laugh because it caught me off guard. I mean,
it's funny, but it's also just so like.
Yeah, it was disrespectful. Like when I was editing, I just shook my head. I was like, I really laughed at this. Cause I guess I was in the moment. I wasn't expecting it. Like I saw him get the nachos. I saw him get the nachos, and I'm like, okay, Penis Burp is being fat. Like he just hungry or something. But I didn't like catch like they were setting up the nacho thing. And then when I'm editing my video, I see it happen, and I'm like, oh, okay, now.
Yeah, it's like it's a funny bit. I get it, but it would have been nice if they like took a bit of like sincerity to that scene because it's a big moment. Like this is their first tournament back since someone died.
And it's only been like a month.
It's a big deal, and I agree with you 100%. I wish we could. I get we're limited on time, but you know what? You know what you do? Take out that stupid AI plot line in episode episode 16. That's just like we're gonna train with the AI, whatever. Take that stuff out.
Yeah. That was funny though. I'm not gonna lie, but
like it's a little funny, but like it's the most like whatever.
It's like did we really
that out? Yeah, like take that out and have an episode about because like Sam and Tori training stuff, fantastic.
That was good. Yeah, that was good.
Have it parallel to Robbie and Miguel too. Have them have an episode to themselves, being like, I'm scared. I have to go back to a tournament where someone died. I don't know if I'm ready for that. There's so much responsibility. I don't know if I can do it. Focusing on that stuff.
Right. It should have affected both of them. Like Miguel, your back. You fucked up your back the last tournament you were in. What if that happened to you? Like it should have affected all of them, right? Like, and I get that. Like the kids are supposed to be, as the karate kid, you're supposed to be mentally tough, and I get what they're trying to do with Miguel, but that makes him unrelatable. Like if you actually have him, like, what if they target my back, or what if I land wrong? That might be it. Like I might be done after this. Like I might not be able to fight again. It might not heal correctly. Like it's a lot of missed opportunities. First of all, why are Hawk and Dimitri going to college? They literally invented some new AI thing. Like if y'all don't go patent pen that and go start selling it, because that'll be the future in a few years. Maybe realistically here, like you gonna be rich.
Those two are been some of my least favorite this season. It's very clear to me neither of them have had anything to do since season 4. Dimitri got a slap on the wrist. He full ass cheated on his girlfriend. She's like, I'll take you back. And I was like, I get it. They want to wrap things up. But I also don't love the amplification for younger audiences that if you cheat, you can just make up, right? You can just get away with it if enough time has passed, right?
I'll defend Dimitri a little bit when it comes to that. I don't think it's necessarily cheating. I don't think he should have danced with her because he did have a girlfriend and he was getting on Hawk like, hey, we got girlfriends. We love our girlfriends.
He said, I don't have a girlfriend, right? He said, I don't. And what
did he really?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I think he did say I might have to go back and watch that. I
think it's like it's not bad cheating, but it's
almost crossing the line. It's almost crossing the line where it's like
and what would have happened if they didn't stop her, right?
Like what if
I don't think that,
like what if
I don't think he has enough willpower to stop her.
Like because like what if Hawk doesn't call Moon? Like does he end up hooking up with her? Like
I think he does.
See, you might be right on that one. Okay, I might have to give you this one.
Dimitri is such a frustrating character because he used to be one of my favorites.
He was season 4.
Dimitri season 4 was like one of the most badass characters. This character that came from nothing and became one of the best fighters. Great arc. And then once Hawk rejoined Cobra Kai, they forgot what to do with him. They was like, well, he's the nerdy character, I guess.
They just attached him at the hip because both him and Hawk's character both peaked in season 4, and they were just like, well, they're reunited now. Let's stick them together.
They really downed Hawk as well. Like Hawk used to be arguably top 3 fighters. Now, lucky if he's top 5. Like he's
especially when it comes to the boys. Like Kenny has surpassed him now. Like
he's not.
And then we got we get introduced to like Axel and Quan. It's like he's even further down the list now because he's not beating Quan. I'm sorry. I love Hawk.
No,
he has no chance against Axel. Like
I would have liked to have seen the fight just to see like, what I want to see.
That's actually a deleted scene.
Of what? Hawk and Axel?
Hawk and Quan. Like during Brandon, who played. See, I've been like watching like their YouTube like videos and streams. He actually like puts in behind the scenes stuff. So he said, I forgot which video it was. I might have to go back and rewatch. But he was like, Hawk and Quan was supposed to fight for a little bit during the tag team thing, and he actually showed. I think it's on his TikTok too. But it's a full scene of like them two like going at it for a little bit, and then they tag out. And I was like, why they had this badass like thing where like Hawk does this like flip kick thing, and like you could tell it's Jacob actually doing it. And I was like, Cobra Kai.
That's cool.
Why the fuck was this cut? Like, what are we doing? Why would you do that?
He would not have won, but I would like to have seen.
But that would have been cool.
I would like to have seen just to see what it looks like. Kenny versus Axel. Right? Kenny would lose, but that height difference would be really cool to see, right? Yeah. Because Axel he's big, he's strong, he's not fast. He's slow, and Kenny, that's his advantage, is his height. And he lost that a little bit when he had his growth spurt. But I'd like to see just him like, jumping around him, do a bunch of those undercuts. Like
it would be.
I think he has like a tiny chance.
I think because I honestly think the Robbie fight would have gone differently if Tanner was like fully available to do the whole fight, like if he wasn't sick. Dimitri became Cecile in season 6. You know what? I might give you that. Like he became really annoying, and it's just like like it don't matter what college your best friend go to. Like I get that y'all was set on it, but it's just like you're teens, you're gonna change your mind. And if that's the only school you were talking about for like your entire childhood, and then you actually got to go and like visit a couple colleges, and you're like, oh no, it's more to life than just MIT, and you want to explore your options. I would be happy for my friend. I'd be a little upset, like, oh man, we want to do this together. But I would respect the fact that like, okay, like go ahead, explore your options. And if we don't go to college together, like we're still gonna be best friends.
It's
winter break, holiday break, we still gonna hang out. Like if we're not too far from each other, we gonna kick it. But Dimitri just went too far with it. It was just like, bro, who cares? Like, like you got like you married to a man. Like I don't.
Okay, let's zoom through a couple of these. We already talked about Sam, but again, I do like her ending going to Okinawa. That's great. That's a fantastic ending. Might be the most I cried, not because of it's Sam, but the actor's reaction when they're saying goodbye to Sam. Like that hard cut of Amanda saying goodbye and then Daniel's thing killed me. I started tearing up. I was like, oh, this is so. And again, it's almost like saying goodbye to Daniel in or like in era. It's like them literally saying goodbye. It's like, oh no.
It felt more like the actors. Like the last two episodes, like the last couple episodes felt more like the actors than the characters. Like like I alluded to, like the Robbie and Johnny scene, like that felt like the actors. Kreese and Johnny, Jesus Christ. That scene broke.
Oh my God.
I actually cried at my reaction to that scene. That scene had me in tears, actually, because it hit me. Because I relate to that, like not having my dad in my life and him abandoning me. So that scene hit me on a personal level that I did not expect them to go down. And I was like, this is hitting really close to home. And I was like tearing up, like full blown crying in my reaction. I was like, dude, they cannot be doing this to me.
I think William could be up for an Emmy. He's not going to get it. He should be. Yeah. Almost every episode in part 5, I have a moment where I'm like, holy shit, this man's incredible. That like scene in the final episode with like him like at the grave and being like, I promised I wouldn't come back until I made something of myself. Well, here I am. It's so so good.
He sat down. He was like, what'd he say? He was like, Mom, I'm a loser and I'm always gonna be one. And then it gets to the end of the episode where he shows back up with the flowers and the picture of his family and stuff. And he don't even have dialogue. Him putting the picture down and walking off, and then it zoom in on it, like next to his mom grave, says everything. It was just like, that was perfect. That was perfect. Like you didn't need any dialogue there.
I want to talk about Kreese and Silver. Now I know you're not the biggest fan of those characters.
Oh no, I love them. I just don't like the way that they went out.
Oh really?
It was too over the top for me. I'm sorry.
It's very silly.
It was silly. Like the no mercy, and then he flipped
it's very it's very silly. I kind of like that they died though. Like I think that.
I had no issue with them dying. It was the way it happened.
Yeah, I kind of liked it. Like, it's very like Rambo.
Really, I might have to rewatch it.
It's silly for sure, but I think like I think Cobra Kai needed to go down with the ship, right? Cobra Kai was toxic because of those two, so I think them literally blowing each other up is the perfect.
Well, I would argue it was toxic because of Kreese. Like, Kreese, this is your fault. When Terry came back, Terry was actually trying to like teach the students the right way. And then Kreese started pulling on his PTSD and his insecurities and stuff about the war and throwing that all in his face. And I was just like, you made him turn back into this, Kreese. This is your fault.
Yeah. And like, I really never realized it until this final part. Every single thing that has happened in this show and the Cobra Kai movies is Kreese's goddamn fault. Like, Daniel
Except Karate Kid 2.
But no, I know. I mean, Daniel never would have been there in Karate Kid 2 if it wasn't for what Kreese did to Johnny and how he like enforced that tournament in the first movie. Like, every single character choice, every character would be fundamentally different if Kreese was never born, right? Daniel would have never, learned karate. Johnny probably, I don't know. Johnny may have never learned.
I think he still joins karate, but if he had a better mentor, he wouldn't have been the way he was.
And like the end of the movie when he's like hitting Kreese, or he's hitting Johnny with the trophy, like every single action is because of this goddamn man. So I think it was really important for them to reel in on him and his life decisions and have him be like, I'm a terrible person. Like, I suck. I need to try to make penance with the people in my life. I think that was needed.
It's better late than never, but I'm like, you chose when you're about 85 to do this. You should have had clarity 35 years earlier. I'm sorry. Like,
in his defense, he's the only one that properly felt the pain of Kwan's death, right? He's the only one.
That's true.
Like, which
that's damn true.
Like, I called that last arc where I was like, okay, now that Kwan's died, that is also Kreese's fault. That was his knife.
He shouldn't have put the knife
into this. Yeah, or he brought Kwan into this. He died because of Kreese, 100%. So I like that. That was that was a wake up call. He had to be like, holy shit.
He even took acknowledgement. Like, at the beginning of episode 11, he was like, this was on me. Like, this was my fault. Yeah. I brought this knife and I brought this toxic energy in there, and this is on me.
It is, yeah. It's yeah. I enjoyed them. I do agree with you with the whole silver sickness thing kind of coming in last minute. Like,
that was random.
Yeah.
As much as I like this, like, I think they could have did something with it, because I think Thomas is such a good actor. I feel like he could have really did something with that.
Focus on that in the whole season, not just final part. Yeah, I agree with that. Tori also pretty straightforward ending, but it's like, she won.
It's still more there.
Yeah, no, I think she needed the win the most out of everybody, right? She had that win in season 4, and
but Silver cheated, so it didn't really count. Because technically Sam won. Sam won because she got the points, but they cheated the refs. But where the hell is her brother?
Why is she okay? Who's watching her?
That's what I'm saying.
She's not an adult. She doesn't have parents. Is she?
Well, she's 18. They're about 18 now. So
are they? I thought it was like an under 18 tournament.
It is, but I mean, we have to assume, because it's a time jump, obviously, between when the tournament ends and then because Robbie, remember, like, Robbie's leg is healed. His leg was broken. As someone who was a former athlete who was broken bones, especially leg region bones, it takes a while. It takes like beyond months to do it. So I'm pretty sure by that point, and I think Hawk and everybody was going off to college, so it would have been like that following fall or whatever, because the school year started at the beginning of season 6, their senior year. So it would have been like a time jump ish, But it's like is she can care? Like, is he living with her and Robbie? Because I'm assuming they probably live together. Like, is he with them, or like? I don't know.
Shitty sister this season for sure. Shitty because, like,
I wouldn't even blame her. It's a writing issue. It's the creators forgot that she had a sibling. It's just like
she went across the country without him after the death of their parents. She left him alone. terrible sibling. Which, I mean, I will say, like, again, like we talked about this a little bit, I had huge issues in part 1 about Tori.
Yeah, we both did, about her going back and forth. Yeah,
I know, like, I was saying, this is terrible. But now that we've seen the full picture, I think it makes a lot of sense. She is someone that has always just had these insecurities. And, like, even when she was welcomed in, she never fully felt welcome. And then her scene in, I think it's the penultimate, where she's like, after everything I've done, you guys still have accepted me in. Like, I don't like what have I done to deserve that? It's like, well, you keep getting back up. It's so good. It's like, I think she had some of the best full circle storytelling from season 2 this now.
Like in terms of like full each season build up, I think her and Sam like has the best like full circle character moments in my opinion.
You're right. Like, I think they've been the MVPs of this season.
Like, because at first, and it makes sense, like that moment where, and I don't even like Kreese like that. Like, I like him as a villain, but like in terms of like when he do good stuff, I feel conflicted. In that moment where, like they're standing there and it pans to Tori and she like looks into the crowd and sees him and he like smiles and like bows to her. And she like that smile she had on her face, no dialogue. It was just because the one thing I could say about Kreese, no matter how we feel, when it came to Tori, he did not play about Tori. That was his. That's why like I disagree with people say like, because they're like, okay, what if in the future Robbie and Miguel train their sister? Which Jesus Christ, she's gonna be OP as hell. If that happens. I'm just like, the heir to Cobra Kai is Tori. I'm sorry, I love Miguel and I even love Rod, but like it don't feel right if any of them take it. Like it would make the most sense for it to be Tori.
Yeah.
I just feel like
she's always been full-bred Cobra Kai.
Right.
Like her and which is why that ending feels good, because it is like Miguel and Tori have always been the most, I guess, kind of Hawk. But I think Hawk
has been the most, like, if in terms of tenure, it's definitely been like Tori and Hawk in terms of who's been in Cobra Kai the longest.
Yeah.
You could count Kyler, but nobody likes Kyler.
I think though, but also I think Miguel never really left Cobra Kai. Like I think he was always fighting as Cobra Kai, even when he was at Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang. You know what I mean? Like I would
argue he always had Johnny. So that's why it was like no difference. It didn't matter.
Well, like his loyalty was Johnny was
there, right? As long as he was with Johnny, it didn't matter what he was doing.
You're right, because Tori was the last to leave. Tori was the last to leave, and even when she left, she came.
Well, her and Kenny.
Yeah, but I mean, she was there before Kenny, right?
Like, yeah. But when I think of Cobra Kai, like I also like Kenny was full bred. He was full bred Cobra Kai too. Like he
never really did Miyagi-Do.
He
was there. He was at Miyagi-Do for like 5 days. Like he.
Like, and then it took his brother and all of them to convince him to join. So like, which I would have loved that. Oh, like there's so many missed opportunities. Like Robbie training his student again. Like, where were those moments? It's just, I feel like part 1 could have focused on like rebuilding the students back up. Like, okay, we got rid of Silver. Let's get ready for the Saikai Taikai. Let's train. Let's. You can still have the moments where like Tori and Sam reconcile. You can still have that episode. Take some of that Mr. Miyagi stuff out. We didn't need it. Like now, thinking in hindsight, like I thought that story was gonna go somewhere. I thought it was gonna be interesting. It kind of went nowhere. So
it's 100% a backdoor pilot. That's all that was. It was
like remove it. Like we didn't need it.
Yeah.
You could have had more time for that. You could have took out. You kind of needed to introduce the Korea Cobra Kai. So maybe the episode should have been a little bit longer, because part 1 they were all like 32 minutes or something like that. So they could have been a little longer, like 40 maybe. That way you got an extra like 5-6 minutes to add some of that extra stuff in.
I agree.
You know.
In the end, like Kenny was kind of disappointing. Like I know they cut some of his scenes. I would have liked a little something there. I didn't need more with Anthony. That was fine.
Anthony is probably the only new gen karate character I don't care for. I'm like, I don't want him to learn karate. Anthony sucks. I can't stand Anthony.
I like him on a very base level. Like I kind of liked the reverse Cobra Kai where like he was the bully. That stuff was cool, but didn't give a shit. Like Daniel this season being like, oh, maybe he should go to this. Like, shut the fuck up, Daniel. That's the
I was like, Daniel, what the hell are you doing?
The what in the bias is that shit? That's so stupid.
Like, and I love Johnny too, but he was being biased for Devin, and I'm like, listen, Devin is an improvement on Anthony, but she ain't Kenny. Like Kenny was.
Should have always been Kenny. Always been
Kenny. Kenny was. First of all, he was under Robbie, Kreese, and Silver. Hell no, that should have been end of conversation.
Yeah.
Like, I saw people complaining didn't get it. Yeah, well, I'm mad about Kenny not getting anything because when he was brought in season 4, he was a main character the whole time. Whereas Devin, she was just a recurring role. But like Kenny was like brought in to be a main character going forward. So,
and Kenny had his moments.
Yeah.
Last part when he won that for the team, that was a great moment. I would have just liked to talk with him again. He didn't have any lines.
Yeah, like what are we doing? Like, but like I said, there's a lot of missed opportunities because like storylines that they could have done that maybe we could get in the future. But I wanted to see him and his brother now that his brother was out of jail. Like what does that look like now? You know?
Yeah.
Like Tori, like. We still don't know who Tori's dad is. That could be something that's explored in the future. Like,
yeah,
originally it was Mike Barnes until they brought Mike Barnes in, and then it was like, no, it's not her. I was like, fuck, I was wrong. I was mad about that. I was like, what if that would have been it? Like after the, like as life went on, his anger issue just got worse, and that ended up happening. And then when they brought him in, I was like, oh, my theory is wrong. I guess it is what it is. But I would still love to know, even if he's nobody, like if she just meets him one day or he finds out about her, like she's this world champ now and she got money and now he want to pop up and like that could be interesting. Like it's a lot to do with them. But no, like I think you've kind of convinced me on the like Tori Robbie spinoff. Like that's the one it has the most potential.
And then honestly just throwing Kenny, have it be Robbie, Tori.
That's
Kenny.
what I'm saying. Like Kenny can be in there. Like even though, because it would obviously be a time jump, Kenny, Devin, and Anthony, they started. Well, Devin, I think, was already in high school because she was in the same class with like Bert and the other little kids that was. So she was already in high school. But like by the time you do it, it's gonna be a few years out. Like
you have to.
He might have graduated. Yeah, like he might have graduated and stuff. Like there's a lot you could do there.
I mean, that actor is 18 now. So
he's. I think he's about to graduate this year. Or he just graduated. It's one of the two. But yeah, the future spinoff, like 10, 15 years down the line, if they do have Miguel and Robbie train their sister, it's over. First of all, if she get in a relationship and that dude breaks her heart, Miguel and Robbie will still be young enough. They will still be young enough to beat that dude's ass. Like, that's so bad for him. And Johnny, Jesus Christ, Johnny's 50. When she's 18, Johnny's gonna be 68. Good Lord, John, what are you doing?
And still kick his ass.
Right,
just in like a walker. Like, get over here.
and let's just say they do get married to their like romantic pairs. You got Tori there, Sam, Daniel. Shit, Amanda might come out and do something. Who knows? She might learn something by now. I wonder if they're gonna be in a movie. Like not in a big role, but like mentioned at least.
I want a phone call with Amanda or something.
That'd be nice.
Or honestly, like because I completely get you want to introduce like a new audience back to Cobra Kai or back to Karate Kid. That's fine. Just have their photo. Just have like their photo from the final episode with them holding the thing up. Perfect way. It tells us it's canon. You know, it adds a little bit of layer to where Daniel is at it, like in his life. Perfect. Then you can move on. Totally fine with that. As long as it's canon, I'm good. Do what you want.
Since he gonna be on that side of the world, have him be like, while I'm out here, like because I think he only gonna be in the movie for like 15, 20 minutes. I don't think he's gonna be like a super. Really? I don't think he's gonna be a massive part. He could be. I could be wrong. Sure. But like I think he's gonna be in there for like 20, maybe 25 minutes, and then. But like he could go visit Sam. Like he'd be like, while I'm over here, like, what are you gonna do now? Like, my daughter's not far from here. I'm gonna go visit her or whatever. Just a name drop. Or you can have, since they're across seas, you might have a cameo from maybe Toy and Robbie doing one of their little sponsorships or something. Like you could have that in the background. Like maybe footage they took from Cobra Kai and was like, hey, yeah, y'all could use that as like little Easter egg you know, oh, who are these characters? So you get audiences into Cobra Kai and they go watch it and be like, oh, this is dope.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
I do agree. Like, I think, honestly, I don't even know if they wanted to tap Daniel in this movie. I think what they really wanted to do was to do Karate Kid 2010, the sequel. I think they wanted that movie, and then they're like, but no one gives a shit. So throw Ralph Macchio in there to like freaking make any money, right?
Because Jackie Chan is a draw, but because
not enough. Yeah.
When you think of Karate Kid, you think of Mr. Miyagi, you think of Daniel, you know, you think of Kreese and stuff like that. And that 2010 movie, that was when you try to do reboots and people's like, nah.
Yeah.
Not doing
I like it now.
And I don't think it was bad.
It's not. No.
It was just different. It wasn't Mr. Miyagi. It wasn't Daniel. I'm actually happy it wasn't that, because now you can rope in.
Thank God they didn't.
Yeah.
Thank God they didn't make that Daniel.
First of all, that'd have been terrible.
And again, like, this is because I'm not sold on doing a Mr. Miyagi show, because I'm more excited about moving forward than back.
Yeah, right? I am too.
So I think this is a great way, because I think this might be Daniel's swan song. I think this might be one of his final things.
Yeah.
And then we can pass the torch to this new kid. He's the future. He's our next The Karate Kid. And I'm excited for that. I'm excited for any other spin-offs that Cobra Kai does. That will also be that won't be Daniel. That won't be Johnny. That won't be Kreese. We're focusing on these new actors. And that's what I think this franchise needs.
Because that's the one thing that the spin-offs have to offer too, is that, like, even if they brought Miguel back for something, it would be without Johnny. So what does his karate career look like without Johnny? Without him always having that stability there. What does Robbie look like? What does Tori and Robbie look like not being, you know, in the valley anymore? Like, Robbie don't have his mom with him. Johnny's home, and what they say?
I also saw this video about Tanner not knowing.
Oh yeah, because he didn't know what Discord was.
That was really funny.
And Dallas had to explain it to him.
That was so Johnny coded. Really
it was. Funny. I was like, Tanner, you're like 26. There's no way, dude. Like, you cannot not know what Discord is. Like,
he's 100% a child actor. Just like I didn't have time for that stuff.
Yeah, because he's been acting for a while. Like, I don't know if you're still watching The Fosters, but he was in there for a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in like the later season, he was involved with like Jude's storylines and stuff a little bit.
I'm excited for that.
That's the first thing I saw him in.
That. Sam's in that show too.
She is, and I just found that out recently. I think you talked about it on Twitter or something.
I think I did,
but I didn't know. I was like, huh? And then I looked it up, and I was like, what the hell?
He's in Boy Meets World. I mean, Girl Meets
World.
Yeah,
Girl Meets World. Yeah, he was in that. He was in like Game Shakers or something. Like, I just remember kept seeing him everywhere, and then Cobra Kai came out, and I was like, I'm gonna just watch it because I keep seeing this dude, and he seemed pretty cool, so I'm gonna just watch it. Like, he was like the only person I knew besides like Ralph and Billy.
Right.
Like, I was just like, let me just go ahead and watch it. Let me go ahead and get into it.
But yeah, I think we're heading towards the end of our stream here.
Do you have a ranking? Do you have a ranking? Like, how would you rank the seasons?
The seasons?
Yeah. Because I've been thinking about it, and I don't know how to rank them, because I could say season 5 and 6 are at the lower end, because that's when the show started leaning too much into like Mortal Kombat for me. I was like, bro, like Chosen and Silver fighting with swords and katanas and stuff. I was like, all right, Cobra Kai, what are we doing? It's
very like, it turns to like an MCU movie, which I like. It's fun.
I liked it. It was goofy, but I'm like, what are we doing? I was like, what is going on now?
I think 3 and 4 are probably among my favorites. Like, I think 3, 4, is my favorite. 1 are up there for me. I know people dislike 2. Like, I know people dislike 2.
I don't get it. I like season 2. I get, because it's like a lot of the relationship stuff in season 2. So I'm like, but it's a lot of teens in the show. They kind of have to. I mean, the original Karate Kids had love interest in all of them. Like, even the Hilary Swank one had love interest. Jaden Smith had love interest. It's okay, y'all. It's a part of the franchise. It just you can't avoid it.
6 is hard to rank too, because again,
it is
my favorite stuff from the show. Also, easily my least favorite stuff from the show.
Yeah,
I can go from hating the show to it being my favorite show in 2 seconds. It's crazy.
That was happening to me all season. Like I'm like, remember how I was feeling during part 2. I was just like, man, episode 7, I was like, man, I hate this season, bro. And then episode 8 and 9, I was like, okay, I'm back on. Like it was bad. What is this? I have no words. You caught me red-handed today. You caught me in 4K. I have nothing to say, man. So, you know, it is what it is. If I had to rank them, I would go 4, 1, 3, then 2, then 6, then 5. And I like season 5, but in terms of season 5,
silly. Yeah,
it has the most forgettable stuff for me. Like I don't really like, cause when you really think about season 5, it's like what happened, and it's kind of hard to think about what happens until like the end of the season when they start talking about the Saikai Taikai stuff, and then when they take down Silver.
Yeah, no, it's like our senseis versus Silver and Cobra Kai the whole season. Like it's a war. It's literally like it's very, which I like. It has some of the sickest moments. Like has some of the coolest fights. Like that final Daniel versus Silver.
Oh my! He hit him with the
Johnny versus like 9 ninjas as he's like when did you become this powerful, Johnny? Where did this come from? Johnny's power scaling is silly.
Dude, he fights so much better when he's drunk. It's like ridiculous. I'm like, he's literally the drunken master of this universe. When he's drunk, he's unstoppable. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's weird because like he'll fight a bunch of like ninja warriors and then he can beat Wolf. And then you'll have some random guy like kick his ass in a parking lot, and it's like
like the power scaling is a little much in this show, especially for the adults. The kids, I think, they do a relative good job with the kids.
They try,
but
I think Miguel's the worst, where it's like either
it's
God or nothing.
Yeah, it's like they go God mode with him, and it's just like, all right, Cobra Kai, like we get it. He's the Karate Kid of the show. He's going to win the fights, but damn, can you like bring it down some, please? Like
they also did that with Daniel too, though, where it's like I
have the same issue. Like
Daniel,
because I don't think he should not be chosen.
He should not. No, he should have never be chosen. I get why he beat Johnny. Like they go into that. That's the point. But so he shouldn't be him. Probably not Mike Barnes. Like he was never like a great fighter. He's okay. Like
he still shouldn't be Silver, even though in that moment I was like, yes, Daniel, like you got this person back, like you got him back, like after torturing you. But
Wolf would have kicked his ass.
Oh yeah, he already 1v2'd him and Johnny during the goddamn brawl. Like he took them out. First of all, Johnny, stop talking during the fight. Just to talk about part 2 real quick. Johnny, what are you doing, bro? Like he start talking and Wolf immediately punches him like mid-talk. He just like drops back. I'm like, dude, don't talk during the fight no more. Don't do it. Daniel was all quiet. Daniel lasted longer. Like I was like, okay, Daniel. But he was mostly defensive until like the end, and then Wolf was like headbutting him and stuff. It was bad.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. Like realistically, like these dudes are so old. It's like they should not be beating anyone younger than them. Like Kreese and Silver fighting, I was scared for Kreese because every time he got punched, I'm like, he might drop. Like stop doing this. He's too old. I'm scared he's going to disintegrate. Like
I was worried about Johnny because like he has a new kid. Like he's not no spring chicken. Like
dude, you are 50. Like you might be 50 something because 2 years have passed. And I think Sam said to him in season 4, like you're a 50-something-year-old man who still ain't get your life together. So he might be like 52. And it's like, dude, you're 6 years away from 60. You should not be fighting someone who's like 30 and in their prime. Like Wolf should have easily took him out. Like
imagine if he died. He would have left his new wife a widow and their newborn child.
He'd have left his son again.
Yeah.
Oh my lord. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna miss this show though.
I am. It's the end of an era. It's I think it's honestly kind of the last feeling of like a network TV show. Like it wasn't network, but it kind of feels like it is.
It felt like it, yeah.
You know, new seasons almost yearly. You know, the big cast, 6 years on the air. You know, but you know, we got at least one more this year with Karate Kid Legends. That should be fun.
I'm excited. I'm gonna definitely go see it in theaters.
Yeah,
just to get that experience.
I'm gonna see it on my birthday, so that's gonna be
because this will be the first one I get to see like on my birthday.
Yeah,
I knew nothing about the Jaden Smith one, so when it came out, I didn't see it till it came out on like DVD and stuff, and then obviously none of us were even thought of when the original movies came out. So,
it's because I've been watching this my whole life, and I've never seen one in theaters, and that just hit me recently. I'm like, oh, I get to experience that.
Like I get to finally experience it. Like like even the Hilary Swank one, I think that came out like 93, 94. Like I was just born. I ain't gonna be seeing that. Like I finally get to see this one.
Isn't that crazy? So cool. This is a journey that has been going on before we were born, before we were thought of. That's crazy.
Yeah. Golly.
That's crazy.
And I will say, this is no hate to like Jurassic Park or like Star Wars, and I love Star Wars. There's no hate to like the Scream franchise. Even like Friday the 13th and stuff like that. Like, this is how you do a successful legacy.
Like
how you do the legacy, like how you treat the legacy. Like, it was clear they got guys who, even if you disagree with certain decisions about whatever characters, they respected the franchise and like the legacy of these characters. And it's just like, I don't think we're going to get a show like this again for a while.
No.
I think the spinoffs will be good because it'll be the same people involved. But in terms of other franchises, like I don't think we're getting this. Like
I think the best to do a like legacy sequel, and it's very fitting, Karate Kid and Rocky. I think Creeds are really good.
Rocky. Creed movies are good. So yeah. So like two franchises. And it's so funny because they're both like fighting franchises. It's like so
I mean, I think there are some good ones out there. Like I like Jumanji, like there's some good ones that are out there.
Oh, they were because they were totally different from the original.
They were different,
so it worked.
Naruto, says ready for Daredevil to return.
Yes.
Tuesday. Yes.
They released a clip, I think today, of the scene where he fighting what's the dude name? Bullseye?
Yeah.
Is that his name? Yeah. They released that.
I've been trying to get through what I can. I finished Jessica Jones season 2 today. I actually didn't hate it as much as most people do, but
it's rough.
I'm gonna jump ahead to Daredevil season 3 because I want to make sure I watch that before Born Again. So that'll be fun.
Yeah, because I think a lot of those plots are supposed to carry over, like Bullseye and stuff.
No, that'll be big.
I would watch it. I ain't got enough time. It'll be here like 4 days, 4 or 5 days. Like, I don't have time. I'm excited though. Like this is another like street level fighting type of show. I'm like, I need more of this. I would not, after the success of Cobra Kai, I would not be mad if they brought back like some old like martial arts like franchises, as long as it's done with like care and stuff like that. Like I saw the actors for Three Ninjas say that they would love to like bring that franchise back, and I was like, first of all, you're not gonna play with my childhood strings like that. Those are my movies, and I love them to death. If they bring that back, I will shave my head bald. I don't know. I will go like, man, they do that, I'll be the happiest person.
Cobra Kai kind of made me realize how much I want like a slightly, so silly, but a slightly more serious Power Rangers, right? That's like a little bit more mature. Because let's be honest, Cobra Kai is this generation Power Rangers in a silly way.
Like this is like the Power Ranger, non-Power Rangers we didn't got.
Yeah. Like honestly, Cobra Kai is the perfect tone because it does get serious. It takes itself seriously. It's also goofy as fuck, which Power Rangers needs to be. So if you could do like Cobra Kai but Power Rangers, amazing. I'm in. Like
they're shopping that around. But the original person who made the deal for Power Rangers for Hasbro, he had so many ideas. And then I think he got removed or whatever, like fired or something. And so now it's just kind of sitting in limbo. But it's rumors that it's going to Paramount or something like, which makes sense. Nickelodeon's over there, and I know they're not Nickelodeon no more, but I'm happy they're moving away because I'm like, I don't trust Netflix. So
it sucks though because I think like Netflix had the power to very much like Cobra Kai.
Yes.
Bring it to a whole generation that maybe left Power Rangers or haven't seen it. Like you can market it, I think, to a way that like a Stranger Things was. That Paramount just won't. You know what I mean? Like they just don't be like, it's out, have have at it or whatever.
Yeah, I'm here for that too.
So,
and I don't know if you talked about it. This is Cobra Kai related, but the new Avatar news for the new series or whatever. Have you seen the uproar for that? It is insane.
Yeah,
it is insane.
Probably my most anticipated show going forward. It's just like because I've never watched an Avatar as it was airing. Like I caught up during COVID. So
yeah, because you were young.
Yeah, I mean it's a my generation show. Like all my friends were watching it growing up. I just didn't have cable. So it I just didn't get the chance to watch it. But
what depend? That was more. I don't know. Yeah, I was little.
I mean, we were younger.
How old? Like when did that show come? It came out 2005, I believe. Because I saw it on the day.
I was 3. So yeah, I was 3.
Oh yeah, that was definitely our generation.
Yeah, it is more.
Yeah, like
It was big as I was getting into it though. Like, same as like Ben 10, where it's like that came out. So I grew up on it. By the time I was old enough to actually get it, it was done and really popular and stuff like that. So
yeah, I'm hyped for it. It'll be interesting because they're like it's an avatar, but she's a twin, and it's some interesting ideas here. And I'm like, okay, Korra ruled the world.
I'm really curious to see how an avatar twin works because either one or there.
I think I heard avatars. I heard one was supposed to be like a dark avatar type of thing. That's just what I'm hearing. I don't know if how true it is, but I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. Like that's something new that I feel like it has intrigue. The only thing I'm like people are just now getting hip to Korra kind of messing up the world. I'm like, the spirit world and the human world was separated for a reason. Now it's like merged in this chaos, and I'm pretty sure that's gonna have a lot to do with it. Because now you got Cole, the face stealer, stealing faces around the world. It's like, what are we doing?
I think you're gonna start off the show and it be Korra's the worst avatar, but I think like in the show they're going to be like, oh no, she actually did all this good. People just don't understand. Like people forgot what she did, and hopefully
also she's being hunted.
Yeah.
Also, the Avatar's being hunted in this series instead of like people are like
people hate her.
For him. They're hunting him. I'm like,
cool.
This is kind of cool. Like the only issue I have is like Korra jumped, in my opinion, too far to where like Republic City and stuff look like 1940s, 50s New York a little bit. Like it looked like that industrial era a little bit, and it's like, okay, how far is this and how does it look? Because I'm a little nervous now.
What if they backtrack it? They said that she destroyed the world, right? What if they literally like go back in time in terms of like their advancements a little bit? That could be cool. Because I agree, they went way too far. Like
they went too far. Out. Yeah.
Like next Avatar should be like cyberpunk in terms of like where we were in Korra.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So that's actually a good point that you brought up. And especially because now the spirit world is like merged with it, it wouldn't be all like technology based. It would actually look really trippy.
Yeah.
I've just convinced myself that I'm like way more hyped for this show than like I was already hyped because I'm like new Avatar, like let's go.
And the whole twin thing is fascinating to me because you're right. It's either there's 2 avatars or one twin got it and the other twin didn't. And that's also interesting. This idea of like, why wasn't I worthy enough to be the avatar? Why does she get it and not me? Great villain right there. I would love to see that.
Like that. Oh, like that just got me. I was already hyped, but like us talking about it, like I'm like super hyped. I'm like, yo, this could be really good. Because then like, because I know that the creators are like big Star Wars fans, and they give off like Luke and Leia vibes because they were twins, and it's like, like I'm like, it's like it's starting to hit me. Yeah, I'm hyped.
Yep. I kind of wish it was longer because they said it's only a 2-season show. It's like only 26 episodes long or whatever. I was like, I want more. No, not just that, but
13 episodes. That's not enough.
Yeah, it's two 13-episode seasons. And
I was so used to like.
But the movies are coming too, so that.
Yeah. But I think because we were so spoiled back in the day, where like when TV shows were TV shows, and we was getting like 20-something episodes a season. It's just like. Especially Avatar, like I remember the day it came out. I saw the trailers and stuff. I was hyped as a kid. I'm like, when is this coming out?
And that's a network show too. That's not streaming. That's on Nickelodeon again.
That premiere, I was like sitting in the basement of our house that we was living in at the time, And my mom did not know I was in the house because I was that quiet. Like I was watching that show because I think it was. I can't remember if it was a 2-episode premiere and they just played the first 2 episodes together, or if it was just one. I remember it being like a big premiere, so I can't like fully remember. I mean, it's like 05, so I'm like, I'm like 10, like I don't 9-10 years old. I don't remember, but like, it was epic. Yeah, I'm actually hyped for this. Yeah, like I'm actually, and it's like next year too, or something like that.
Yeah, it was supposed to be this year.
Yeah, we were supposed to get the movies this year and everything. Like everything just got pushed back. And
that's so. I'm like, I hope that because I'm curious because there was supposed to be a Cobra movie. I'm wondering if the Cobra movie was supposed to set up this show. You know, like as like a almost like a backdoor pilot to say how she destroyed the world and stuff like that, or like how it ended, like the world ended that way. Could have been kind of cool.
That's true. Yeah, I didn't think of that.
That'll be interesting. But Taj, thank you for being here. This was such a fun discussion.
Yeah, man.
Saying goodbye to Cobra Kai.
I was about to say it sucks that we have to say goodbye to Cobra Kai. Like I'm literally expecting them to make an announcement like season 7. I'm just like it's not coming. Like let me just like stop thinking about it. I'm just
maybe we'll have to do it again come Legends and see
what
they do in that.
That'd be down. Because that looks more like crazy than any karate. Like he doing kicks off of walls and stuff. I'm like, what the? I'm here for it, but I'm like, what the hell is going on?
First Karate Kid movie in what 15 years? So
2010.
10. Yeah. But
I hope Jaden pops up. That's just my last thought. I hope he, even if it's just like maybe that movie was badly received. I mean, at that point it was 2010. Like social media wasn't really like at its height, so we don't really know what happened. But I'm hyped. I'm looking forward to the future, like because I do think they will do like spin-offs, and
I agree,
like because they listen, we could be completely wrong. Like last thought real quick, but they could do a spin-off that takes place in the Karate Kid like Miyagi-Do verse, but it's like all new characters in a different location
separate. Which I would also be okay with. I would be totally down with that. Yeah, just something completely fresh.
Like I'm watching Kicking It and like Leo Howard. I want to see him. I wanted to see him in Cobra Kai already because I did know he did martial arts. But seeing him in Kicking It and actually seeing him like actually do his own like choreography and stuff, and I heard he just get better as the seasons go because they older. I was like, yo, missed opportunity.
But Cobra Kai took so much from Kicking It. It's crazy. Like you're gonna go through.
I can start seeing a little bit.
You're gonna hit moments where it's like, oh, that's just what they did in Cobra Kai. It's crazy. It's like kids' version of Cobra Kai. It's just like, oh, it's that.
I'm looking forward to it. I did hear like the last like 2 seasons was kind of like they have good moments, but it's like as a whole the seasons aren't that good.
Yeah.
And someone was worried like I'm gonna stop, and I was like, no, I'm gonna do the whole series even if it's bad. Like Listen, I reacted to the Flash season 9. It won't be bad. I'm sorry. Like nothing. I don't think anything could be worse than that.
Last comment here, Cameron. What if Hilary Swank? So apparently, I don't know if you heard this. They reached out to her for the final season.
Yeah, she didn't want to do it,
and she said no, which is a little strange to me. Like apparently, I wonder if that's why part 1 felt so weird because they said there was going to be a whole subplot with Hilary Swank.
Oh,
so I wonder if they had to
like rewrite it or something.
That
sucks. Damn you, Hilary Swank. I wanted to see Julie.
Yeah, maybe
I want to know her reasons for why. Because it's not like she's busy. Like I love Hilary Swank. I think she's a great actress, but she's not busy. So either she's just being arrogant, like oh, I want to do this show, or she genuinely like just had other things to do or like wasn't interesting. But I just feel like that gave you your start. Like when you want to like pay homage to something that was such a big part of your career, like you probably don't get this career if you don't do that Karate Kid. For better or for worse, like even if you didn't do great or whatever, it got your foot in the door.
Yeah,
like that was like the first big thing she was like really in. So I'm like,
really the last character Cobra Kai didn't bring back, like the only character they couldn't bring back into the fold.
Like, dude, they brought back random ass like
it's like
Mike Barnes sidekick from Karate Kid 3. And
this show brings back characters I didn't know existed. I was like, oh, Okay, cool. That's cool, I guess.
They brought back the former champion from Karate Kid 1. I was like,
yeah.
I was like, this dude look familiar. And then when they did the montage, I was like, oh, it's him. That's so cool. And he actually did martial arts too. So it's like, oh, that's so badass. But yeah, Hilary Swank not coming back is a missed opportunity. I'm sorry. Maybe it was a Sony thing. Maybe she didn't want to work with Sony, because I know Sony been a little peculiar in particular when it comes to this franchise. So
maybe Karate Kid Legends 2 or something. Like, I think that would be a really...
I just like, why wouldn't you want to do it? Like, I feel like maybe I'm just built differently, and I have a lot of respect for like the grind and how I got somewhere. Like, I feel like if I did a series and it blew my channel up, and I'm like, in like 2 months I got like 100,000 subscribers or something like that, or close, I wouldn't just leave y'all in the dust and not do nothing with y'all. If I'm a little busy, I might not be around all the time, but like, I would still come every now and again and, you know, come kick it with y'all. But like, just to not come back at all, like, I don't know. I need to I'm gonna DM her.
Like, why
didn't you come back?
Why?
Like, a genuine curious question. Like, I'm not mad at anything. Like, I personally want to know. Like, and I will sign the NDA or whatever it is. I will not say anything, but I will keep it to myself. Just as long as you tell me why. I could respect it if you were just like, I ain't want to do it. I was like, okay, I can respect it. I get it. But if it's some arrogant thing, I'm like, all right, bro. Like, you ain't doing nothing. Like, get off your high horse. Like, come on. I love you, Hilary Swank. She's a good actress, but like, she ain't doing nothing now. Her peak was the 90s, unfortunately, in the 2000s, like the early 2000s.
For sure.